easy to use and only takes 30 seconds to search for your name. Don't leave your money on the sidelines. Visit findmassmoney.gov today and claim your winnings. That's findmassmoney.gov.
When it comes to protecting homes, shortcuts fail. That's why pros have trusted AZEK Exteriors Trim and Siding, the MVP of exterior protection for 25 years. Built to last and proven in the toughest Northeast weather conditions, AZEK doesn't just look good, it performs under pressure. Cheap overseas-made imitators? They might look similar until they fail, and the builder's reputations and the homeowner's wallet take the hit. Trim matters, so don't cut corners. Do it right. Use AZEK Trim. Made in America. Visit azekexteriors.com.
98.5 The Sports Hub is proud to welcome the following partners to the Patriots Radio Network. Autodesk. From skyscrapers to stadiums, design and build anything with Autodesk, the official design and make platform of the New England Patriots. Jean D'Arc Credit Union. They're teaming with Keon White for tackling financial wellness to donate $50 for every tackle up to $50,000 to support financial wellness in their communities. Become a member or get your financial playbook now at jdcu.com. From Boston's Home for Sports, thank you for joining our winning team. It's hour 2 of the New England Honda Dealers Patriots pregame show. Today's pregame check-in with Jim Murray and Chris Gasper is brought to you by your New England Honda dealers. Roll into game day in style with the rugged Honda Ridgeline. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more or visit newengland.hondadealers.com.
Hurry into DQ for their sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets, layered with flavor from top to bottom and everywhere in between. Try them today. Now available in new sweet chili or honey barbecue. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
The Celtics play on the Sports Hub.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Sports Hub headlines, presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
It's the 3-2 Patriots and the 1-4 Saints in New Orleans today. Christian Gonzalez active despite a hamstring injury. Milton Williams active after being listed with an illness this morning. Safety Jalen Hawkins, linebacker Anthony Jennings, defensive end Keon White, running back Antonio Gibson all out. With Gibson out, the Pats elevated running back Terrell Jennings from the practice squad, along with defensive end Truman Jones. Caden Wallace, Eric Gregory round out the inactives. Tommy DeVito, the emergency third-string quarterback. That means wide receiver Efton Chisholm is active and will make his NFL debut today. Pats and Saints kick off just after 1. Bob Sosey and Scott Zolak have the call across the Patriots Radio Network. Injuries around the league. Jamar Chase expected to play against the Packers today for Cincinnati. Joe Flacco getting the start at quarterback for the Bengals. Zay Flowers is active for the Ravens today. Quentin Johnston out for the Chargers. Kyler Murray out for the Cardinals. Jacoby Brissett gets the start at quarterback. Mac Jones starts again for the 49ers. Wideout Juwan Jennings is expected to be back for San Francisco. In London this morning, Jets now have an 11-10 fourth-quarter lead after a safety on a Broncos holding penalty in the end zone. Justin Fields has more than doubled his first-half passing performance, now up to 38 yards in the fourth quarter. NBA, Celtics have to coast the Cavs in the preseason game at the Garden tonight. You can hear the game in Boston on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Baseball, ALCS Game 1 between Toronto and Mariners. Game is in Toronto, Game 1 tonight. Sports Hub headlines brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit newenglandoilchange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, the official oil change of busy people. I'm Jim Lau with your next update at halftime.
This is Patriots Preview, driven by the stylish Honda Accord. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more or shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com. Now, here's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper.
Yeah, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. Time to go around the NFL with Webster Bank. Webster Bank committed to clients, colleagues, and communities for the last 90 years. And the next 90. For what I believe is now the third straight week, we've got an overseas game that is going on as we get closer to kickoff between the Patriots and Saints. And it is the New York Jets who currently have a lead over the Denver Broncos 11-10 late in the fourth quarter over in London. Here's a highlight so far.
J.K. Dobbins alongside him. Tight ends on either side of the line. It's the fake handoff to Dobbins. Nix goes towards the back of the end zone, flings one down the right side, and it's an attempt at a one-handed grab. Troy Franklin can't bring it in, but there's a flag on the play right where the coverage was.
Holding offense number 77. That penalty occurred in the end zone, resulting in the safety.
That's a right proper call there of this game, which if you tune into this game, if you hate decent quarterback play, again, 11-10 right now, Jets over Denver with 10 and change remaining. Justin Fields has been so bad today that actually I don't feel anyone's paying attention to the underwhelming performance of one Rocky Mountain Mac Jones. That is Broncos quarterback Bo Nix, who's 15 of 23, 125 yards and a touchdown. But every time I've looked up in the last 20 minutes, Chris, it's a 3-and-out. This game's awful.
Yeah, that's what you get. But, hey, on the bright side for the Jets, at least they finally forced a turnover, huh?
Yeah, I know, right. Yeah, what was the stat? First team through the first 5 weeks that hadn't won a game and didn't force a turnover. It already feels like the seat is hot for one Aaron Glenn as the head coach there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a tough – I mean, that place is a black hole for coaches. But, my favorite part about this stat is when they go back to New York – then all the New York writers can say the Jets haven't forced a turnover in North America.
Very good. We have the Seahawks, who are a favorite, going to Jacksonville today on the road. The Jaguars, who just beat Kansas City in primetime last week. Here's Jags head coach Liam Cohen.
Obviously, it was quick turnaround post-game, so, you didn't get to try to, enjoy that win very long. We had to move on to the next opponent. But I think now it has settled a little bit more, right? Like, just take a deep breath after that game, and now you're in a normal rhythm and routine. And I addressed the London deal with them earlier. I go, guys, I'm going to give you a couple tidbits on information next week, and this is the last time we're talking about London until we play this game.
Chris, this team's 4-1, Jacksonville. It seems like the head coach knows what he's doing. Their defense has been opportunistic and playing better, but for me, I can't buy in on Trevor Lawrence. I know he had a good game against Kansas City last week. This 4-1 feels somewhat fraudulent to me.
It's really interesting. I mean, Liam Cohen has gotten the best out of him, but there are still some turnover-worthy plays that he makes. I know you'll appreciate this, but, I mean, there is a certain vibe to him while a successful quarterback that's similar to a quarterback that used to be here in New England with Drew Bledsoe, which is that you're still seeing some of the things later in his career in terms of turnover-worthy plays that you saw in the beginning that you think he would be able to mitigate at this point. But if the Jags win this game, 5-1 for the first time since 1999, peak Jim Murray NFL viewing.
We have the Cincinnati Bengals at 2-3 at the 2-1-1 Green Bay Packers coming off the bye at 4:25 this afternoon. The Bengals so desperate to turn around their season without Joe Burrow, they call up another old Joe Flacco, trade for him for the Browns. Here's Joe Flacco.
Crazy business, you have to be ready for anything. That's kind of what it was. Definitely didn't have this on my list of things that were, going to happen. So, but hey, that's this league, and I'm a player. I think most players would say the same thing. I like to play football, and if that's in Cincinnati right now, then I'm all for it.
Look, he was the comeback player of the year a couple of years ago with Cleveland that first time. And I'm glad the Bengals are doing something to try to turn this around, but couldn't you have done better? Jameis Winston with the Giants, maybe Kirk Cousins. I know that might be cost prohibitive. Andy Dalton, who's a backup with the Panthers. Like, this is something, but I don't know if it's enough.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, although it's interesting. Flacco's already beaten the Packers this year as the starting quarterback for the Browns. He didn't play well in that game, 142 yards, no touchdowns in the pick, but he has a chance to become just the second quarterback to beat the same opponent twice in one season while playing for two different teams. The other one was Jack Kemp, who did it in the old AFL in 1962 while playing for the Buffalo Bills and the San Diego Chargers against the then New York Titans, who became the Jets.
The Carolina Panthers, who looked a little better coming off their loss to the Patriots, who are now 2-3, are home against the 2-1 Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys owner and old ghoul Jerry Jones getting in some hot water after the Jets game last week. Here's the Cowboys owner.
That was unfortunate that was a kind of a exchange with our fans out in front of us. There was a swarm of Cowboy fans out in front, not Jet fans, Cowboy fans. And the entire stadium was brimming with the enthusiasm of Cowboys, and certainly late in the game. And that was inadvertent on my part.
Yeah, Jerry Jones talking about his inadvertent middle finger. I'm sure that's not the first time he's had an inadvertent finger in his life.
Oh, God, I'm not even going to touch that. I'm not even going to touch that with the 10-foot pole in terms of Jerry Jones. But it's just interesting the way that he talks. You know, it's like one of those things. Like, at least he didn't go to those radio hosts this time and be like, oh, we're not talking about the finger. I could have you fired, you know?
Yeah.
At least he sort of talked about it. But it just goes to show there's, like, no accountability for these owners.
He is an old scoundrel in every sense of the term.
I mean, some player wears the wrong socks and gets, fined like all this money. And meanwhile, Jerry Jones is flipping people the bird, and it's like, no big deal.
A good one later this afternoon at 4:25. The Tampa Bay Bucks at 4-1 at home against the 4-1 San Francisco 49ers. Mac Jones back in at quarterback for the Niners. But let's hear from the other quarterback, Baker Mayfield, on the changing of the perception of his career.
I told you guys that I try and not get too high, not get too low, which is something that I was not doing early on in my career. But, early on in my career, it's looked as cocky, immature. Now it's moxie. He's a dog. So it's same different day. Just as long as you play well, they change the narrative. But you just got to be yourself, and I've always been like that.
I know you don't like him, Chris, but he is right in saying this, in that he's kind of always been the same guy. It's just now it's different terminology that's being used.
I don't know. He was a loser before. Now he's on a team with more weapons, and he's more mature. Look, the part he left out there, Jim, was that he got humbled. He got humbled by being released by Carolina, and I do think he maybe started to work a little bit harder. So attitudinally, sure, same guy, I get it. But you were that guy before when you were a loser. Now that you put the time in and you're on a better team and you're playing better, now you're labeled as moxie. He didn't mention the fact that he got humiliated and humbled in the league and then bounced back. So I think that's part of it. Also, there's already some bubbling up in San Francisco about a Mac Jones, Brock Purdy quarterback controversy. And if Jones wins this game today, he could become the third quarterback in team history to win 4 straight games while throwing for 275 yards or more in each of them. The other 2 quarterbacks who've done that for the 49ers, Joe Montana and Steve Young.
Please, if there's a football god, don't let that happen. Go Bucks, go. Finally, tonight, we got a good one, at least on paper. The 4-1 Detroit Lions are at the 2-3 Kansas City Chiefs. Getting late early for the Chiefs, especially when you have your stud defensive player, Chris Jones, basically taking the play off at the end of last week's game that allowed Trevor Lawrence to score.
That's a teaching point for me, a little adversity. I can't think the play is over, you know what I mean? And it's a learning lesson, Thought it was over, thought we had him down, so I kind of was about to celebrate and then realized that he wasn't down. And, a teaching lesson for me is don't stop.
A teachable moment for Chris Jones last week. I've said now for weeks, Chris, if they've scuffled to a 2-3 record, I'm not counting out the Chiefs until they're like dead and buried, because I've seen this before with the Patriots at the end with Brady. But they lose tonight, now 2-4, and I don't know.
No, I think you're right. I mean, obviously important game for the Chiefs, and you look at for my money right now, the Lions are the best team in the NFL. So the schedule just gets more challenging, obviously, for the Chiefs. And this is going to be a really physical game for them in terms of trying to line up physically with the Dan Campbell team. So this should be a good one on Sunday Night Football.
And as Detroit has proven just a couple of years ago when they opened up the season, they can go into Arrowhead and win. Again, Around the NFL brought to you by Webster Bank, committed to clients, colleagues, and communities for the last 90 years and the next 90. Coming up, Scott Zolak with his weekly pregame sit-down with the Patriots head coach, Mike Vrabel. That is coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
Clinton Savings Bank is here to help power up your business. With our new partner services, you can process payments on any device, saving you time, and manage payroll with flexible, affordable options. Plus, with online banking, mobile deposit, ACH, and wire services, managing your business finances just got a whole lot easier. Enjoy no minimum balance requirement and no minimum deposit to open your business checking account. Visit clintonsavings.com to get started today. Member FDIC, member DIF.
Hey, it's Maz for Window Nation. October is here, and so is the autumn chill, and you know what that means? It might be time for you to finally call Window Nation. Window Nation has some of the best replacement windows in the business, and they install them as well or better than anyone. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 free with no limit, and your price comes with 1-day installation included. You'll make no payments of any kind for 2 years. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION or windownation.com. windonation.com.
We're just a few weeks into the football season, and fans are fired up for what's ahead. But while the teams are chasing wins on the field, you could be scoring off it. Here in Massachusetts, 1 in 10 people have unclaimed property from things like uncashed paychecks, refunds from overpaid bills, forgotten savings accounts, and more. FindMassMoney.gov is free, easy to use, and only takes 30 seconds to search for your name. Don't leave your money on the sidelines. Visit FindMassMoney.gov today and claim your winnings. That's FindMassMoney.gov.
Dropkick Murphys for the people in the pit St. Patrick's Day 2026 tour. 4 shows. Don't tell us. Friday, March 13th through 15th, MGM Music Hall at Fenway. And March 17th, Citizens House of Blues. Get tickets now at livenation.com. Don't miss Dropkick Murphys for the people in the pit St. Patrick's Day 2026 tour.
The pros know nobody beats FW Web. With extensive inventory, personalized service, and a fleet of trucks across the Northeast, FW Web supports all customers, from one-van contractors to large facility operators. For planned projects, emergency jobs, or maintenance, FW Web has what you need, when and where you need it. For plumbing, heating, HVAC, refrigeration, propane gas, and PVF jobs. With over 100 locations, visit FWWeb.com to find one near you.
Hi, this is Bob Sosi, voice of New England football. You've heard me talk about ClearPath for Veterans and safety insurance. Now New Hampshire residents can also support our veterans and save on auto insurance. ClearPath for Veterans is working with safety insurance to help New England veterans at the resource centers in Devens, Massachusetts and Manchester, New Hampshire. Safety policyholders can make a $50 tax-deductible donation to ClearPath and earn a 5% discount on your safety automobile insurance. New Hampshire and Massachusetts residents can say thanks to those who serve and get rewarded. Visit safetyforvets.com.
In the spirit of Halloween, Awaken 180 is offering free consultations for one reason, to show you how scary easy losing weight can be. In that visit, you'll get a free body composition analysis, body fat percentage, muscle, water, weight, visceral fat. Then you're going to receive a customized plan mapped out for you. Will Awaken 180 work for you? Well, here's where you find out for free. I still remember my consultation, and it was eye-opening. Just a few tweaks here and there, and how to handle late nights, travel, weekends. Not theory, directions that you can follow starting the very next day. You want a sense of pace? I dropped 8 pounds my first week with Awake 180. Talk about momentum? That's why people stick with it. It's doable. 18 in 2 weeks, and the wins keep coming. The free consultation ends October 31st. Reserve yours by calling 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800 for the number. And to learn more, visit Awaken180weightloss.com. Scary easy with scary fast results.
Dreaming about that backyard oasis? Plymouth Quarries can make your dream come true. You're going to do this once. Do it right. Get started at PlymouthQuarries.com. Plymouth Quarries. Excellence in stone since 1915.
Hey, you've heard of ordering lottery tickets on your smartphone? Well, now you can also order scratch tickets. Jackpocket, America's #1 lottery app, lets you order scratch tickets right on your smartphone in Massachusetts. So, how do you scratch a ticket on your smartphone? Well, you can use your finger to reveal your scratch ticket just like you would a paper ticket. It's never been easier to order lottery tickets. Jackpocket also has Powerball and Mega Millions tickets. New customers opt in and get $10 in lottery credits. Use the code JPHUB on Jackpocket. That's code JPHUB.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-327-5050 in Massachusetts. 18 or older. Jackpocket is a lottery courier and not affiliated with any state lottery. Eligibility restrictions apply. Scratch-offs subject to availability. Opt in for $10 in non-withdrawable lottery credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at jkpt.co/scratch10.
The Pats play on the Sports Hub.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray. I'm here in the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham. We got Chris Gasper coming from the Superdome in New Orleans this Sunday afternoon as we get closer to the Week 6 matchup between your New England Patriots and the New Orleans Saints. It's time for Zoe's weekly sit-down with the head coach, Mike Vrabel. Breaking Bread with Coach Vrabel, brought to you by Big Y, your family market. Take it away, Zoe.
All right, thanks a lot, Big Jim. Joined now by Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel, and we sat in a spot about a week ago, Coach, and going into that Buffalo game, said it's going to be a good measuring stick for our football team. Where do you stand now with that measuring stick? And that's 2 games in a row, starting to stack them as you sit here getting ready to take on the Saints today.
Yeah, I think the bar always raises. I think, the road to success is always under construction. And, you play a game, you make the adjustments, the corrections, and things that you want to continue to do well. And so, again, another tough challenge here on the road with a football team that's gotten a lot of pieces back here in the last couple of days. So it'll be another challenge here for us, as it always is.
You're a pretty intense guy. So, when you're out there at practice, I'm sure it's easy to get the guys' attention. But when you win games the way you do and you preach, hey, guys, we got to do this, A, B, C, and D to get it done, do you see it like last week when we were talking about the field goal block unit going into the game?
Well, I have to continue to show them those things that matter. Like, here we are. We practiced this. We were on it all week in practice, and we used it to our advantage to win a football game. And we just have to make sure that we continue to build momentum and not allow things that creep in that would slow momentum down, such as complacency and lack of urgency and things like that to get our job done.
One of the big things I watched during the game is sort of the sideline operation. You guys are substituting in and out, but also guys on the sideline. I saw Stephon Diggs last week up and down a defensive sideline when the offense came off the field. A lot of leadership starting to show out of him. 5 weeks in, do you see guys starting to grasp that in different ways?
I hope so. I hope that we can support all 3 phases and our coaching staff and then our special teams. We talk about them being an extension of our offensive unit and our defensive unit, and maybe when we cover kicks that our defensive guys that are getting ready to go in the game are up and into it, and they're ready to respond to how we covered that kick with some energy. And just as the same way as if Marcus or one of our returners is back there, and they're an extension of the offense to get the drive started.
Speaking of returners, Antonio Gibson obviously went down last week. Tough loss for you guys. What do you lose in him from a role standpoint? What he brings from
we used him, different roles offensively. He rotated in there at running back and had a package, and things we did with him. And then obviously he was one of our kick returners and helped us win the game in Miami. So we'll miss Gibby, but we have to keep going.
Keon White, Anthony Jennings, not on this trip. How do you replace those guys off the edge?
All 3 guys defensively will be out.
Plus Hawkins.
Put the next guy in there. I mean, Jason's back, and Ponders played a little bit for us, and then Truman Jones is coming up from the practice squad. So, we kind of just coach the same way we always have. Is we need everybody, but if we don't have you, we just got to get the next guy in there.
Jennings too. You activated Jennings too, right, for the game running back.
Vrabel will be up running and helping us in the running back room and helping us on special teams as well.
Right. When you look at the Saints, start watching some of the Kellen Moore tape. What do you see in the type of play calls that he likes to do?
Well, I really have a lot of respect for what they do on the football from a tempo standpoint.
Quick, right?
Well, yeah, it's quick, but then they'll take a peek and look, and they'll try to see what you're in and see what you're doing and get you the right call. They run a quarterback out of that, which is sometimes unique. They find out where you're at and who they're going to read, and then they take off, and the quarterback's reading somebody, and so they do that. We'll have to be prepared for that. Good mix of run, good mix of under center, and in the gun doesn't really get too rigid in what he's doing. Changes personnel. They'll have all the tight ends available. I'm sure we'll see tight ends and 3 tight ends and Taysom Hill. So we'll have to be ready to adjust to whatever they're doing, and especially with the speed on the perimeter.
Rashid Shaheed, I think that's how you pronounce the name, but fastest guy yet recorded. He had, an 87, 83-yarder last week?
He was gone.
He's gone.
You say go, he gone. So we know what Olave can do and the talent that he has, leading them in targets. And then, Shaheed, and then obviously Kamara has always been an issue for a lot of teams, a lot of people, and so have history with him. And then the young back Miller is coming on and run hard.
All right, you mentioned during the week, one of your memories from the Superdome when you were coaching at Tennessee. You had Shaw and Gleason as honorary captains. What did that day mean to you, having those guys?
Well, that was unfortunately very sad, but also pretty amazing to get them together and try to raise some money and awareness for an awful disease. But it was heartbreaking, to see where they're at and where they were at that time, and so. But it was also special to have them in the same place.
You're going to take some time to go around midfield to see the spot where you hit Kurt Warner when Ty got his pick?
No,
you haven't done it yet, even when you were at Tennessee?
I've been here before, yeah. Okay. I don't even know where that is. So I may, maybe find a place where we spend some time after the game on Bourbon Street, but I don't think I'll do that either.
Maybe we can stay another night if we win this one. All right, good luck today against the Saints, Coach. Go get them.
Thank you.
All right, let's throw it back to Big Jim.
So if you got a fire, don't lose it. If you got to do or die, dream.
Music of the game brought to you by Live Nation. Bailey Zimmerman. Different night. Same rodeo tour. Live at TD Garden on March 5th. You can get tickets now at livenation.com. Coming up, Zoe will join us again from inside the booth at the Superdome in New Orleans as we get closer to kickoff between the Patriots and Saints. He'll set the scene ahead of today's game. That's coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports of Patriots Radio Network.
Nobody knows New England like McGovern Auto. We get it because we live it. At McGovern Ford in Lowell, Framingham, Saugus, and Beverly, get a Ford Tough 2025 Ford F-150 SDX. Lease for just $309 a month for 36 months. 10,500 miles per year with $39.99 due at signing. We are also willing to pay you an additional $3,000 over your trade value. McGovern Ford in Framingham, Lowell, Saugus, and Beverly. Shop now at McGovernFord.com. McGovern Auto, the official automotive partner of the New England Patriots. Take delivery by 10/31/25. Tax, title, license, and dealer fees extra. On approved credits, see dealer for details. Not all buyers will qualify.
Facilities managers, it's time to think inside the box. Storage trailers and ground level storage containers from Eagle Leasing are the way to go. I'm Mike Eagle. Call 1-800-GET-EAGLE or visit us at eagleleasing.com. You see us everywhere. We're Eagle Leasing.
The Peterson School has been a leader in teaching the trade since 1946 and is now enrolling for their spring semester in Woburn, Westwood, Worcester, and Haverhill. Visit petersonschool.com to learn more. The Peterson School. They teach the trades.
This is New England Patriots quarterback Josh Dobbs, and Autodesk is the official design and make platform of the New England Patriots. Autodesk is all around us, including here at Gillette Stadium. What fans might not know is that stadiums, buildings, and the new Patriots Training Center were built with the help of Autodesk Construction Cloud software. Autodesk helps the Patriots and the Kraft Group bring their construction vision to life.
Autodesk, changing how the world is designed and made. Visit Autodesk.com.
Hey, it's Rob Ninkovich with your game plan for the best game time eats. It starts with a trip to Shaw's or Star Market. Tackle game time hunger with delicious Shaw's and Star Market party platters. Pick up sandwich platters, wing platters, shrimp, veggie, and cookie platters that will leave your fans cheering for more. Order ahead in-store, by phone, or online at shaws.com or starmarket.com. Shaw's and Star Market party platters are made fresh, so you're always winning. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Poor Diana in accounting. She fell for an email phishing scam. Computers shut down. And people freaked out, especially about getting paid.
Hey!
Fortunately, the company had cyber risk coverage from Safety Insurance. Safety covered the cost of systems and data restoration, business income-related losses, and more. Don't let one human error shut down your business. Ask an independent agent about Safety Insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms, even the cyber kind.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, Passport, or CR-V. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.49% APR on a 2025 Pilot or a 3.99% APR on a 2026 Ridgeline, 2026 Passport, or 2026 CR-V.
See dealer for financing details.
A coastal storm is affecting the New England area. If you're experiencing property damage from all the heavy wind and rain, your first call is always Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, because they'll take care of everything from beginning to end. Visit gobluesky.com, restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow.
Wendy's has new chicken tenders and new sauces. So whether you're a creamy ranch girly or a new Wendy's signature stand, you can dip to your heart's content. Now let's wrap this up because I gotta dip. I want to try these new tenders. For tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
The Revolution play on the Sports Hub.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray here in the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham. It's Chris Casper coming to you from the Superdome in New Orleans as we get closer to the kickoff for Week 6 action between the Patriots and the New Orleans Saints. And it's time to design today's game plan and set the scene with Zoe, presented by Autodesk. From skyscrapers to stadiums, design and build anything with Autodesk, the official design and make platform of the New England Patriots. Well, it's still morning there. Good morning, Zoe.
Good morning, Jim. Excellent recommendation, Coach On, for our meal last night. Mark Capella and myself went out.
Yeah, I'm glad
fantastic.
I got the thumbs up from the both of you. You sent some food pics. I was very happy that you enjoyed that. That ham
so
steak
good.
Looked ridiculous.
It is huge. Capella's been drinking like a gallon of water. So much salt intake that he has. I mean, the amount of salt you eat down here, it's crazy. But it's good to see Gasper in person. I know there's an APB out for him this week. Felger Mass thought there was a sale at the Nordstrom Rack. But,
no,
he
it
actually
was a
is here
sale in Baton Rouge.
So you guys can both maybe tell me that, because again, with you being down there, Chris, I feel like just based on talking to friends and seeing some of the pics online, this is almost going to be like a de facto Patriots home game.
Oh, yeah, on the plane, tons of Pats fans, a lot of people pulling the double dip. And so I don't know what you've experienced, but just in talking to people since I've been in Louisiana, people pretty down on the Saints team. Like, they don't really have high hopes for him, and they're not really feeling it. And also Will Campbell, everybody from his hometown, he's going to have a big contingent here today.
I was supposed to meet Felger and the crew out at Pat O'Brien's late last night after 10, but messages I got from Pat O'Brien's, this is filled with Patriots fans, just packed to the wall, couldn't even get in. And I'm like, I don't need that headache right now. But I actually went to bed early last night. It was a good call by me. Because like the party boys, the weirdo group, Dennis and them, who Jim, you were trying to get a hold of yesterday because things were down the building, but he was already on the trip. He was out on Bourbon Street till about 11:30 last night. They were partying it up.
Yeah, I
so
saw him.
You need to find any engineers. They're down here partying.
I saw him posting pictures online. That's how I saw.
Oh, of course.
Can they win this game? They can, but there's been so much talk this week about the potential of a letdown or it's a trap game. Look, you've been in those kind of locker rooms. How do you? The coaches can scream at you all they want about look, we shouldn't lose to an inferior team, but how do you collectively stay all motivated and make sure that doesn't happen?
Well, I think it started Monday, right? This wasn't a victory Monday, see you guys Wednesday. Their asses were in the bubble, sweating, getting a hot sweat on them, from what I heard, on Monday, just to make sure that they're setting the tone right for the week. And there wasn't much conversations about that game, and it was right on to New Orleans throughout all the interactions I had with guys throughout the course of the week. And right now, you got a massive check-in quarterback in this game. When you look at the two teams, Spencer Rattler versus Drake May. Come on, this is where you got to start making hay here. This is where you're going to start separating yourself from the rest of these type of teams, whether it's the Atlantas, the Carolinas, the Saints, Cleveland, all that. You should be better than these teams. You got to start proving it. But you get to another win today. That's 3 in a row. That's 2 in a row on the road. Heading to Tennessee next week. Not that I'm looking ahead, but I am. And then you come home and you should be in a sweet part of your schedule right here, where you're playing good football and beating the teams you're supposed to beat.
So, one thing that I look at, and I think maybe the team looks at from last week against Buffalo, that maybe they want to do a little bit better, the red zone. Cashing in with some touchdowns instead of settling for field goals. What are you seeing from them in the red zone, and what do you think they're trying to dial up in the red zone to be a little bit better there and get the ball in the end zone?
Well, I think the first thing is you got to think about protecting the football, right? You don't want the turnover there. You don't want to force. I think they do want to throw it there because get the quarterback. He's athletic. Get him outside the pocket. Get him on the run. And I think now Josh is starting to look at things like these are the things he does really well. Let's really incorporate it into the offense. You tried the RPO run last week. You got blown up in the backfield, but hey, at least you're attempting it. Now it's something you work on, maybe perfect that a little bit. I try to get the ball to tight ends. I think he has a great rapport with these tight ends. Get him on the boot, little flat route, run or throw, and that's how you attack it. I don't really think it's running the ball. I think it's putting it in Drake May's hands.
We got the inactive list about an hour ago. Christian Gonzalez, good to go. Milton Williams popped up illness, but good to go. And also Efton Chisholm off it for the first time making his debut. Yeah, so what can we realistically expect from Efton Chisholm today?
he'll be on kickoff returns replacing Antonio Gibson. That's first and foremost. Now, going to be a third down little weapon where you get him in there, say Pop's not giving you nothing, or you can't. There's no production there. I put him in at the slot, put Diggs outside, and then get him on the move. So anything you can do to help the offense here, especially from the receiving game, hopefully After can bring that. He's got some good shiftiness to him. I think he understands spacing better than Pop does.
Yeah, and maybe that can be an extension of the run game, too, some of that, George, because they've had some issues in the run game. They've talked about it this week. You know, they're hoping to maybe pop one here and get some longer rushes. And I know Vrabel talked about, you get these long rushes, and that affects your average, and that's what you do. But they're 25th in the league in rushes of 10 yards or more with 12. So, even it doesn't have to be a 40, 50-yard run, though. They could use a few more 10, 12, 13, 15-yard runs. Get that going.
Be interesting to see, Jennings is activated today, so he's another back. He had some quickness in the preseason. Now, Henderson did too, and I think he was playing against 2s and 3s. That's why he looks so damn good. But Henderson's going to get better as this season goes on. I think Jennings gives them a little even more speed out there.
Yeah, they need. This is Henderson's moment.
It should be his game.
And I don't mean just this game. I mean moving forward with no Antonio Gibson, he's really going to get an opportunity. I think that's a guy you want to look at and see elevate.
So, I agree. Go ahead.
I'm going to throw this hypothetical at you that we asked Alex Barth earlier because we're getting closer to the NFL trade deadline. This team keeps winning. They should add. Give me someone on the Saints, realistic, that because it feels like they're going to be trading some players, stripping that down a little bit, that the Patriots should trade for.
What about Alvin Kamara, number one? Because if you need a running back, say you have more attrition at the running back spot, Chris Olave, veteran receiver on the outside, good possession guy, Ohio State guy, which means Vrabel would like him, right? Just something like that. Like, that's names people know. You start getting into, okay, we're going to trade a fifth-round pick for this guy, that guy, and then it's maybe like a backup backer or something. Maybe you do need to add defensively on the edge. I always thought the defense was okay, that you would need to. I would rather them add on offense, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do add on something on defense, like the edge or maybe even another safety.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. The kid Carl Granderson's been good for them. He can get after the passer and make some plays and sort of do that here. So I'm just sort of curious. We're here. It's a dome. This place has been loud. From a quarterback standpoint, what are the challenges of a building like this where it's big and it's loud and it's indoors? Obviously, it's fun to throw the ball indoors, but there can be some challenges with communication.
I think it's vision for me for the quarterback. Like, I'd rather play outside in regular light, regular sunlight, because that's what you're used to practicing in every day. That I like to feel the wind a little bit, like you're playing in the elements. This is so, I don't want to say what, like it's so taking care of everything, to the temperature, to the field. I don't like the field. I think it's slick.
Okay.
And from Jim, when you're watching it at home, this is the one stadium where you view it on TV and you get a sheen off the turf. It's almost like a reflection, and it's not good for viewing. And I'm down there walking around. It's a longer turf than normal, if that makes sense, which makes it more slippery to me. I don't think it's a great track down there. I really don't.
As far as the uniform matchup, we're getting all-white Patriots for this first time since that weird Tampa game in 2017 on a Thursday night when they played against an all-red Bucs team. It's all black for the Saints today, correct?
Yes. Yep. The unitard color. It's the pajama that I hate.
It's yoga pants.
When they make it worse is when you actually put nothing. Like the Bruins have the all-black pants with no stripe on it. I hate a pant with no stripe on it.
Yeah, because they look like yoga pants.
Yeah, Penn State, right. Yeah, look, they're in white tights. Is this a ballet or something?
By
or is this
Lululemon.
Penn State football, right. I love Lululemon, yeah. Oh, my God.
So how does this play out today? Predictions, can they get off to a fast start? Like in some of these games when they played lesser opponents, too, it's one of the things that's bugged me is the slow starts, and again, too many penalties, which the coach keeps downplaying.
Right, I'd like to see them get the ball first. You stuff them, get them a 3 and out. You go down and score and put this game out from the beginning. That's the way to do it. Start the game on defense, stuff them. You take it, go score, up 7-zip. Now all of a sudden, crowd turns. It's a massive Patriot crowd. It's all red, white, and blue here. And you get the crowd on your side, and then get the hell out of here. I got them 27-10 today.
27-10. And for the both of you, because you'll both be in the booth, how's the spread there? Do they give you like the New Orleans delicacies, or is it?
No.
Oh, boo.
No. It's very.
You know what?
It's very like courtyard buffet.
Oh my God!
breakfast.
Oh, come on,
Jim. There's not even a plate. They give you remember when you would go to Boston Market and you would have the
the 4-section plate with the lid on it. You got to go down. You can't even add your own food to it. They
No, they do. It's like a takeaway container.
What is that, freaking prison? Yeah.
It is. No, it's not even close to New Orleans. I mean, they're very friendly. I give them credit for that. But this is something that the Benson family could mass produce and cheaply and feed the media with.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Jim. The buffet was so huge. We stayed at the Hyatt Regency, which is a massive hotel, too big. The line for the buffet was so long with all Pats fans. I ended up pretending to go in there. Thought I saw, so I got to see my buddy in there. Go in there, grab a couple muffins and some bagels, and then go out the back way. So that's how I had breakfast today.
I do like the thought of you both having to stand there and they scoop a meatball into your hand, though, because there's no plates.
Oh, thank you. Oh, and you have to. They make you beg for an extra slice of ham. It's so pathetic.
All right, guys.
Please have another piece.
Thanks,
See
so
you, man.
have a good call. Enjoy the game. All right, we'll be back to wrap things up because, again, we're getting closer to kickoff between the Patriots and Saints down in New Orleans. We'll be back right after this here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports on Patriots Radio Network.
Hey, it's Maz. Rodenizer Home Services is about to heat things up from November through March. 5 lucky homeowners could win a brand new high-efficiency gas furnace completely free. If your furnace is 10 years or older, outdated, and unreliable, this is your chance to upgrade at no cost. Just head to rodenizer.com/5 free furnaces to enter, and that's rodenizer.com/5 free furnaces. 5 months, 5 winners, 5 free furnaces. Stay warm this winter with Rodenizer Home Services. No purchase necessary. Full contest rules online at rodenizer.com.
Attention business owners. Discover how Cambridge Savings Bank's customized solutions and dedicated support can help drive your business growth. Visit a branch today to learn more.
Let the Mass State Lottery get you ready for game day. Picture it. The wings are ready, the jerseys are on, the couch is packed, and you've already picked your favorite numbers. Now it's time for Keno. If only picking your fantasy team was as easy as picking your Keno numbers. Download the Mass Lottery app and make game day every day when you follow along with your Keno games, even from that packed couch. The Mass State Lottery, making these nights legendary. Must be 18 or older to play. Please play responsibly.
This is Dr. Franke of Boston Prolotherapy. Recently, a number of patients have told me they first looked at another treatment for their joint pain. In the end, they chose Boston Prolotherapy, but the reasons were all different. Some patients chose me because they knew prolotherapy could alleviate their joint pain. They've seen friends and relatives achieve a new lease on life without surgery. Other patients chose me because I'm an orthopedic surgeon, a doctor who would be performing their treatments. The overwhelming majority, however, chose Boston Prolotherapy because I listened to them. Your consultation is solely to diagnose your injury and determine if prolotherapy could be an option for you. If it isn't, I'll refer you in the right direction. For your complimentary phone consultation, call 1-833-GO-PROLO. That's 1-833-GOPROLO, or go online at bostonprolotherapy.com.
Listen up, guys. It's Drake May here to help get your finances into shape. You want to feel confident about your money? You need Betterment. Their automated tools help you grow your wealth and save on taxes. You don't even have to call an audible. They handle it for you. Take it from me. When you know your money is doing what it should be, you become full of that "we got this" energy. That's the Betterment effect in action. So get up, sign up, and start investing like a pro. Get started today at Betterment.com.
Investing involves risk. Performance not guaranteed. Paid client act. Views may not be representative. See App Store and Google Play Store reviews. Learn more at betterment.com/pursuebetter/partners.
Hey, it's Hardy. Listen up. Next Day Molding's now open down the Cape in Hyannis. That's right, Boston's go-to for energy-efficient, reliable, gelled-win interior and exterior doors. Just added a 5th store right at Barnstable Road and Charles Street. Go to nextdaymolding.com or stop by Hyannis, Braintree, Woburn, Shrewsbury, or Sharon. Next Day Molding, Boston's, and now the Cape's trusted source for gelled-win doors.
This is Boston's home for sports.
And we got Chris Gasper coming to you today from the Superdome in New Orleans as we're inching closer to kickoff between the New England Patriots and the New Orleans Saints. Time for the weather report brought to you by Blue Sky Restoration Contractors. If your home or business is damaged by weather or any other property disaster, Blue Sky will take care of everything from beginning to end with locations across New England. Visit goblusky.com. That's goblusky.com. Restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow. Weather conditions not a factor for the Patriots at the Caesars Superdome in New Orleans. This is the Patriots' first dome game of the season. I will say, not to make you paranoid, but I know you're a nervous flyer just like I am, Chris. You leaving tonight or tomorrow? Because coming back through a nor'easter, good luck.
I'm leaving tomorrow. I'm not really looking forward to it, but hopefully I can get back. So we'll see how it goes,
Yeah, find some Dramamine or whatever it is that can mix it with some bourbon on your flight back to settle the old belly and nerves. I will go back to something, though, about this where they're playing today at the Superdome that Zoe was just talking about with us. He mentioned the quality of the turf, said it was slick, a little longer. Shouldn't that be a little concerning considering what's going on with Chris Gonzalez and his potentially gimpy hamstring? I know he's active and going to play, but I thought about it after the fact when we went to break. I was like, ooh, that might not be a good thing.
No, it can't be. I mean, that turf can come and sort of grab you if you're dealing with something, hamstring, groin, anything like that. And you don't want anything where it's slick, because if you're trying to get extra traction and you're putting a little bit more on that muscle. So, yeah, that could be problematic, no question.
If it's not an ideal surface, would you question the coaching staff? If he gets hurt, like would you think about keeping him out of the game?
No, this isn't like a Wes Welker, Belichick 2009 in Houston situation. I don't think it's quite to that degree. If they decide he's good enough to go and he goes, you just hope he doesn't get hurt, and you have to go and just play. You can't sort of live in fear like that.
Well, that's just how I live, Chris. I can't help it. That said, there's been so much talk this week about a trap game, potential upset. Do you see that happening today? Is it a tighter game than we would expect?
I think it's going to be a tighter game. Yeah, I do. I think it could be something like 23-20 Patriots, just because coming off the high of beating the Bills, it's just human nature. And the Saints they have a little bit of belief after beating the Giants. And yeah, there's a big Patriots crowd here, but this is a tough place to play, and the Saints have played better at home than on the road.
I know Beadle, who does these occasionally with you, on with Zolak and Bertrand, obviously middays in the Sports Hub. He's big on style points this week. He wants to see a blowout. I'll be any win at this point, Chris. I think we've seen through the league so far, through the first 5 weeks and this morning, there's no truly great team. Anybody can beat anybody. So if they win 13-10 today, I'll be happy with it.
Yeah, I agree. It's just stacking some wins, getting some momentum, showing you can build off of what you did against Buffalo. Just get a win. The style points game for me is the Vrabel revenge game next week in Tennessee. That's the game where you want to put it on them, because that team's horrendous.
All right, Chris, enjoy the game down there. Safe travels back. The New England Patriots pregame show has been driven by the fun-to-drive Honda HR-V. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more or shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com. Some thanks to send out today. Executive producer Jeremy Conley, technical producer Kevin Majori, our intern Luke Arnpriester. Thank you, guys. Also thanks to assistant program director Jim Louth on the top of the hour headlines. Coming up next, it's the New England Patriots and the New Orleans Saints at the Superdome in New Orleans. For Chris Gasper, this is Jim Murray signing off. Enjoy the game, everyone.
This has been Patriots Preview, driven by the fun-to-drive Honda HR-V. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more, or shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com.
Damn, man, get some rhythm, dude. Get some rhythm.
The Patriots are brought to you by Safety Insurance, Catches Law, Shaw's and Star Market, Oakers Technologies, your New England Honda dealers, Credit Unions Kids at Heart, Town Fair Tire, Clinton Savings Bank, Bud Light, Witches Woods, McGovern Auto Group, and by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Hey, listen to Cadence now. Listen in. Listen in.
Also brought to you by your New England Ford dealers, Eastern Propane and Oil, Comcast Business, Massachusetts Energy Marketers Association, Drains by James, Live Nation, UMass Lowell, your Boston area Chevrolet dealers, Big Y, your family market, John Dark Credit Union, Devlin Energy, FindMassMoney.com, and by Bigelow Tea.
Listen to me. More urgency. More urgency.
And by Reed's Ferry Storage Sheds, Miller Lite, Peerless Boilers, Wendy's, the Peterson School, Dig Safe, Dairy Queen, Autodesk, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, Eagle Leasing, Webster Bank, AZEC Exteriors, Heading Home, and by Apex Entertainment Center.
What a beautiful day, man.
The Kickoff is next on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network. Here's Will Campbell, football player and Ford truck owner.
There's only one truck that can keep up with my game, the Ford F-150. From heavy lifts, long hauls, and hard plays, the F-150 never hesitates. So I didn't either. When it came to choosing my New England ready ride, I chose the F-150, no hesitation.
Visit your New England Ford dealers. Ford trucks, built Ford tough.
Safety Insurance is committed to working with independent agents that will listen, ask smart questions, and make sure you have the coverage that truly protects you. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms.
Hi, this is Michael Ferranti with the Massachusetts Energy Marketers Association. Our member companies serve over 800,000 customers using heating oil, propane, and renewable biofuel. Massachusetts regulators have approved lower winter electric rates only for homeowners using electric heat pumps. This is unfair to millions of others who prefer a different home heating fuel or cannot afford an expensive heat pump system. Heat pump users already receive incentives from MassSave and should not be given special treatment with lower electricity rates. By doing so, the state is choosing winners and losers. Learn more at massenergymarketers.org.
The Become Elite Sports Dome at Wyndham Woods School is coming. Break the mold with your company's advertising and join partners like Hafner's and the It Kicks Foundation, Convenient MD, and Southern New Hampshire Concrete, and be seen in one of the largest, most highly visible year-round multi-sport and fitness facilities in all of New England. Email the dome at wyndhamwoods.org.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change, the best defender in the game against engine wear, provides 15-minute drive-through oil changes and touchless service for busy people. Go to newenglandoilchange.com to save 15% on your entire invoice for your drive-through oil change. Print out the coupon or pull it up on your mobile device. Go to newenglandoilchange.com.
For a championship team, you want proven players, a system that works, and a great franchise. For over 25 years, AZEK Trim has been #1 with the pros, performing in tough Northeast conditions like harsh winters and salt-filled coastal air. It outlasts cheaper trim alternatives that may fail when it counts. And AZEK is right here, supporting the contractors who build with them and the New England lumber yards who serve them. Visit azekexteriors.com. AZEK, made in America, built to last.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic or a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord or 2026 HR-V.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R.
For the best deal on any name brand tire, get to Town Fair Tire. For the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And you know, I mean nobody.
Town Fair Tire. The game is on the Sports Hub.
The Ashby snap to Behringer. The swing of the right leg by Borregales. The kick sail into the uprights. It's good! And the Patriots have the lead with 15 seconds to go. The rookie delivers. Late last Sunday night, the Patriots celebrated their thrilling win over the previously unbeaten Bills. By the following day, head coach Mike Vrabel was on to week 6.
Well, you practice and you go through meetings. You focus on new opponent. We don't really know this opponent, I would say. This is new for a lot of players here and maybe some coaches here as far as their personnel and what they do.
The next opponent is New Orleans, coming off its first win of 2025 after turning over the Giants on 5 straight possessions. So if the Patriots are going to pull off a 3rd straight victory, quarterback Drake May understands that he must protect the football.
Comes with this game, we're chipping on the edge and we're getting the ball out fast, and the guys have really took home, inside out and protection, and kind of the limit turnovers, more down the road is being able to run the football and stay ahead of the chains.
Coming up from the Crescent City, the Patriots confront the New Orleans Saints.
This is Patriots football.
Set to go, snap ball down, kick up, kick is on the way, and it is good! It's good! It's good! And the Patriots are Super Bowl champions!
The Patriots are brought to you by Safety Insurance, Catches Law, Shaw's and Star Market, Oakers Technologies, your New England Honda dealers, Credit Unions, Kids at Heart, Town Fair Tire, Clinton Savings Bank, Bud Light, Witches Woods, McGovern Auto Group, and by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Wilson, quick throw, intercepted by Malcolm Butler with 20 seconds to go in Super Bowl 49.
Also brought to you by your New England Ford dealers, Eastern Propane and Oil, Comcast Business, Massachusetts Energy Marketers Association, Drains by James, Live Nation, UMass Lowell, your Boston area Chevrolet dealers, Devlin Energy, Hub International New England, Big Y, your family market, John Dye Credit Union, FindMassMoney.gov, and by Bigelow Tea.
Driving forward, diving to the goal line, a touchdown, and a title for the Patriots. I can't believe it. They have completed the greatest comeback in Super Bowl history.
And by Reed's Ferry Storage Sheds, Miller Lite, Peerless Boilers, Wendy's, the Peterson School, Dig Safe, Dairy Queen, Autodesk, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, Eagle Leasing, Webster Bank, AZEK Exteriors, Heading Home, Wellesley Testosterone, the Dome at the Wyndham Woods School, and by Apex Entertainment Center.
And the Patriots are world champions again. Back-to-back. World championships. 3 out of 4. Yes, it's a dynasty.
And the Patriots have won their 6th Super Bowl title. Yes, it's still a dynasty.
Now, here's Bob Sosi and Scott Zolak.
And hello again, everyone. A very pleasant good afternoon and welcome to the New Orleans Superdome. Bob Sosi along with Scott Zolak. It is great to have you with us for this Week 6 encounter of the 3-2 New England Patriots, who are coming off back-to-back wins, including Sunday night's victory, of course, in dramatic fashion over the Buffalo Bills, while the Saints are coming off their first win at 1-4 following a victory over the New York Giants here in the Big Easy. And so the Patriots on the rebound from that game, overnight trip from Buffalo into New England. They've got some injury issues. They lost running back Antonio Gibson, a couple of guys down defensively, and they're going up against a team that is looking for momentum of its own coming off its first win here in New Orleans.
Yeah, I do think it's a dangerous game from the aspect of you don't know much about this team. You know, Kellen Moore, he's one of the younger guys in the league, offensive-minded. They do have some veterans. You got guys like Jordan there. They've got Olave, Alvin Kamara, you know, guys that could be potential good trade pieces for teams moving out. Brandon Cooks, go down the list of guys. Spencer Rattler, I watched him a lot in college when he was at Oklahoma. Transferred to South Carolina. He was one of the first NIL guys, getting a lot of money, getting free pickup trucks and all that. So it got me interested in him. And he's sort of one of those gamblers. He'll take some chances. He'll try to stick it in some of those holes. But he's not a big guy. He's a little guy. And I think if we push the pocket, get him off his spot, he could create some turnovers. I think it's a good turnover type game for the defense.
With a name like Spencer Rattler, he's prone to be a gambler at that position. He's got a lot of speed to work with. Rashid Shaheed last week, 86-yard touchdown catch. Patriots have to match that speed, and they're down a safety in Jalen Hawkins.
Yeah, and it's like you have to have the only thing that matches speed is speed. Like you can't coach against it. There's not a defensive lineup or secondary that you would rather have out there on it. It's just you got to be on your spot. You got to get on these guys and make sure you get the jam up front.
And yeah, Will Campbell coming home to Louisiana. He's got to block Cameron Jordan, Carl Granderson, that offensive line for Drake May. Saints a little bit older on defense up front, but still a lot of sacks to their names.
You heard Josh McDaniels talk about those two guys. They got both guys have more years in the league than I do, and that's saying something. But yeah, Cam Jordan's one of those guys that he'll read it, and he can tell if you're leaning one way, he can give you something, and he can get you off your base. So Will's got to be on his A game today.
Saints turned the ball over against the Giants defensively on 5 straight New York possessions, a key to the victory last week, 26-14. Patriots, meanwhile, after that 23-20 win over the Bills, looking for their first 3-game winning streak since weeks 8 through 11, with a bye included in 2022. Coming up next, the starting lineups and the kickoff on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
This is Bob Sosi, AutoFair customer and voice of the Patriots, inviting you to score unbeatable prices at one of their 7 AutoFair locations across New Hampshire and Massachusetts. With over 2,300 cars in stock, AutoFair has the car you want at prices you'll love. AutoFair makes it happen.
Put a Reedsbury shed in the backyard this fall and don't pay it off till 2027 with 18-month 0% financing on every shed. Order this week and we guarantee delivery before Thanksgiving. But 0% financing ends this weekend. So stop in today or shop online at reedsbury.com. For a new shed this fall, make the call. 18 months, 0%. You got a good one. Reeds Ferry.
In the spirit of Halloween, Awaken 180 is offering free consultations for one reason: to show you how scary easy losing weight can be. In that visit, you'll get a free body composition analysis, body fat percentage, muscle, water, weight, visceral fat. Then you're going to receive a customized plan mapped out for you. Will Awaken 180 work for you? Well, here's where you find out for free. I still remember my consultation, and it was eye-opening. Just a few tweaks here and there, and how to handle late nights, travel, weekends. Not theory, directions that you can follow starting the very next day. You want a sense of pace? I dropped 8 pounds my first week with Awake 180. Talk about momentum? That's why people stick with it. It's doable. 18 in 2 weeks, and the wins keep coming. The free consultation ends October 31st. Reserve yours by calling 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800 for the number. And to learn more, visit Awake180weightloss.com. Scary easy with scary fast results.
At National Grid, we know home is where you feel your best. That's why we're dedicated to making your home comfortable and energy efficient year-round. With a home energy assessment, you can learn how your home uses energy and receive a custom report with helpful recommendations. You can also learn about energy-saving solutions such as insulation, air sealing, and more. If you're ready to save energy at home, we'll be there for you every step of the way. Visit ngrid.com/assessment or call 866-527-SAVE to learn more. National Grid is a proud sponsor of Mass Save.
Hey, it's Zoe, and I'm pumped to get our football team back to their winning ways, and our coach knows it starts with being prepared and a winning playbook. And when it comes to technology, nobody prepares your company for the future better than my friends at Oakers Technologies. Because for over 100 years, the Oakers playbook has been unstoppable, and I'm talking about full IT, infrastructure rebuilds, to your everyday AV upgrades. That's what it means to be future ready. Be sure to tune in all season long to hear from our coach during his weekly and post-game press conferences powered by Oakers, proud partner of your New England Patriots.
Quiet, Nelson, I'm telling them. Remember to get your boilers and tankless water heaters serviced and checked before it gets cold. Book your appointment now at superservicetoday.com.
Kids eat free at the 99 restaurants every Sunday in October and on Halloween. Visit the 99 for lunch or dinner, and kids get a free meal from the kids menu with every adult entree purchased. You gotta love the Nines.
Champions play here. The Sports Hub.
Starts with just positive plays. Keep going, get the first down, and just stay ahead of the chains. I think we've done a good job when we stay ahead of the chains.
Miller time started in 1975, and the clock's still ticking. A light beer that tastes like a beer. Now that's legendary. Here's to another 50 years of Miller time.
Hey, Maz, you know who's winning this season? Me, because I'm getting quality, affordable style at Supercuts.
And with Supercuts rewards, we are earning points towards a new haircut.
Well, I don't know about you, but I call that a big winning streak.
Big yes.
We're about to kick off 7 games. Cardinals at the Colts, Chargers at the Dolphins, Patriots at the Saints, Browns at the Steelers, Cowboys at the Panthers, Seahawks at the Jaguars, and Rams at the Ravens. And VJ, how does Aaron Glenn still have a job after what happened today in that Jets-Broncos debacle in London? I'm sorry. Look, Aaron Glenn, great player. At some point, you got to show some aptitude as a head coach, and that was an absolute abomination today from the Jets coaching staff, and you can see the frustration spilling out as far as the players are concerned right now. What the hell's going on? Explain to me how you can go into a half, have a fake punt that is successful, and then stand there and watch the clock run out. I mean, I've never seen Kurt Warner on the NFL Network. The way he goes, there are no words.
You know what?
There are no words. I mean, what are you doing? If you're Aaron Glenn standing there, what are you doing? And you see Garrett Wilson lost it. He's like, what are you doing, coach? What are we doing out there? This is the kind of, how about they call the timeout and then punt it out of a timeout?
Yeah.
I mean, these are the kind of things that spell the idea that whatever you think about an individual, some are made to be head coaches. You've got to have a command of your team. Aaron Glenn has lost his team.
Shoot it straight. First of all, how you doing, buddy? What's up?
I'm doing great. How are you,
Oh, man,
VJ?
I'm doing outstanding.
You can see I'm fired up.
Yes,
because
that's why I laugh, because I'm looking at you.
I'm frustrated when I watch the NFL. This is football at its highest level, supposedly.
Yeah.
And when you have people in charge that seemingly have no clue of what they're doing, it's very frustrating.
Yeah, it is frustrating, man. And I tell you this. Kurt Warner, who you and I go back and forth about Kurt Warner,
Yes.
your guy Kurt, all the time, but he was dead on.
VJ Verdowski is very, very, very seldomly lost for words. I got an answer for everything, whether people like it or not. I got an opinion about everything. I got an answer for everything, but I do not have an answer or a response for what I saw. And if you've been listening to Fox Sports Radio long enough, you guys know I never called them the Jets. I had another name for them. Yeah. And I've been trying to hold off on it because this is a different show, different day, different time slot, different listeners, different fans, different. You have to be a chameleon. You got to be adjustable in this business. You really do. You think you can just come in and just be yourself? Nah, you got to kind of read the room sometimes. And I'm on the verge of pulling it back out. But if you all remember what I used to call them, look, I've been saying it. This is who they are. When people show you who they are, believe them. Now, am I on the train of fire Aaron? No, that's dumb. That's dumb. This is not a good football team. They have a quarterback that is a placeholder. And we know in this league, if you don't have a QB, you've got zero shot. You've got zero chance. And I like Justin Fields, as a lot of people do. But you just don't have any connection with him and the quarterback between Justin Fields and the receivers. You had the same thing last year. You fired your coach. You fired people. You cut people. You told Aaron Rodgers to go away. And they got guys. Here's the thing. They got players. They got guys that could play in the NFL or they wouldn't be in the NFL. If you can't play in the NFL, you're not there. So, hey, listen, long story short, I don't have an answer. They're the Jets. This is what they're going to be all year long. Sit back. I think a bigger story in this game was what the Broncos looked like.
Oh, they looked
and
awful.
It's starting to look like last week, and I know Bo will talk about the Eagles and all that. It's starting to look like last week was more of the Eagles than it ever was a fourth quarter of 15 points
I
for the
agree
Denver
with you
Broncos.
100%. I mean, like I said, I was all on the Broncos. And right now they're sitting there at 4-2.
Yeah, but
and it's an ugly 4-2.
Yeah,
Bo Nix
yeah,
is going backwards, not forwards in his game right now. They don't have much of a running game. By the way, final stat of the day for the Jets. Because Justin Fields was sacked 9 times, 9 sacks, they ended up with -10 net yards passing.
45 yards passing.
45 yards passing, minus 55 yards in sacks. That's a -10 yards net passing for the New York Jets. So the Broncos survived. They looked ugly, but the Jets, wow.
The Broncos can't do anything. They can't run the ball. 174, 19 to 30 for Bo Nix. J.K. Dobbins, 14 for 40.
Well, again, J.K. Dobbins, we gave up for dead a couple of years ago, and he got revived with the Chargers a year ago. I thought that was sort of a one-year deal. So Denver's really struggling right now. I mean, I'll give it to the Jets' defense. At least they showed up.
You know what?
Despite the complete ineptitude of their offense. All right, so we got these games going on right now.
No. Are you
and
his father?
One game is the long-time, much-anticipated quarterback showdown between Aaron Rodgers and Dylan Gabriel. Okay, this is what we've been waiting for this for eons. By the way, the Steelers are moving on their opening drive right now, so we'll keep an eye on this game. But, you know, if the Steelers win this game, and as rough it is for the Ravens, they're underdogs, obviously, against the Rams today.
Yep.
You know, the Bengals are scrambling. I mean, they're going to start Joe Flacco. I mean, Jake Browning was so bad as a backup, they had no choice. So they're just handing the ball to Joe Flacco. He has, 2 days to learn their offense. So the Steelers, if they can win today at home against the Browns, they're starting to lap the NFC North. The NFC North.
Yeah, this is turning out to be, and you and I talked about this. We thought this was going to be a very strange season. We use that word because I don't remember a year where we came into where we had so many honest question marks about teams that have a quarterback and have a good coach and have good players. And we didn't know what to think of Jacksonville. They're sitting at 4-1. They can go to 5-1. We had no idea what to think about the 49ers. The 49ers are in first place. And they're playing backups at everywhere. They have backup receivers, backup quarterback, backup tight end, backup linebacker, backup corners. They're playing a lot of backups. And they're winning, but then you see a team like the Ravens, they're playing a lot of backups, and they're 1-4.
Yeah.
This thing is all over the map, man.
I'm glad you mentioned that because then it comes down to coaching. When you have next man in, you got to figure it out. Kyle Shanahan is figuring it out with the 49ers.
Right.
The guy that I always talk about being overrated, John Harbaugh, has yet to figure it out. By the way, what kind of odds could you have had, VJ, before the season? if I were to tell you going into week 6, the Colts would be the 1 seed in the AFC and the Chiefs would be the 10 seed.
Nobody.
So that's
only Monty Bolaños in all of Costa Rica would have had that pick.
So there you go.
They need to make her an embassy leader or something in that country, man.
So
That's
Daniel Jones is the quarterback of the one. And by the way, let's stop with the Colts for a second here. So the Colts right now, obviously, in their game at home against the Cardinals. The Colts are for real, folks. If you haven't figured this out, they are for real.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones has the number 1 QBR in the NFL. Number 1. And Jonathan Taylor is the number 1 rusher in the NFL. So when your quarterback's number 1 in QBR, your running back's the number 1 rusher in the league, you are for real. They have that offensive front. Their defensive front has been a big surprise. Well, who have they beaten? Well, they've beaten 4 of the 5 teams they faced. That's the way that works.
Right.
So, yeah, the idea, because we've been when are the Colts going to wake up? This team is legit. I mean, injuries can always be a factor, but believe me, the Colts right now are 100% legit.
And the Colts are the first team on the board with a touchdown today. I believe that's Tyler Warren. It is, yes.
There it is. Tyler Warren, the rookie out of Penn State, getting on the receiving end of, that's right, Daniel Jones.
Oh, yeah. And let me throw another team out here, too. Jacksonville, guys. Jacksonville. Now, did the Chiefs spit up on themselves Monday night? Yeah, but that's the NFL. The Eagles spit up on themselves last Sunday in the fourth quarter and gave up 15 points to a team that couldn't move the ball, and the team that only mustered 13 points against the Jets today. We need to, I think we're at the point where we can kind of get out of are they serious or are they, by week 6, week 7, we're past the 4, right? First 4 plus 1. I think at this point we can kind of look at these teams and say, all right, this is just kind of who they are. Maybe one of these 1-4 teams can grab one today. You think the Dolphins can get one at home? Or do you think the Ravens can get one at home against the Rams as the Dolphins get a personal foul on a made field goal?
Wow. So the Chargers Dicker made a 58-yard field goal, but there's a personal foul on the Dolphins. So they're taking the points off the board, and the Chargers will retain the ball on this opening drive.
They're going to score a touchdown now.
By the way, opening drive for Daniel Jones, 6 of 8, 62 yards and a touchdown to Tyler Warren. This guy is on fire right now.
Which means they're letting him throw the, come on, 8 pass attempts on the first drive. And you got Jonathan Taylor.
Jonathan, 1 carry, 3 yards. So their game plan against the Cardinals are going to go right down the field, throw the ball. 8 passes, 1 run.
We're going to put the ball in our QB's hands, who has the number 1 QBR and passer rating in the league today. This is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
And I get it, because why try to reinvent the wheel?
Well, I'll tell you what. Shane Steichen is a guy that I got to know when he was an assistant. The Chargers had Nick Sirianni and Shane Steichen as assistants when I was still in San Diego. And they're very different personalities. Steichen's a very, to the book type of guy. Sirianni's always been a weirdo. I mean, he's always out there. But obviously both very successful coaches. Although now, Bo Benson, he's ready to say, I told you so about Sirianni. I told you so about Jalen Hurts. It is time to do an upgrade. Yes, am I speaking out of turn right now,
Steve,
Bo?
do you want to do the new segment we're premiering?
Oh!
Bo was right.
Wow, the Bo is right. New segment. All right. So is this where you're jumping in on?
I mean, I just to quote Jason Smith, I hate to say I told you so, but boy,
but you love to say you told me so.
Does the Eagles look bad.
Yeah, we talked about
atrocious.
their 4-0 start easily could have been 0-4. They were all one-score games. Then they collapse in that fourth quarter against the Broncos, and then they get blown out of the building by the rookies Jackson Dart and Cam Scatteraboo.
My question today is, what exactly does Nick Sirianni do? Because the vibes in Philadelphia are atrocious with that post-game interview from A.J. Brown. And my question next week will be, what exactly does Jalen Hurts do? Because he was awful in that game against the Giants.
Well,
too.
I mean, they've abandoned their running game.
They've
Saquon
abandoned the running
Barkley
game because
is
all you got to do is put 8 defenders in the box, and Jalen Hurts can't beat you with his arm.
How about this? Saquon Barkley is 13 in the league in rushing right now, having played 1 more game than anyone else.
Yeah,
averaging a whopping 3.4 yards a carry. His longest run, VJ, is 18 yards. Yeah. So the 2,000-yard man, the superstar that we were talking about at the end of last year, because of changes in the offensive line, inept play calling, whatever it is, they have completely abandoned their running game. And Saquon Barkley is on a milk carton right now, missing in action.
So I was in Philly this
Shooting
past
apples.
week. I was traveling back east visiting family and going to see my 88-year-old grandmother. What's up, Grandma? I miss you. I love you. Shout out to Grandma Every Spearman. But I am, oh man,
You know what? We should call your dad. Where's your dad?
When I walked into the retirement home, and she saw me within 3 seconds.
No. Are you really his father?
I got something out of Philly that they won't report, and I'm not sure why it hasn't been reported. But apparently, Saquon's dealing with some type of some type of injury that they haven't put him on. I haven't seen him on any type of injury reports or anything like that. But that was just the word when I reached out to some of the Philly connects that I have out there in the sports world. And the offensive line is really banged up. I'm not selling the farm on a 4-2 team in week 6. That's just not my style. I'll wait until more things play out. I thought the short turnaround, and then of course the Giants had a short turnaround also too, but the Giants also really blew that game against the Saints. I thought they had a little more juice.
They lost to the Saints.
Yeah, they lost to the Saints, and the Saints are up right now 3-0. So
actually, they're down 7-3.
Oh, never mind.
Drake May just threw a 53-yard touchdown pass to Demario Douglas. 7-3 Pats.
1-16 instead of VJ's 0-17. All right, fine. But like I said, I'll wait to sound the horn on the Philadelphia Eagles. As far as what they need to do, and I said this last week, I just think it's time to trade AJ Brown. It's just time. If he is truly the energy killer, the cancer, honestly, you got to get rid of. You can't have it around. It's never worked out like that. What is it with Philly and receivers?
Well, again, you can't have it around if you don't have a head coach that can squash it.
Yeah, that's the whole point of Nick Sirianni.
You have to squash that if you're a head coach, and Sirianni is either not willing or incapable of squashing the cancer that has become A.J. Brown in the locker room. All right, we're just getting started here, folks. We got scores for you. We got stats. We got 7 games going on right now. And yes, we'll break it down with our analysis as well. This is End Zone Radio.
NFL Sundays live here.
Wilson's not in the game. Fields in the pocket. Pressure. Pulls away from Cooper. Now will be sacked. Back at the 44-yard line. Denver's football with 1:09 left.
It's your NFL Sunday. We're Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Brady Quinn. Are you tired of waking up at night, even with the tiniest movement? Mattress Firm sleep experts will match you with the Temper Luxe Adapt. It has unique temper material that absorbs motion for undisturbed rest. It helps minimize disruptions caused by movement from your partner, pets, or even your kiddos. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm and upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic with next-day delivery. They make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. Next-day delivery available on select mattresses and subject to location. See store for details.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-627-7754. 800-627-7754. 800-627-7754.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
High-quality meat, unbeatable freshness, and a family-style commitment to care. That's the Heartland difference. Heartland Steak Co. is your go-to source for premium Midwest meats, delivered straight to your door. Whether you're hosting a backyard barbecue, planning weeknight dinners, or giving someone the gift of Midwest flavor, Heartland Steak Co. is perfect for any occasion. hand-cut and hand-picked from the heartland. Our premium selection includes USDA prime and choice beef, all-natural pork, chicken, and more. Save time and money with easy online ordering and expertly assembled specials. Grill master packages, freezer-filled bundles, holiday gift boxes, all flash frozen for peak freshness. Go to heartlandsteakco.com, get 2 ribeyes with a purchase of $150 or more. Use code FOOTBALL25. Heartland Steak Co., your one-stop shop for straight-to-your-door Midwest meat. Taste the Heartland difference at heartlandsteakco.com. Again, use code FOOTBALL25 to get 2 ribeyes with a purchase of $150 or more.
Check it out. The Herd. When Colin Cowherd drops the info, The Herd, you need to listen. Right here.
Last night was about the New York Giants. They have found their franchise quarterback. It's going to be bumpy. You're going to have weeks like last week, and you're going to have last night. If they can keep him healthy, confident, athletic, slippery, big boy NFL throws, that is an NFL franchise quarterback. Feet, arm, confidence. Once you get that right, Giant fans, such like when you found Eli, gets much easier to build the roster. I mean, the Giants last night are missing their number 1 receiver and their number 2 receiver, and they scored 34 points. I know you all loved OBJ, and you love Malik Neighbors. Come on, brah. That's icing. The cake is Cam Scatterboo and Jackson Dart because of the way they play. They're tough. They're young. They're physical. In the Northeast, because of the weather, Tyreek Hill is not winning you titles. Your left tackle is. Your star back. January football is not decided by the fastest guys. Jackson Dart's tough. Cam Scatterboo's tougher. If you can keep Andrew Thomas, the left tackle, healthy, you got your 3 guys. That's going to be your future. So the New York Giants have not had an offensive identity in a decade. And they decided
How did I get here?
a couple weeks ago,
I prepared for every game and for the years after, because games end, but life keeps going.
The
Invest
Giants
in your
lead the
future
NFL
with
in first
SPY,
downs,
the original
believe
S&P
it or not.
500 ETF
So
from
it's
State
not
Street.
just the win last night. It's not just the production. It's how they're doing it.
If you're eager to find out what Colin said next, just podcast it by searching The Herd. And as always, you can listen live to Colin Cowherd weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Here we go. Ben Maller, the late night wordsmith.
We speak fluent emoji.
Ben Maller, holding the sports world accountable.
They went out there like a toy poodle with fleas, is how they played in that game.
And when he's right, you'll know about it.
And you know what? I was absolutely right.
It's the Ben Maller Show.
So I've got NASCAR, IHOP, and opera.
Listen on the overnight, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Dan Patrick.
You ready?
Yay!
Dan Patrick. Always saying the right things.
Here's my thought process with this. If I had abs, just think about it.
And always asking the right questions.
You don't have to answer it. I have to ask the question.
It's the Dan Patrick Show.
I want publicity.
Doing radio the only way he knows how. Listen weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific. Right here on Fox Sports Radio.
I'm going to confess right now.
Why does our lineup work?
I think the contrast of personalities.
Here's a little secret.
I can't even sugarcoat
We have the best in the business.
They pimp slapped him.
24/7, 365.
There's a ton going on in sports.
Wherever, whenever, quality.
For sure. That sweet sound.
It's how we do sports.
Hey, we're talking about sports.
I get paid to yell and call for people to get fired.
This is Fox Sports Radio, the premier sports lineup in the nation. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS1.
First and goal now at the 8-yard line. Jones out of the gun. 2 receivers put out wide left. He backs to throw. Throws upfield. Wide open. Tyler Warren, and he waltzes in. Touchdown! An 8-yard pass. Daniel Jones to Tyler Warren. Touchdown! INDY!
That's Colts Radio Network. Colts get the early 7-0 lead against the Arizona Cardinals. Other scores right now: Chargers over the Dolphins 3-0. Patriots lead the Saints 7-3. Steelers 3-0 over the Browns. Cowboys and Panthers tied at 3. No score: Seahawks and the Jaguars. And the Ravens an early 3-0 lead against the Rams. Once again in the Fox Sports Radio studios. And by the way, be sure to subscribe to Fox Sports Radio's YouTube channel. Just search Fox Sports Radio on YouTube. You see our best videos from all of our shows. And don't stop there. Hit that thumbs up icon and comment away. Let us know whose takes you like, even those you don't like. Just search Fox Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe. So you were talking earlier, VJ, about the Ravens. There's been a lot of buzz with what appears to be a lost season, and I was listening to our buddy Jeff Schwartz. He thinks the Rams are going to win in a rout today. Well, right now the Ravens hanging in early 3-0 lead. And by the way, a guy that we haven't seen show up a lot in first halves this year has shown up in a big way early. Derrick Henry, 6 carries, 40 yards already as we are halfway through the first quarter.
He must have heard me.
Would you trade Derrick Henry?
No.
Because right now there's a lot of buzz. I saw Schefter putting out that there could be huge activity in terms of trades. Once we get to the trade deadline the first week in November, there could be a lot of names traded. And we'll see, because this is going to be a hard year to predict, VJ. When you're at that trade deadline, are we buyers? Are we sellers? Are we in it or not? It just seems like almost everybody, save the Jets, is going to be very much still in this, even as we get toward the end of this month.
I think, listen, Shefty's got a job to do, like a lot of people in this business, and they have to put out fillers and put out stories to keep our interest and things of that nature. I would just say this, and I pulled it up. I'm waiting for it to load up here on my iPad. Just tell me the last trade deadline deals that shifted a season.
Not many.
In the NFL history. Okay, so right there, this isn't the NBA. And this isn't Major League where you go get a closer that you really needed and he can close Game 5 of the NLCS and then he closes Game 6 of the NLDS. And you go, see, that's why you went and got that guy. I'm not going to be hyperbolic, guys. I said this at the beginning of the year, and I'm going to stick with it. I'm not going to be hyperbolic, and a few weeks makes me go, oh, my God, break up the farm. The only guy I think probably needs a change of scenery, and I think the fans know it. He knows it. The coaching staff know it, and anybody with any good sense in this business knows it, would be A.J. Brown. I think it will help all parties involved and just move on. Rip the Band-Aid off. Don't slowly tear it off. I tell my daughter Journey all the time, who loves to put Band-Aids on everything. If it looks like a sore or boo-boo, Journey's going to go get the Band-Aids, even for Daddy, and put Band-Aids on it. But I have to tell her, honey, just snatch it off. Don't peel it off slow. It's going to hurt. You're going to start crying. Daddy don't want you to cry. So snatch it off in Philly. But you're trading Derrick Henry. My thing is, here it is. You're trading him for what? Like,
well,
why?
Exactly.
Like, why? You have to tell me why. Why would you give up a bat?
Well, you're not. First of all, you're not going to get value for Derrick Henry. I mean, he's got a big price tag. He's a 30-plus-year-old running back.
Right.
What do you expect to
what
get?
Are you trading him for?
A fourth-round pick? Come on. The Rams. Okay. I'm watching this Rams offense right now.
Are you really his father?
New fireball blazing apple. You feel like Matthew Stafford feels pressure to get the ball to Devontae Adams. Right? I mean, he's targeting him on every single play. The plays were not open, and now the Rams just missed a field goal, a gimme shot. 25-yard field goal hits the upright. So Cardi, who has been under fire, not all his fault because their blocking has been atrocious, but on a 25-yard field goal attempt, off the upright. So
I'm sorry.
3-0 Ravens. But I'm watching Matthew Stafford right now trying to force things to get the ball in the hands of Devontae Adams.
Well, like we talked about this last week, and Cam Newton said it when he was talking about other quarterbacks in this league, and mainly Tua Tagovailoa with Tyreek Hill going down, is a lot of quarterbacks will never verbally admit this. But when you have a big personality or a big time or a diva, WR1, there is an unspoken kind of pressure and focus to get them the football. Number one, they're your number one guy for a reason. They're probably really dope. They're probably really good at catching passes and score touchdowns. Fine. But if that's not what the defense dictates to what you're supposed to do, you're supposed to throw to the open guy. And I understand, well, just throw it up to him. Where everybody ain't Megatron. Everybody ain't Randy Moss. You know what I'm saying? That you can just throw passes up to, and they can just jump 50 inches and go grab it over every corner that's ever played football. Randy Moss has one of the great one-handers over Charles Woodson. Yeah. If you remember, right on the side. And Charles Woodson's in perfect position, and Randy Moss is the only receiver that would have ever caught that over Charles Woodson. But this is the way it does go. I feel you, but why do you have to force it to him?
I
have
don't know.
Puka Nacua.
I mean, who, by the way, has yet to even be targeted in this game. So, I mean, what the hell's going on there? Your guy, Tua Tagovailoa, 1 of 3, 5 yards, and a pick.
Yeah, I saw the pick already. So
I do just want to say something before you guys totally move off the trade deals. The Rams getting Von Miller is probably why they won the Super Bowl that year. He changed
that
their
is
defense.
true. I mean, they made a lot of trades, and they sacrificed a lot of draft picks and put themselves in a hole.
Shifts happen over time. Schefter mentioned in that article today that the wave of younger GMs that we have in the NFL are more willing to make trades. So I think we may be seeing something more akin to what we do see in the NBA.
But again, you still have to identify yourself, whether you feel like you're a playoff contender or not, which is a little hard right now.
If you're the Ravens and you lose this game, you fall to what, 1-5?
Yeah.
It's also tough because you have enough contenders out there too, like that will still get banged up through the course of the season. I go back to last year for like the Lions, and obviously it didn't work out for the playoffs, but like they went and got Zadarius Smith middle of the year because they were clearly hurting on their edge, and that helped keep them afloat to the tune of 15 wins for that season too. Like you just got to make the moves. If you feel like you're good enough, but there's a blemish somewhere or you've got an injury piled up, you've just got to make the move.
Well, teams don't make moves to win 15 games. Teams make in-season. If you make an in-season move, you must.
Well, they weren't making that to win 15 games. They were making it so they'd at least have a standard roster to go there. But still, like 50, like we can't.
But they
just
didn't win.
dismiss 15
But they
games.
didn't. They didn't. No, we can.
They
dismiss,
wanted the 1 seed. They wanted the 1 seed, and they got the 1
we
seed.
can dismiss a 15 seed if you don't get to the Super Bowl. If you can have 15 wins, all you want.
Smith
You don't
also
get
got
to.
hurt during that season too.
You don't
like,
make it to a Super
I think
Bowl.
we're just if we're going to make the Super Bowl the only point ever, no matter what, then 31 teams fail and should be forward every year.
And that's the way it is in the NFL. That is a fail.
We got to look a
the
little deeper than
the
that.
Buffalo Bills, again, accomplished something that's only been done once. They went to 4 straight Super Bowls, which is an amazing accomplishment. To win 4 consecutive AFC championships.
No, it's not
and
an
they are
accomplishment.
looked
They
down
failed.
upon.
Who cares?
Well, they failed because they didn't win a Super Bowl.
No, but you just use nuance there to talk about the Bills, but then somehow we're not supposed to have.
But that's the way the NFL works.
The way it works, always has, always will.
No, we don't need to say that as an axiom. We can be smarter than that. We can absolutely be smarter than that.
No, because again, it's like what happened to the Lions a year ago. They had a great regular season. That's not what we remember. We remember them going belly up to a rookie quarterback and getting blown out of their building by the Commanders.
We're also talking about this in the context of a trade, and like when you make the trade, you don't know that this is a guaranteed.
But
you will go to the Super Bowl.
Well, you don't. But
you just make the best move you can.
But as you just said, I mean, when you talk about the Rams and what they did in 2021, they made a deals that ended up winning a Super Bowl.
Here's another thing. Ask Kyle Shanahan. It doesn't matter that he's gone to 2 Super Bowls. You talk to the players.
Hold on. This is the trade deadline conversation.
Yeah, no, but this is a trade. This is a conversation of making moves in order for you to win Super Bowls.
Conversation. We'll do it on coming up a little bit later on. But right now, because I believe Jonathan Vilma is going to be joining us, get a little preview of that much anticipated Titans-Raiders matchup later today. But first, let's find out what is trending right now. Hello, Monsi. How are you today?
I'm so good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
A-Chain just scored for you.
He did. So it's VJ and I are against each other today. Chargers and Dolphins. We're enemies right now. But I have mixed feelings because I have Devon A-Chan on my fantasy. So that's how I'm feeling right now. But let me tell you how Miami got the ball to score a 49-yard rushing touchdown to Devon A-Chan. It was because tight end Oronde Gadsden, I don't even know who that is on the Chargers, caught a pass from Justin Herbert, fumbled, Miami got the ball, which led to the rushing touchdown.
Really quick, I'll tell you exactly who Gaston is. His dad played for the Dolphins. They got him from the Arena League.
I knew his dad played, but I was like, I didn't even know you were a Charger. You know what I'm saying? Like, But yes.
You guys need them. You guys got a lot of injuries.
We got a lot of injuries. 7-3 Dolphins over the Chargers late in the first. Daniel Jones connecting with Tyler Warren. Colts over the Cardinals, who are playing without Kyler Murray. 7-0 late in the first. The Saints added another field goal to cut their deficit to 1 against the Patriots. New England up 7-6, also late in the first. Steelers over the Browns, 3-0. Panthers and Cowboys tied at 3 apiece, but the Cowboys are knocking on the door to score. Also late in the first quarter, Seahawks, Jags, they are scoreless. Jaguars are approaching the red zone with 2 minutes to go in the first. And the Ravens over the Rams right now, 3-0, also late in the first quarter. College football news, Oregon State has fired Coach Trent Bray in the wake of their 0-7 start. And lastly here, as the American League Championship Series starts today at 8 Eastern between the Blue Jays and the Mariners, Toronto's going to be without Bo Bichette, but they did add Max Scherzer and Chris Bassett to their roster. Seattle added ace Brian Wu. Back to you guys.
All right, Monsi, thank you very much. We'll check in with you a little bit later on. By the way, the Jaguars just got a touchdown pass to take an early 6-0 lead here over the Seattle Seahawks. Let me just check this one out. That was Brian Thomas Jr. on the receiving end of the touchdown pass from Trevor Lawrence. So, again, the Jaguars taking advantage of a very favorable schedule where they have all these home games. And speaking of home games, the Raiders have a home game today. The question is, are the results going to get any different? Joining us right now to talk about the matchup later this afternoon between the Titans and the Raiders, one of our favorites out there, does as great a job as any analyst in the NFL, the great Jonathan Vilma, is joining us right now. So, Jonathan, I was one of those big proponents of the Raiders hiring Pete Carroll. He brings in Chip Kelly as offensive coordinator, Geno Smith, a veteran quarterback. I say they have definitely upgraded. They're not upgraded. It has been a disastrous start for the Raiders offense as Geno Smith has become a turnover machine. What is going on with the Raiders right now? Is this fixable?
To answer the second part, yes, it is fixable. What's going on with the Raiders is similar to a lot of first-year regimes where you got to turn over the culture. You got to get everybody on the same page. And just quickly take a step back in memory lane. Pete Carroll was 6-6 his first year at USC, and he was 7-9 2 years in a row his first 2 years at Seattle. So I just want to give it a little time. I want to see the change. It's going to be, I don't want to say tough or rough or difficult, but challenging. And in this day and age, the difference is that everything is so immediate, right? We get all the information now instantly, but we got to remember it took a little time for him to build those programs, and I think he's going to do the same thing here.
Jonathan Vilma, VJ Vernon Husky, first time speaking with you. Love your work you do at Fox, man. Great linebacker in your playing days, too, man. So I enjoy to speak with you. The question I got for you is right up your alley because you've been in these locker rooms, you've been in these situations, and you've been with teams where you have a horse, man. You got a dog to hand the rock to 25, 26, 27 times. Go get you $110, $120, couple of TDs. Take the pressure off the quarterback, keep the defense on the sideline longer so you guys are more fresher. Why are we not seeing that with the Raiders with this young stud and Ashton Jeanty from a guy that's been in these situations? What's going on? Help us understand this.
You know what's going on is you have a running back and an O-line that are now starting to get a feel for one another, right? Ashton Jeanty, he's not the in a good way. He's not the typical back that just gets the ball, he sees one hole, and then just tries to hit it, and that's it, right? He likes to set up his blocks. He's very, very smooth and fluid in the backfield, has really good feet, and so it's just an adjustment for the offensive line for him on where the hole is going to hit, how to set up the offensive lineman staying on their blocks, leveraging, letting him find a way and pick those holes. So the last two games, if you notice, he broke out 2 games prior, broke out against the Bears for over 100 yards. And then last week, the Raiders actually rushed, even though the score was just atrocious. They actually rushed for over 100 yards against the Colts. So it's starting to come around, and I'm starting to see when I was watching the film, and it was supposed to be, a Geno Smith kind of taking the pressure off of the offensive line and run game because you have a veteran. And then, unfortunately, it was the opposite, right? The first few games, the run game wasn't going. Now you rely on Geno Smith's arm. And that's really never been Pete Carroll's MO, right? He always had a great run game, right? You think of the USC days, you think of Seattle days. It was always a great run game. It was always great defense. And then you had a quarterback who was better than, let's call it just 2 steps above average, right? And he never had like the elite quarterback, but he had really, really good quarterbacks, 2 steps above average, where you need them to make about 4 or 5 throws a game, aside from the usual converting first downs, etc. But make about 4 or 5 throws a game that puts you over the top. And that's going to be the MO. Once this run game gets going, then you have Geno Smith who'll be able to find those holes in the zone. He knows how to read the defenses. It's just that you don't want him throwing 45 times a game.
Jonathan Vilma joining us. Will be on the call for the Titans-Raiders game. All right, let's talk about the Titans for a moment here, and in particular Cam Ward. So forget stats, forget the fact that, obviously they have limited talent to work around, but give us your view right now, sort of your eyeball view of what you see in Cam Ward. Does he have the makeup to be a franchise quarterback moving forward for the Titans?
Yes. Short answer, yes, he does. And if you think of Cam Ward right now, I'll take you back a few years to Caleb Williams. When Caleb Williams, his first year, he was out there, he could make every throw. He could get out of the pocket, and we all remember the USC Oklahoma days where he's just throwing the ball everywhere, right, making those spectacular plays. And then he comes to the NFL, all of a sudden those plays aren't there. The players are faster, right? The defenders, they can recover quicker, they make up ground. So then he had to adjust to it. And I'm seeing the exact same thing with Cam Ward. That last year at the University of Miami, he would get out of the pocket. He's throwing the ball downfield. I mean, it was just awesome to watch, a lot of fun. And then now he's trying to do the same thing, and he's quickly starting to realize I can't make those throws. Not because my ability isn't there. He has the ability. It's because the defenders are that much better, right? The coverage is that much tighter. And it's going to take time for him to adjust the same way that Caleb had to adjust. And a lot of quarterbacks have to adjust to understanding you just need to get the ball out and get completions and get in a rhythm, and then those big throws will come. If you go out of the pocket and you immediately start to look for the home run every time, you're going to strike out. Right? And you're going to keep striking out, and then all of a sudden, it's a problem. So that's what I see from Cam, young quarterback, no different than what I've seen before in other really, really good quarterbacks. It's just a matter of how quickly can he kind of adjust his mindset, get the ball out, and then those big plays will come.
Jonathan, another mental player, former player question. We in this business where we know it all from week to week, and we come and we sit and we do the games and watch the games, and nothing we pick ends up right. It just feels like a really weird year, and you're part of us now, brother. But Colts 4-1, Dolphins 1-4, Ravens 1-4, Jags 4-1, Chiefs 2-4. What's it feels just like a weird kind of year. What's going on? Are we in a shift now from one era to the next as a former player, the way you see it?
The way I see it, it is the beauty of the NFL. It's why everyone watches. It's because every team each year legitimately has a shot.
It matters that there's someone who knows you.
It becomes a matter of, okay, who
and knows what you need.
Made the costly error or two in a game, right? How many games have come down to either a last-minute field goal, last-minute touchdown? Like we've called a couple of the Bucs games. They were down with less than a minute to go in the fourth quarter, and somehow
getting your flu shot
matters. Baker Magic, kick field
and getting
goal,
it
score
at CBS
touchdown,
matters too.
So these teams, a 4-1 Bucs, could very easily be 2-3, right? The 1-4. Look at the Jets. The Jets, how they lost today. They're now 0-6. We called a couple of their games. They actually had the lead against the Bucs on the road with less than a minute to go. They lose that game, right? So there's plenty of opportunities on either side for these teams where the records are not really indicative of the parity in the league, right? And so you see the records because you are what you are, but it's not to say that any team, a 0-6 Jets, or 1-5 whoever, can't go out and beat the 4-1 team, because the league is so the margin of error is so slim in the league that you have these great opportunities. And like you said, the teams that we're used to hearing be 5-1, 4-1 like the Ravens, not so much anymore, right? You give up 17-point leads against the Bills, you're going to lose, right? That's what happens. So I really love it. I enjoy it. Every season, it's a new season. It's a lot of fun.
Well, we always enjoy having you on, Jonathan. We appreciate the time. Have a good time there in Vegas. Hopefully, we'll see a pretty good matchup between the Titans and the Raiders. Thanks so much, Jonathan.
Oh, thank you, guys. Take care.
All right, Jonathan Vilma joining us there. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll get you updated on all 7 games going on right now in the NFL. By the way, Drake May, 5 of 5, 103 yards, 2 touchdowns. Maybe
I know.
Drake May is going to be the quarterback that the Patriots are hoping he was going to be. This is End Zone Radio.
Your National League Championship Series is here.
Living like a rock star.
Brewers.
Your fireball blazing apple. What? I was wrong. It's not looking good. You know what? We should call your dad. Where's your dad?
Follow your MLB Championship Series news.
Are you really his father?
Fox Sports Radio.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013, 800-444-2013, or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-444-2013.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Jason Smith and Mike Harmon are dropping knowledge like this.
Those guys are sick, man.
The best game in Major League Baseball this year, and it's not even close. The Mariners walk it off, and the Tigers sitting in the dugout, ruining what could have happened as they now go home.
Anytime you get the term ruining in, you've won. I like that in Wright didn't even bother to field the ball as it rolls to the wall. I also can't wait for the AI-generated rant from Tariq Skubal.
I got to get out of here.
I did all this stuff. I carried these guys on my back.
Oh, man. Look, this is one of those games, right? This tells you how good this game was. This is a game where, can you blame the Tigers for? Well, the Tigers lost. Did they do anything to lose this game? Yeah, they didn't. They didn't hit with runners in scoring position, but you know what? The Mariners didn't hit. The Mariners made the plays in the field. The Tigers made the plays in the field. Somebody was going to win. You get to the 16th inning, and you're into the end of the bullpen. It's just going to go. It's no longer best against best. It's whatever the best that's left against the lineup. And this is just how it wound up going. This is just a great game. Look, the Tigers, I know it's going to hurt because, you had Skubal going in this game and he was so good, but really you can't in the end you can't sit back and say, but hey, we just played one of the greatest games we've ever played in, and I'm proud of our team. I'm proud of what we accomplished. It didn't work out for us, but wow, there's so many things you can point to in this game to say.
To get the rest of what Jason Smith and Mike Harmon said, podcast it by searching The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon. And as always, you can hear The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Right now,
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan Patrick. When you have to put out statements, we're 5 games in, and we're putting out statements? That doesn't bode well here. We're blaming his young girlfriend. She gets, like, oh my gosh, how does he let this happen? Exactly. Bill never had messes in New England. He controlled everything, and now it seems like he controls nothing. So the blame is on Bill. Bill has to get this right. And everything that you're hearing is like it's all negative. Now, granted, they do have 2 wins. It's just they've been blown out 3 times. And if you're a recruit or you're the parents of a recruit, you want your kid going to North Carolina? And North Carolina has never had a problem with getting top talent. Never.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan and the Danettes and you.
Weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific. On Fox Sports Radio. This is the Jason Smith Show.
Check this out.
Pay attention. With Mike Harmon.
This has been an absolute disaster. This is an absolute epic fail by the Eagles. Maybe Jalen Carter is the MVP of the NFL because clearly the games the Eagles have trouble. He's not been playing. He was ruled out right before the game started. And clearly when you're missing one of the best defensive linemen in the NFL, it's going to hurt you. But wow, the Eagles have just been getting dominated physically and dominated. They've been making plays on them. The Giants making plays on. Even Jalen Hyatt is drawing pass interference calls in the end zone, and Jalen Hyatt's terrible. Like this Giants team, all of a sudden, they look like coming into this game, hey, they're the team that's the Super Bowl champion. They're the team with the excitement and the young quarterback and the young running back. Like everything's coming up Giants.
Hey guys, try Little Caesar cheesesteak crazy puffs instead. They're only $3.99. Can't beat that in this economy. Cheesesteak.
Weeknights at 10
Little Caesar's
p.m.
the real
Eastern,
deal.
7 p.m.
Any other
Pacific.
advice?
On Fox Sports Radio.
Avoid high.
We're for you.
Now,
we're here
no.
for you.
Now?
I can't let this audience down. That's why we're giving back.
Trying with cheesesteak crazy puffs for $3.99. Little Caesar's is the real deal.
Keep this in mind. We're giving you the best sports and entertainment on your platform.
Right, because that's how we operate.
And you know what? It's about the consistency.
Every day. That's the truth.
Whether it's through your speakers, podcast, or social, we're giving back on Fox Sports Radio. FS1.
Call your friends and ask how they doing.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Boom. Trust your eyes.
FS1.
With the Colts right now, 7-0. Dolphins hanging on to a 1-point lead, 7-6 over the Chargers. Steelers up 6-0 after another field goal over the Browns. Cowboys and Panthers, we got a shootout going there, 10-10 already, 11 minutes to go in the first half. Jaguars over the Seahawks, 6-3. Rams have the ball right now. They're in the red zone, trailing the Ravens by a score of 3-0.
Puka's on the ground though, writhing in pain, holding his midsection and one of his lower body. I can if it was the right or the left leg, but it did not look good at all. Things change fast, Steve.
Oh, they do.
I mean, 1-4 Ravens, right?
Okay. Again, everything is week to week in this league. This is just, and it's been this way. Look, I always say there's a fine line between parody and parody. In other words, are we seeing good football right now in the NFL? And the point was made that understand this baffles me. We talk about this in baseball all the time, right? Now, where we ask less of the starting pitchers in terms of how many pitches they throw, and yet we seem to have more arm injuries than ever. Right. Same thing with the NFL. So season in training camp and during the week, right? Less tackling, less physical play to keep the players healthy. And guess what? We have more injuries than ever. It used to be back in the day, going back again to my Raiders days. Do you know I worked for the Raiders? Anyway,
did you?
Yeah, I did. Back in the 80s, we had full pad practices on Wednesdays and Thursdays every week throughout the entire season.
Full pads.
And you know what? Guys never miss games.
Nope.
Now, you could say, well, they were playing hurt. Well, you're right, they were playing hurt because they didn't want to lose their jobs. And, yeah, they probably took way too many drugs to keep their bodies healthy and paid the price long term. But it just seems amazing to me that, in an effort to keep players healthy by doing, and this is why the tackling in this league is subpar. If you don't practice things, you're not going to be good at things. And look at this. We watch this over and over again. Guys do not understand how to wrap up a guy, how to actually bring someone down in an actual tackle.
Yeah.
And yet with all this effort to keep players healthy, injury after injury after injury.
Well, you said it right, and I'll throw it to where I was last night at the college team covering Michigan and USC, which was just a phenomenal experience. Shout out to my man Lee DeLapp, man. I love you, brother. It's not coached, and the problem is we're trying to protect people from themselves when you're only hurting the product. We see this in basketball. The Achilles injuries over the last 2 seasons have been astronomical. But if you do not practice, if you do not run, if you do not train, if you do not get hit or get bumped or have a couple of falls in a practice or an off-season workout, when it happens to you in September, October, November, December, or in the NBA from November to May, or in Major League Baseball from April to October, it's going to affect. You know the one sport we don't hear them pulling back on and we don't see these big-time astronomical injuries? The NHL.
Yeah,
Hockey,
exactly.
Hockey. I have not heard, and if I'm wrong, fine. Tweet me, bring it up, throw it in my fan. But show me the list of physical changes to the league that they've done. Yeah, you can't take headshots on blind guys and throw elbows like you used to be able to. That's self-explanatory. But cutting down the time, and we talked about this a few weeks ago about special teams. You're seeing all these block kicks because if I'm a coach, and I am, if I'm told that I have to take time away from offense, defense, and special teams, what do you think is going to suffer first? Special teams, and it's showing up in the games. And tackling is just another aspect of it. You don't hit enough. And we have segments of the past of you got jacked up, the big hit without being wrapped up. We've completely lost fundamentals, and it's starting to show up in the product.
All right, couple things with that Rams game. The Rams, actually the kick was blocked, but it was a short kick, and they were able to somehow wedge it through for a field goal, so 3-3. But Puka Nacua was helped off the field, could put no pressure on that left leg. Did not look good. So we'll keep you updated on his condition. 7 games around the National Football League. We got it covered for you. We're heading into second quarters toward halftime. This is End Zone Radio.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next-day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
FS1.
Call your friends and ask how they doing.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Boom. Trust your eyes.
FS1.
I like the morning show.
They're really funny in the morning.
This is the show that has 2 pros and a
Shooting apples.
Who is Joe?
LeVar Arrington, Brady
Don't worry,
Quinn, and
fix
Jonas
this.
Knox.
New fireball blazing apple.
Watching that game was
What?
You know,
I was wrong.
It's fun.
It's not
This is
looking
really
good.
Fun.
You know what? We should call your dad. Where's your dad?
There's a new. There's something. There's some juice, as they call it.
No.
That's been,
Are you really his father?
Kind of infused into what the Giants needed, and there's a vibe there.
New
in the
fireball
stadium.
blazing
Like,
apple.
Cam
A shot
Scatterbo, and
that
he's
never
a
misses.
maniac, and he's doing flips, and he's doing
Okay, I'm gonna head out.
surfing, and then Jackson Dart's out there wheeling and dealing. They're not good, and it's not going to last, but it's fun. And I don't know. And then Brian Daboll's reaction afterwards, like, it just feels like something. It's almost like Linsanity. When Linsanity was around, it didn't last for long. You just enjoyed it while you had it, and you were like, all right, well, it's probably not going to. There's no real staying power here. But at least they've got it while they've got it, and it's in New York, and there's some buzz and some juice back in the building. But I don't know how long this goes, because neither guy plays a style that you look at and go, all right, that's okay. Anthony Richardson couldn't hold up. And what's the discrepancy on and of the tail of the tape between Anthony Richardson and Jackson Dart from a physical
20,
standpoint?
30 pounds.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
So I don't know how that lasts. And Cam Scatterbo, I don't think cares. I really don't think he cares. Dayball, by the way, was asked about the exchange with the doctor afterwards and his reaction, and it sounded like this.
this. We were getting ready to go for it on potential 4th down. I would have burned a timeout if he could have came out there. So I was asking, how long is it going to take?
To get the rest of LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, and Jonas Knox, podcast by searching Two Pros and a Cup of Joe. Listen to Two Pros and a Cup of Joe weekdays from 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. This is The Herd.
You got to be consistent.
With Colin Cowherd.
Mic check.
So the Dodgers are now in the NLCS, and you got Freddie Freeman and Ohtani hitting $180, 12 strikeouts. That's what the Dodgers are. We talked about this with the Yankees. Yankees are home run reliant. The Dodgers are reliant on no single player. Ohtani, he has struggled in the postseason. I mean, last year it was Freddie Freeman in the World Series. It was the bottom of the Dodgers lineup last night. So when you play the Dodgers, and this is really true about all sports, they put it's almost like KD, Steph, Clay, and Draymond. Remember for about 3 years, like, pick your poison. Who's hot tonight? There were games Draymond took over. There were games Klay Thompson hit 6 of 8 threes. Who do you guard? Who is it tonight? That's what it is with the Dodgers.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
Listen up, people.
Doug Gottlieb.
Dude.
He's talking.
Here's the important thing. That, my friends, is known as damage control.
Coach Gottlieb, he's coaching.
Full disclosure, I'm watching this as a basketball coach, and I've lived some of this.
This guy.
I'm a smartass.
Yeah, he does it all.
That's the crazy part about this.
It's the Doug Gottlieb Show.
What happens is you'll get the, oh, you're a hater, you're this. Shut up.
Listen every weekday at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app. And here's what you need to know.
Breaking news out of college football. ESPN reporting right now that Penn State has fired head football coach James Franklin. This just in. In the NFL, the Panthers have tied the game against the Cowboys.
Young throws to the end zone. McMillan's open. Makes the catch. T-Mac with his first career touchdown. A 19-yard strike from Bryce Young to Tataroa McMillan.
Yeah, you just heard it on the Fox Panthers radio network. Cowboys in Carolina right now tied at 10 apiece late in the second quarter. Early in the second quarter, the Seahawks have taken the lead from the Jaguars as Sam Darnold connected with Jackson Smith and Jigba on a 61-yard touchdown pass. So they're up 10-6 early in the second. Rams-Ravens tied at 3 apiece halfway through the second. Steelers over the Browns 6-0 late in the second. Patriots edging the Saints 14-13 early in the second. I'm Monty Bolaños.
This is Fox Sports End Zone Radio. Every stadium, every touchdown, every score, all broken down for you.
We got the pads on this.
This is Fox Sports End Zone Radio, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios. Here's Steve Hartman and VJ Husky.
Rolling along on another busy NFL Sunday. We're in the Fox Sports Radio studios. And yeah, big news out of college football. Finally, James Franklin fired by Penn State. That was not unexpected after back-to-back losses when you're a 20-point favorite, a preseason number 2. Drew Aller, the quarterback, obviously out for a year. It's been an absolute catastrophe for them. And Franklin, honestly, has been fortunate, but the buyout of $57 million, somebody finally stepped up and said, I don't care what it takes. We got to get a new coach in and bring the Penn State program back into relativity. So James Franklin walks the plank. He is gone.
And here's the thing. It's not a shock.
No.
They didn't send shockwaves. This is not going to disrupt our great show here. This is not going to disrupt NFL Sunday. This would be different if it was maybe, another coach, if Coach Prime was fired or something like that. But this was, as we said, it was expected. It was needed. And after the Oregon game, I walked in here and looked at you, and the first words out my mouth, I said, same old Penn State, same old James Franklin. And if you're okay with winning 10 and 11 games and getting some 5-star kids and competing and having the fan base, hold on, and we can maybe get Ohio State, or we can beat Michigan this year, or we can get to the Big Ten. If you're okay with that, because that's kind of what you are, then you can't fire him. But if you actually want to really now compete in this 12-team playoff and compete with the rest of the big boys in the world of college football right now, which is beautiful and tremendous, you got to figure it out and move on with a guy. I told you, them staying out on the field for the Oregon game, hugging each other. Dude, what did that look like? And then you followed up the UCLA debacle with that press conference? Come on.
Well, he said after their latest loss at home to Northwestern, his final game as head coach of Penn State, it's 100% on me. Well, then fine. Okay, if it's 100% on you, then you're making it really easy for us to say
Captain
you're
Obvious.
100% gone. So James Franklin out as Penn State is reeling right now after another loss. All right, games that are going on right now. We'll continue to monitor the situation with Puka Nacua, who was helped off the field. We don't know the extent of his injury with the Rams. Meanwhile, it has been a struggle offensively for the Ravens in terms of their passing game. Cooper Rush, 2 of 6, 12 yards and a pick, although surprise, right? Derrick Henry running the ball well, 9 carries for 55 yards. But the Rams aren't doing a whole lot either in this game. And the Rams, here's a team that I was really high on. I said, well, if you have a healthy Matthew Stafford, I think they could be the number 2 team to the Eagles. That was my preseason thought. I thought the Eagles were just a notch above. Obviously, they're not. But right now, the Rams are really struggling offensively. They're not getting much of a running game going on right now. And so they're keeping the Ravens, who are a big underdog at home today, in this game. Remember, the Rams have lost 2 of their last 3 games. So just like every other team, I go all the way back to the COVID year in 2020.
You know what?
When the Tampa Bay Buccaneers had Tom Brady, and they were struggling, and they went into their bye week sort of looking for answers. Is this team even going to make the playoffs? And they all of a sudden got hot, and they never lost another game on the way to a Super Bowl championship. I feel like that's going to be this year. Like, we're going to get to, week 8, week 9, week 10, still trying to identify, well, which team is the team? And then somebody, I'm not sure who, somebody is going to catch fire. The Dolphins have regained the lead over the Chargers 10-9 as VJ Husky desperate for a victory for his Dolphins. By the way, the Colts just scored again, so they have retaken the lead over the Cardinals by a score of 14-7. Daniel Jones, who came into this week with the number 1 QBR in the entire league, 10 of 14, 94 yards, a touchdown. He has thrown a pick in this game. Jonathan Taylor just continues to run wild. 8 carries, 61 yards. That's 7.6 yards a carry. Talk about MVP candidate. Jonathan Taylor is definitely on that short list.
Yeah, I think Jonathan Taylor's right there with Daniel Jones. And dare I say, my man Baker Mayfield is just making things happen for the Bucs. But this is the game, man. I don't want to hear it. I'm saying this is with my heart. I'm saying it with my chest. I don't want to hear, they're winning close game. That's the game, guys. There's no style points in the NFL. You either win or lose because you get 1 shot a week to do it. It's not the NBA or even Major League Baseball where you could get blown out 13-1 one night. You're coming right back for a 205 pitch less than 24 hours later. That game is gone out of those guys' mind. An NFL loss just lags, and it hangs, and it just hovers over you, and 1 turns to 2, 2 turns to 4, 4 turns to 8. And now, guys with a hammy, it hurts a little more, Coach, at 2-7. That groin hurts a little more, because I tell you, at 7-2, he's suiting up to play. At 2-7, it's a little different. But just really quick, Jonathan Vilma, who was just awesome. That was so great speaking with him. Great football mind as he was a player. He said something that I love and I always kind of hinge on to. Every team's got a shot at 0-0, right, to start the year. But as we go on, Steve, we swear we just know it all, man. We just know what's going to happen. And things turn fast. And I'm not wishing injury on anybody. But what if this Puka Nacua thing, what if this is weeks? Now, this totally changes the entire dynamic of the NFC West and the Rams offense. You spoke about forcing it to Devontae. You take Puka off the field, you don't have a choice now.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
to force it into Devontae.
The Steelers had 3 field goals. The Browns' defense is outstanding. They're trying to hold things in check, but offensively, the Browns, let's put it this way. Right now, Pittsburgh leading Cleveland 9-0, 3.5 minutes to go in the first half. Total yards, the Steelers have 166. The Browns have 34.
Oh, Dylan Gabriel. Yeah, there we go.
Well, I was laughing when they said, now Shedeur Sanders is the number 2 quarterback. I'm like, well, gee, a little math there. If Joe Flacco is gone, what else would he be? How is that a story? No. But that tells you again the fascination about Shedeur Sanders. So, look, Dylan Gabriel, what do they have? I don't care who you're going to put in at quarterback. This team doesn't have a lot of juice in terms of playmakers offensively. But we'll see how long they stick with Dylan Gabriel. Will they try to shake things up? And by the way, you can talk about shaking things up. We've seen 2 prime examples on the collegiate level, UCLA. I mean, it's unreal. I know I talk about my Bruins, but
you have every right now.
They made a switch in coach and in offensive coordinator, and it's night and day. It's like the same players and a completely different outcome. And we're beginning to see it with the Giants right now, where, you bring in the rookie Jackson Dart, but what's happening is you have Dart, you have Scatterbo, these 2 rookies, and it gets the fan base excited. It gets the organization excited. Everyone raises their game a little bit more.
A little more.
And all of a sudden you're like, hey, I can't wait to see what's next with these guys. And that gives juice to a team where, you start getting that adrenaline pumping like, wow, I'm excited, man. It's looking good. Maybe we got something better. That's what these kind of changes could do. So maybe, I don't know, Cleveland with Shedeur Sanders, if he were to come in and somehow get something lit up.
Get a win.
Get a win.
Just get a win.
Get a touchdown. How about just a touchdown? To somehow ignite this Browns offense.
I always say this. I love talking to players because I always just feel like you get a better vibe from former players and current players about what's really going on in the locker room. And you hit the nail on the head exactly perfectly as you normally do. You're a Hall of Famer. I mean, that's the type of stuff you do.
Oh, thank you.
But you're right. They already know what Jameis Winston is. The vets on that team already know what Russell Wilson. Like, we already know. You can do this training camp stuff all you want. The Browns players already knew what Joe Flacco was. This is why he wasn't getting a lot of reps and, we're just, we're resting him. He doesn't need it, and he probably doesn't. That's fine. I get it. He's in like year 37 in the league. I understand. But when you do invigorate a freshman in college or a rookie in the NFL, and they make a player too, people don't realize how big that is in an NFL locker room. A guy who could just make a throw to another guy, and the guy catches it, and maybe breaks a tackle, and then maybe scores a touchdown, and you see the work he put in on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. He was first one there. You hear the jugs machine at 8 o'clock at night, 2 hours after everybody's gone. You look out the window, it's that guy. It's where the superstar's gone home to his big mansion and his Bentley and his family and all that good stuff. That guy that's making $500,000, that 5th round pick, that undrafted guy, trust me, you will need him one of these Sundays, Thursday night, or Monday nights, because injuries happen in this sport, and it's got to be next man up, and it invigorates. The guys in the huddle, and the last point, I heard this from Derwin James. The guys in the locker room know. The guys in the locker room. The fans, we think we know, radio, TV guys. He goes, the guys that are there every day, trust me, we know. We know who can play and who can't.
The comment after UCLA's big win against Michigan State from Nico Iamaleava, their quarterback, said it all.
Thank you, by the way.
He said, we're having fun. We're having fun. It's a game.
It's supposed to be fun.
It's a game. If you're having fun, you will play well.
Yep.
You will be relaxed. You will let your talent take over. But when he said after the game, he just had a smile. He goes, we're having fun right now. We're having fun. Well, if you're having fun, then things are going to be good. By the way, I'll tell you who's having fun right now, the Saints.
Right.
They are coming back in this game. Spencer Rattler, 11 of 12, 121 yards. He's also run for 20 yards. Kamara's got 31 yards. Don't forget, they got Chris Olave. I mean, he's
right. They got
4
some players.
catches, 75 yards receiving in this game, 5 targets, 4 catches. So the Saints hanging in, trailing the Patriots by a score of 14-13. All right, we're zeroing in on halftime. 7 games around the NFL. We're all over it. And by the way, have you seen that red ostrich logo on professional baseball's postseason helmets.
Beautiful.
That's Strauss, family-owned since 1948 and trusted by pros worldwide. Pants built like tools, durable, comfortable, and engineered to perform from grit to glory. Gear up now at Strauss.com. That's STRUS.com, SS.com. And let me ask you this. Final four now. We're all set with the League Championship Series later today, obviously. Blue Jays take on the Mariners, and the Dodgers head to Milwaukee to open up the NLCS tomorrow. What's your quick overview on these two series?
I love the way the Dodgers look. I hate the way that series ended with Philly. I felt for that guy. I felt for that pitcher, but I thought that was a managerial mistake, and I had to go deep on Twitter because people were like, what are you talking about? And I'll go deep in another segment. We talk about, but I like the Dodgers to win this series.
You're ignoring the fact they were 0-6 against the Brewers this year?
And I'm a guy who says the regular season means nothing once the postseason starts, because if we're going to say, oh, regular season is different from the postseason, then you need to leave the regular season stuff out of the conversation that you have me. Give me the Dodgers in 6. And you know what, man? The Mariners, they won the AFC. I mean, the AFC. They won the AL West. You were a believer in them back in April.
I was. The Mariners are the only team that have never been to a World Series.
Right.
There's 30 franchises, only one. The Mariners have never been in a World Series.
Do they still hold the AL wins record?
They
for
do.
regular
116.
Okay, so they still hold that record. The Major League record. So they still hold that record. Give me the. I think it'll be 7. I need 7.
You're talking about an all West Coast World Series.
Absolutely.
East Coast listeners are not happy with that.
Well, that's fine. I'm from the East Coast. I was just there for a week. But give me the Dodgers in 5 or 6.
All right. Well,
although granted, you're also saying if it would be the East Coast, it'd be from Toronto, and we know how Canadian teams play down here in the States.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Ratings.
I mean, all I know is this. I like your pick, but let's keep in mind again. Pretty much the entire year, the Blue Jays and the Brewers had the best record in their respective leagues.
You're right.
And here they are as the teams with the home field advantage in the League Championship Series.
I can't wait. I'm excited.
Postseason baseball is phenomenal. Yep. That 15-inning game the other night was absolutely edge of your seat. You're hanging literally on every pitch because one pitch comes at the end of the game.
Right.
That's what makes baseball special.
I hated every second.
I know you did because he's a Tiger guy to the core. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll continue to update you on these 7 games around the NFL heading toward halftime. This is End Zone Radio.
NFL Sundays live here.
Jones rolls out to his right, being chased by the Cardinals. He's at the 5. He's in! Touchdown! Daniel Jones, a rushing score. His 4th rushing touchdown this season.
It's your NFL Sunday. We're Fox Sports Radio.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening, because health is a long game, and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at Depend.com.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 321-321. That's METER to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Thinking about buying a new car? You might want to pump the brakes.
With prices climbing across the board, that new car smell is coming with a bigger price tag than ever. It's no wonder more people are choosing to keep the cars they already own, and Maaco is here to help make those cars feel brand new again. Whether your vehicle's rocking a faded finish, carrying around a few dents from daily life, or your bumper's seen better days, we've got you covered. Maaco specializes in high-quality, affordable paint jobs and light collision repairs that bring your car back to life. Without the sticker shock, you'll be surprised how far a fresh coat of paint and a little bodywork can go. It's fast, affordable, and makes your car look great without blowing your budget. Don't wait. Book your free estimate online or visit your nearest Maaco today. Appointments fill up fast, and your car deserves a fresh start because now, more than ever, it just makes sense to invest in what you already have. Uh-oh, better get Maaco.
Jason Smith.
Oh, you're that bloke on the radio.
It's Mike Harmon.
Ta-da! I'm kind of a big deal.
And they talk sports.
The one person that this playoff is not fun for is my wife.
Amongst other things.
I had an incredibly long dream about Jerry Jones last night.
Really?
Did I mention they're best friends?
You're hateful, and I'm positive.
It's the Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Bang.
Weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Yeah! There are some shows you don't want to miss.
This is going to be fun.
And there are some shows you can't miss.
Let's not overreact.
This is Covino and Rich.
To quote the great Howie Rose, put it in the books. Howie Rose put on social media, and I agree with this. I don't care who you root for, but if you can't find even an ounce of compassion for Orion Kirker, you are undoubtedly devoid of a soul. How do you not feel a little bad for that dude? Ground ball back to him, bobbles it a little bit, and everyone on planet Earth, unfortunately, was like, bro,
first base.
First base.
First base.
First base.
Yeah, but bro, I mean,
base.
one of the first things you learn, even at a Little League level, and not to rub it in and add salt to the wounds here, but it's to know if the ball's hit to you, where am I going with it?
Yeah.
You do that before every batter, before every pitch thrown. If it's hit to me, where am I going with it? How do you not know?
I mean,
You're the guy
it's
pitching.
the moment, and that's why you got to feel compassion.
It's a high-pressure moment. I'd give him a hug, too, if I could. So it's not easy.
You know, I coach 5- and 6-year-olds, and before every play, I go, all right, baseball ready, Mudcats? And then the kids all look up, and I go, you know where you're going with the ball. That is, honestly, it is.
Yeah.
You started a T-ball. Hey, little Dylan. Hey, Phoenix. When you get the ball, where are you going?
Where's the play?
Hey, it's first and second. You're playing third. Where are you going? I can step on the base. Yeah.
Right.
Like,
you know what it is? I think it's that bobble and then a quick panic moment. And he threw it away, and that was it.
Cool.
And Danny G, he didn't even touch home plate. That was the weird thing.
Yeah, Kim, rookie mistake.
Hey, this is Cheech, and this is Chung, and you're listening to Covino and Rich, so listen up.
To get the rest of what Covino and Rich said, podcast it by searching Covino and Rich. And as always, you can hear Covino and Rich weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Give it up.
When you're a couple, you're a team.
I give you.
It's Rob Parker.
Let's just deal with the facts.
Not the feeling.
It's Kelvin Washington.
Man, let's ride.
Put your hands together.
And they're the odd couple, teaming up and making plays.
Dude, you can be the guy.
Most nights. I'm the poo-poo king.
Oh, boy.
I want to hear what they have to say.
I'm not gonna lie, the Chiefs were clinched.
Listen to The Odd Couple every weekday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Are you using the TalkBack feature on the iHeartRadio app? It's the button that looks like a microphone which allows you to talk to us. Press it, record your message, and fire it off.
Rose Bowl game.
It's simple and intuitive.
Broadcast on radio.
On second thought, perhaps some people are confusing it with a smart speaker prompt.
Texas and Arizona.
Pretty sure that's what's happening.
Texas and Arizona football game.
Fox Sports Radio is at your fingertips on the iHeartRadio app. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
Young throws to the end zone. McMillan's open, makes the catch. T-Mac with his first career touchdown. A 19-yard strike from Bryce Young to Tataroa McMillan.
That's 99.7 The Fox Panthers Radio Network. Panthers trailing the Cowboys right now, 17-10. Final seconds going off in the first half of that game. Once again, we're here in the Fox Sports Radio studios. By the way, the Daddle guy that we were barely recognizing last week. Remember, Carolina had a big game last week and found out he gained over 1,000 yards rushing for the Cowboys last year. We had no recall of him. How about 13 carries, 80 yards in this game in the first half?
No.
So
really
right now, the Carolina Panthers again trailing the Cowboys
Shoot it
17-10. And we got a few seconds left in the first half there. Just a quick rundown of the scoreboard around the NFL. Colts lead. The Cardinals are hanging in there 14-10. Colts, a minute left to go in the half. Dolphins over the Chargers 10-9. The Saints have come back to take a 16-14 lead over the Patriots. Steelers lead the Browns 9-0. We mentioned Cowboys over the Panthers 17-10. Seahawks lead the Jaguars. We haven't talked a whole lot about that game. That game 10-6 Seahawks now. And the Ravens have a 4th and goal right now at the Rams' 1-yard line, trying to get in the end zone. This is a 3-3 games. All these games literally the last minute of the first half. The Ravens are hanging in here. Okay, so you got 9 seconds left, 4th and goal. So you got one play. You got Derrick Henry. Let's just start right there, who, by the way, in the first half has 17 carries for 92 yards.
Who figured he can run the ball still?
So, I don't know. 4th down, hand the ball off to the big guy, right?
Yeah, that's what I would do. How about 2nd, 3rd, 4th? Like, if it's on the one, the 6'3", 240-pound guy gets the football. I don't care if you know it.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't care if you know it.
Who knows it. Doesn't matter. So we'll see what the Colts do here. They had a reset of the clock is what they did. So that side there was a delay.
Look where the ball's sitting, Steve.
It's inside the 1-yard line. We're talking about a half yard, and you have Derrick Henry in your backfield. I'm
Cooper
safe
Rush,
to say.
QB sneak.
I mean, I'll put it this way.
Better not
if the Rams stop him, more power to the Rams.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. We'll take it, and they give the ball to Derrick Henry, and he gets stuffed for a 3-yard loss.
And you know why? Because he stutters his feet.
Yeah.
And I cannot stand, I say this all the time as a coach. If you're going to run the ball on the goal line, you have got to let the running back get a running start. The fact that he's standing there and takes a counter step, watch this. He takes a counter step. He's receiving the ball 4 yards in the backfield. That is not how you run the football on the goal line. He needs the sprint. See the counter step he takes, Steve?
Yeah.
Why? Why would you? And he runs to the side where the penetration's coming through.
All right,
that's just a terrible play call, and it's terrible execution.
Well, and that's John Harbaugh, most overrated coach in the NFL.
Oh, man.
He's dumbing down his team right now. So that's how the half ends with the Ravens and the Rams tied at 3 after Derrick Henry gets caught for a 2-3-yard loss on 4th and goal at the 1-yard line. Meanwhile, the Dolphins, final seconds ticking off here. They've got a chance to increase their lead over the Chargers right now in this game after a slow start. Tua Tagovailoa catching a little fire right now 9 of 16 for 114 yards. He did throw a pick earlier in this game, but the big story here for the Dolphins is your running back finally made a big play, got in the end zone.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do with him more is just get the ball in your playmakers' hands. I always say sometimes coaches make football sometimes harder than it has to be. It's okay, my guy's bigger, stronger, faster, better coached, and just a better football athlete than your guy right here that's got to cover him. So I probably should give him the ball and just let him do what his God-given ability is and outplay your guy, which we see some coaches make it very easy to do. Kyle Shanahan's one of the best at it. Get the ball to Christian McCaffrey in space. Let him do him. Give it to Debo. Debo's not there anymore. It's in Washington, but when he was there, get the ball to Debo in different aspects of the game. It's not just always throw the ball to him, throw the ball to him. Like we talked about Devontae Adams and trying to force him the ball. When I'm a quarterback and I come out and I see soft coverage, 8-9 yards. Why don't I just hike the ball, turn, and throw it right to him? That guy's got 8 yards to make up. He's probably made up about 3 once the ball's in the air. But now I have Devontae Adams, a big body receiver, who's got a 5-yard cushion to now make a small guy miss and possibly pick up a big play, a touchdown, a first down. It's a smart play. Like if we turn and we look at the Seattle and Jacksonville game, you see the coverage of the corner and the receiver there, Steve? It's 10 yards. Why are you even running a route towards that corner? Coaches make things harder than it really has to be sometimes. I guess everybody wants to be the smartest guy in the room sometimes, so.
All right, well, we're trying to get an update on the Puka Nacua injury. It's a foot injury. We know that. He was trying to make an insane catch, came down the wrong way, was taken off the field, very much limping off the field. So, Bo, if you could try to get an update on the Puka Nacua situation, it is some sort of foot injury. The Dolphins will get the field goal as we go into the half, so Miami leads this game 13-9. Remember, we were all buzzing about the Chargers after they got 3 straight division wins to open up their season. Not so much anymore. If they lose this game, last week was an absolute debacle as they had a 10-0 lead. Were driving. They had the fumble by Quentin Johnston. The next thing you know, the Commanders take over, and the Chargers never scored again in that game. Got blown out 27-10.
The league of attrition, man. This year, guys are just going down one after another, and it's starting to just weigh on these teams. You can't now. You can replace a guy or two, but Steve, you can't replace 7-8 starters. And you don't have 7 or 8 great backup guys.
Well, not when you're paying them again because of the salary cap restrictions.
Right.
You're really limited in how much you could pay backup players. And way back in the Stone Age, before we had all this, you could bring in veterans, veterans that still have a little bit less, some gas left in the tank to fill out your roster. And if you had injuries, you had experienced players stepping in. Now you got free agent rookies all over the place. You get them on the absolute cheap, so you can stay underneath the cap and pay your superstars the big money. If those stars go down, tough break.
Not only that, Steve, you got backups who can't play, man. Like, because you have to fill out 53, man, right? Like, you have to. And I guarantee you, if I had to put a percentage on it, how many of these teams you think have 53 NFL playable guys?
Well, not only that, remember they've got, up to 17 guys
17,
now?
17, I think,
on your practice squad.
Right? So you got... Yeah, 70 guys.
Well, it's like the NBA. The NBA, how many guys can really play in the NBA out of 30 teams and what do you have, 14 guys on the bench?
Maybe 40.
Come on.
Maybe 30.
Really
guys
can
actually
play.
Yeah, no, not
really
get out there and go
like you're
score.
making a difference out there.
Exactly. There you go.
You're not just a body being thrown out there.
And that's what I see in the NFL with a lot of backups in today. Just really quick point on this Ravens-Rams game. You talk about, the Chargers. Look with the Rams. Rams start hot, but and Devontae Adams had a drop too. So we could talk about trying to force the ball into him. He had one hit him between a 1 and a 7, and it popped off his chest plate, and he dropped the ball. So that stuff like that is on him. But this league changes very fast, and we have yet to talk about what the Patriots did to Buffalo up in Buffalo last Sunday night. Like that was, and I text you, right? I said, hey, I'm starting the game late. No spoilers, but I'm just getting to. But I got a feeling. I got a feeling about this game. I didn't know what the outcome was, but there it was.
Well, again, Buffalo has not played all that great.
Right, the Saints should have beat them the week before.
We should call your dad.
Right. Well, they didn't cover the spread. We know that against the Saints. By the way, the Patriots followed up by trailing the Saints. How about that? Right now by a score of 16-14, all of that have a first and goal at the Saints 1-yard line.
Would you guys like a Puka Nacua
that never missed?
Yes, what do we have?
He was like
okay, I'm gonna head out.
Sprints on the sideline.
Oh,
I just saw that. He's trying to.
If that's live, then maybe he'll play in the second half.
Well, that's good. If he's on the sideline still in uniform, that means he has a chance to play.
They're at the half, so I don't think. Yeah, they're at the half now.
It looked to me like he banged his shin on the defender's knee when he was going down, so it probably didn't feel good.
All right, let's find out what is trending right now as Monty is once again ready.
Her Colts pick, that's what's trending.
Yeah.
That's going to be trending for weeks.
Are you nervous about your Chargers today? Are you nervous about your Chargers
I've been nervous about my Chargers for weeks. I feel like I had this conversation last week with VJ. Remember? I was like, I'm not comfortable.
I'm sitting there watching the game when I got home last week, and all I could do was think about the conversation we had where I'm like, hey, they're fine. They're going to cover it. They're going to cover the Commanders. What are you worried about?
No. Honestly, what the Chargers should do is move to Brazil.
If they go crazy?
Move to Brazil.
They played great there.
That's their best game.
That's their best game. That's why he's saying that.
You smoke
crack, don't you? You see the partnership? Yes. See how tight we are? I knew exactly why he just said that.
You smoke crack, don't you?
That's the best game this year.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. The Patriots ended all of these games are at halftime, by the way. The Patriots ended the half with another touchdown pass from Drake May. Then they went for a successful 2-point conversion. So they're up on the Saints right now, 22-16. Rams, Ravens tied at 3. Dolphins over the Chargers 13-9. We've got the Cardinals losing to the Colts 14-10. Daniel Jones has a touchdown in the air and a touchdown on the ground. The Steelers haven't scored a touchdown, but they're still up on the Browns 9-3. And the Cowboys have a lead over the Panthers 17-13, while the Seahawks holding on to their lead over the Jaguars. Sam Darnold did have a nice 61-yard touchdown pass to Jackson Smith and Jigba. They're up on the Jags 13-6. Football started in London this morning, and the Broncos survived. It wasn't pretty, but Denver improves to 4-2 after defeating the Jets 13-11. Jets still looking for their first win of the season, but big news out of college football as Penn State has fired their head football coach, James Franklin. Terry Smith is going to be the interim coach now at Penn State. He's a longtime assistant coach, has been there all 12 years with Franklin. Penn State owes Franklin more than $49 million.
Yeah.
So he's going to go away for more than 49.
That's
No,
nothing for
I mean, there's nothing for who? What are you talking? That's a
For,
big
no,
chunk
for,
of
it is, but for them to pay it, that they
they get the money. Look, it was coming.
It was coming. It was coming. I think they were just like, that's still a lot of like money to go away.
Oh, that's money. That's great, great for James
Jimbo
Franklin.
Jimbo Fisher got $73 million from
That
A&M.
doesn't mean we're trying to catch Jimbo Fisher's number here. Like,
Somebody
no
is
school's trying to do that. But, and I think Franklin is going to get a call from another school. So he's going to get $49 million to go away, then he's going to get hired over there.
Think about this. You are now investing big money, millions in NIL money to get these top players.
Yep.
And if you're not producing with the extra money now being invested in the players, you walk the plank. And that's what happened to Franklin.
Great point.
Yep.
Great point.
Yeah,
It's
there's
true.
more at stake now. This is huge money.
Right. There's less
Huge money.
excuses
that's
for everybody. Back to you guys.
All right, Monty, thank you very
Yes.
much. Once again, End Zone Radio here. Steve Hartman, VJ Husky with you. We're in the Fox Sports Radio studios. By the way, if you missed any of today's show, you want to catch the podcast, just search Fox Sports Radio. Whenever you get your podcast, right after the show, today's podcast will be posted. Be sure to follow the podcast, rate it 5 stars, and you can even provide a review. Again, just search Fox Sports Radio wherever you get your podcasts and find today's show. Full show posted right after we get off the air. One game we really haven't talked a whole lot about today, and it's a big matchup. Really, two teams you're like, are they for real or not? Seahawks and Jaguars, and the Seahawks lead this game by a score of 13-6. By the way, the Seahawks, ironically, 2-0 on the road, so looking for their third straight road victory. And Sam Darnold, 18 of 14, 140 yards and a touchdown, passer rating of 115. He's top 3 in the league in every category when it comes to passing. So the idea that he was a one-year wonder with all the talent he was surrounded by in Minnesota, at least early on this season, he is proving, I mean, they've got talent in Seattle, but not like Minnesota. And his numbers look very similar. So I think we can write off the idea that Sam Darnold was a bust, because when you're drafted by the Jets and don't perform, join the club. You go to Minnesota where you're handed all kinds of talent to throw the ball with. He had great numbers. But Sam Darnold's proving, at least early in this season in Seattle, that he is indeed the quarterback that a lot of people projected him to be. Remember, most people thought he should have been the number 1 overall pick over Baker Mayfield. Mayfield has certainly proven himself to be an outstanding quarterback in this league, but right now Sam Darnold is on that path.
I'm not, once again, going to be hyperbolic. Is he having a good start to this season? Yeah. Today, though, I have to do full contact. 8 of 14, 140. He's got 5 of those, my man Jackson Smith and Jigba, 5 for 117. One was a 61-yarder for a touchdown. The other receivers, Charbonnet, Arroyo, and Barner, all 1 catch each.
Well, again, let's go to that. How deep is their receiving core?
Right. Well, no, it's
you
true.
got one outstanding receiver. Get him the ball.
You got one guy. Yeah, you got one guy. Well, I'm with you on that. Got to get him the ball. But just a little full contact. Something else about this game, too. Zach Charbonnet, 6 carries, and Kenneth Walker, the third, 3. Maybe he's still upset about little brother getting smacked around like that yesterday, and that's affected him today. But 18 yards and 8. They can't run the football. So I don't know how sustainable this type of performance can be for him, because in the NFL, we do know you may be able to get through a few weeks without being effectively to run the football. But overall, the team that normally wins the most games, has home field, gets to the Super Bowl, wins the Super Bowl, They have a great running game. They can attack you with the run that sets up the pass, and it keeps their defense off the film. They win time of possession, which I think is an overrated stat in football, but it is still a stat. It's time of possession because the Rams, the greatest show on turf, showed you we only need about a minute and 50 seconds per possession. We don't need 11-play drives, 13-play drives. We'll hit you fast and hit you quick. Joe Montana and those Niners and Bill Washington, the West Coast offense, used to do that a lot back in the 80s. Also, Eric Corione, the Dolphins with Mark Duper and Clayton, just to name a few. But I would be, once again, just a little remiss of pumping the brakes and not being just, oh, Sam Darnold has erased all the demons. They're going to have to run the football well. They can't give up a game like they did last week, giving up 30-plus points at home. Defense hasn't played well so far. Great today. Kind of makes you, I don't know what, side-eye the Jags a little bit from Monday. Well, Monday night, was that more about the Chiefs? It was about the Jags?
Well,
but once again, that's the NFL. You know?
I'm glad you mentioned the Chiefs.
Okay.
All right, so as I mentioned, as we go into Week 6, the Chiefs are the 10 seed in the AFC.
Why do you say it like
they're
that?
3 spots out of a playoff right now. They're not even in the playoff conversation at this point. And they get to host the Lions, who, with the sudden fall of the Eagles, I guess right now you'd have to say the Lions are the best team in the NFC. I mean, this was a 15-win team a year ago. After a stumble early against the Packers, they've rebounded. This is the best offense in the league right now, going against a Chiefs defense that is in decline. By the way, what was up with Chris Jones just standing there watching Trevor Lawrence going in the end zone? Well, did he just quit? Did he run out of gas? What the hell happened there?
I once again, I'm not going to get on the angle of, oh, they're done, they're over. I do think
they're done. The Chiefs are done.
There's some major problems there. And I thought Mahomes took a little more on that he really should have early in this year. He's running guys over. He's lowering his shoulder. And I watched that stuff and I said, yeah, but that's, once again, one of my favorite words in sports. That's not sustainable. That's going to eventually wear you down. And Pat Mahomes has not been worn down. And some of these weapons that were supposed to kind of step up and take place and take shape and take form offensively, it's not there. They're not doing it. Kelsey looks kind of, I don't want to use the word disinterested because I'm not in his brain.
Well, he's
but
done.
He just doesn't look as engaged as I've seen, you know?
Look, what's amazing to me, I want to get Chris, our Lions insider, here in this. Why are the Lions an underdog in this game? I know it's Sunday night, it's the Chiefs are at home, but how are the Chiefs favored in this game?
Well, I can think of a few reasons. Number one, if we want to talk about like personnel wise, I think the Lions now, their left tackle is now down to like their third string, which is Dan Skipper, who's a bit of a veteran, but I think there's always worry on that front. But more on the fact is, like, I think people are just, this is what happens when you have a public team like the Chiefs. I think people expect, this is at Arrowhead too.
Yeah, but Chiefs were big underdogs the other week. I mean, I don't understand why the Lions are dogs.
Jacksonville. Like, I'm going to assume because it's a road game and they're still always like, it's a good question. I don't have a great answer for this. I think the Lions should probably be a road favorite here, but it's still just people still clinging to this idea that the Chiefs, this can't be the end for the Chiefs. The Chiefs will somehow figure this out, turn this around.
But I go back to last year's Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
I was on record here saying that the Eagles would win that game double digits. I repeated it. I never wavered on it. I said, what are you looking at here? Are you watching the Eagles? Are you watching the Chiefs? And everyone's like, yeah, but it's the Chiefs, man. They're just going to find a way. Well, after winning 17 consecutive one-score games, the Chiefs have now lost 3 of those in a row.
And we talk about this all the time. Every year we have a team that has a bunch of one-score games. We talked about last week. What happens next year? We hate this term regression to the mean, but it always seems to happen every time. The luck just goes against you, or you get those.
Well, that's what happened to the Vikings. The Vikings a couple years ago had that run of one-score wins, and then it evaporated.
Yeah.
Well, right now, the Chiefs, that has been their bread and butter, pulling games out, finding ways to win 0-3 in one-score games.
It's hard to do, as you guys just said. It's hard to do season to season, but no season is like the other.
Exactly.
Every NFL season, for every coach, player, trainer, assistant, GM, owner, everything is different in the National Football League. Hell, not just year to year, week to week, guys. It's different. That's why we love this. I speak for myself. That's why I love this the way I do, because from week to week, you just don't know what you're going to get. Ravens and Rams right now. If the Ravens somehow pull this out, okay, they go to 2-4. It's not over. You don't have Lamar. Do you now can rest Lamar another week? Because we got the dove. You get the 1-5, I think it could be bat phone time for the Ravens in some shape, fashion, or form, because 1-5 just spells the death of a team. But if you look around the rest of the AFC, who is standing out? We were ready to crown Buffalo. Buffalo was going to walk away with the AFC, guys, right? And they let the Patriots go in there on their home field, and Stephon Diggs rip them apart, and Drake May lead them on a game-winning drive. And you honestly go, okay, what the hell is going on here? It's week to week.
Well, what's going on with the Rams? Think about this. In the 4 Ravens losses, they've given up 41, 38, 37, and 44.
They got some defenders back.
The Rams have 3 points at halftime against this defense?
Kyle Hamilton's back, middle linebacker. They have some guys back.
Well, but that's you go from 41, 38, 37, 44 to 3.
Hey, listen, it happens.
That's
it
the
happens.
point. The Rams are sucking wind right now, and they're keeping this Ravens team in this game. We just started the third quarter. Rams do have the ball in Ravens territory, looking for some answers against the worst defense in the National Football League. All right, we'll continue on here. We got the games now into the second half. Which games will go down to the wire? You're going to find out by keeping it right here. This is End Zone Radio.
Baseball, it's just a different kind of fandom.
There's nothing like playoff baseball.
Those are the moments we're dying for, right?
Living with every pitch.
Oh, my God!
Holding our breath with each at bat.
Bases loaded, 2 outs.
You ready?
Let's go. Oh, my God!
It's the MLB playoffs, and it's what we're talking about on Fox Sports Radio.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey, girl. I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager. Hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
Last MLB postseason, Strauss made history as the first brand ever with its logo on the batting helmets. Family owned since 1948, Strauss is trusted worldwide for workwear that truly performs. Their cargo work pants, tough, comfortable, and built from materials up to 5 times stronger than traditional cotton. The Smart Pocket design gives me utility I actually use every day, no matter the job. This isn't just workwear, it's gear engineered to perform. From grit to glory, gear up now at Strauss.com. That's STRAUSS.com.
Now, here's a little something that you missed from the Ben Maller Show.
Think of it like instant mashed potatoes, just add some water. What is the vibe around the Dave Roberts Dodgers? You can't really feel that great, can you? I mean, you talk about the definition of better to be lucky than good. And that's exactly what that smelled like. You smell that? Yeah. My goodness. You could feel the universe trying to send this thing to a Game 5. And the Dodgers were like our guy that left the show, Roberto. They were driving the struggle bus. The much ballyhooed Big Three. Shohei Ohtani, greatest player ever. Mookie Betts. Do I have to apologize for Mookie Betts again? Freddie Freeman. I believe if my math is right. I used some Maller math on this. They batted a collective 150. What are you talking about sucking? A horrific 160, 8 for 50. Against the Philadelphia Phillies. That's the Big Blue Wrecking Crew. My fat ass, that's the Big Blue Wrecking Crew. They were teetering on the brink. They were wobbling around like a guy on a unicycle trying to drive through a hurricane. And, hey, listen, again, they're lucky. The box score doesn't charge rent for squatting. There were a lot of squatters in there, a lot of floaters. And the Dodgers' anemic offense scored 2 runs in a closeout game, one on a bases-loaded walk to Mookie Betts, and the other, which ended it, the throwing error by Orion Kerkering on the Andy Pages 40-foot bouncer. That is not manufacturing runs. That is like walking around the parking lot at Disneyland and finding a $20 bill.
To get the rest of what Big Ben said, podcast it by searching The Ben Maller Show. And as always, you can hear The Ben Maller Show weekdays from 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific, right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Right now, the Dan Patrick Show.
Dan Patrick.
When you have to put out statements, we're, 5 games in, and we're
putting out statements, that doesn't bode well here. We're blaming his young girlfriend. She gets, like, oh my gosh, how does he let this happen? Exactly. Bill never had messes in New England. He controlled everything, and now it seems like he controls nothing. So the blame is on Bill. Bill has to get this right. And everything that you're hearing is like it's all negative. Now, granted, they do have 2 wins. It's just they've been blown out 3 times. And if you're a recruit or you're the parents of a recruit, you want your kid going to North Carolina? And North Carolina has never had a problem with getting top talent. Never.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan and the Danettes and you.
Weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. This is the Jason Smith Show.
Check this out.
With Mike Harmon.
This has been an absolute disaster. This is an absolute epic fail by the Eagles. Maybe Jalen Carter is the MVP of the NFL because clearly the games the Eagles have trouble. He's not been playing. He was ruled out right before the game started. And clearly, when you're missing one of the best defensive linemen in the NFL, it's going to hurt you. But wow, the Eagles have just been getting dominated physically and dominated. They've been making plays on them. The Giants making plays on. Even Jalen Hyatt is drawing pass interference calls in the end zone, and Jalen Hyatt's terrible. Like this Giants team, all of a sudden, they look like coming into this game, hey, they're the team that's the Super Bowl champion. They're the team with the excitement and the young quarterback and the young running back. Like everything is coming up Giants. The Eagles look like they're running in mud. Like, how is this happening to them? This is an absolute fail.
You're listening to Jason Smith with Mike Harmon. Weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. One more Dan Patrick.
That sounds like he might be touchable.
One more Colin Cowherd.
Be honest about it.
How about some more Doug Gottlieb?
I want to be your guy who's here every single stinking day.
More Fox Sports Radio?
Any way you want this, I can make it happen.
Then it's yours. All of it.
We love it!
Download the iHeartRadio app and indulge while you do things.
Do it!
That's a good thing.
This is Fox Sports Radio. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
Si te quieres divertir, con encanto y con primor.
Kyren Williams in the home position. Matthew Stafford under center. Hands off Kyren. He's got a crease. He's got the end zone. Kyren Williams, touchdown LA. Untouched for the lead. After his best catch as a pro, Kyren pays it off with 6.
That's the Rams Radio Network. So the Rams finally score a touchdown against the worst defense in the NFL. Rams take the lead over the Ravens 10-3. 12 minutes to go in the third quarter in that game. Once again, End Zone Radio here, Hartman and Husky. We're in the Fox Sports Radio studios. There was a catch made by Kyren Williams. Was phenomenal catch. He was falling backwards toward the sidelines, right over the defender's hand. He was able to hang on to the ball. By the way, the Seahawks have just scored again on a Sam Darnold pass to Cooper Kupp.
Coop's having a party, dude.
So the Seahawks now extend their lead on the road against the Jags, 19-6. So let's take a look now at this NFC West.
Yeah.
Right. By the way, can I mention one other team in the NFC West? That would be the Arizona Cardinals, who trail the Colts 14-10, but they have a 2nd and goal at the Colts 5-yard line. So you have the Niners, you have the Seahawks, you got the Rams, and you got the Arizona Cardinals. All of a sudden, that's looking like a very competitive NFC West right now.
Also, really quick before you continue on, no Kyler Murray today. We haven't talked about that.
Exactly. Jacoby Brissett is in at quarterback.
Brissett. There have been 12 starting backup quarterbacks by week 6.
That is crazy.
That's almost half the league, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Yeah. Cardinals, again, hanging in there. There's a road game against the Colts. As soon as I, go out on the limb and say the Colts are for real, they're for real, now all of a sudden they're struggling against a Cardinals team who's coming off a devastating loss.
That was terrible.
What?
That was terrible.
Wow.
And I felt for them because it's almost – Steve, we can blame coaching all we want, but you made a great point. We talk about it. When you have a lot of injuries, that's when your coaching shows up.
That's it.
As a parent, you and I are both parents. I think we're both parents too. So we're 3 parents in here. parenting is not when you're with your child. Parenting shows up when your child is away from
Correct.
you. And you'll learn this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If you got toddlers like I do, I have older daughters, Bo has a toddler. Trust me, when they get 13, 14, you know your parents going to kick in when you drop them off at the mall to hang out with their friends. And you give instructions on what to do, where to meet you, what time, what are you going to be doing. That's when
If you made your
find
impact as a parent, you're with them all the time.
You're with them all the time. And it's like that with coaching. It doesn't matter if I have my third right guard. The coaching is going to show up. We saw this with the Patriots for 12 years. Guys, they had injuries too. They didn't have 11 starters on offense and defense every year for 20 years. That's not how it was. But the coaching is what showed up time and time again.
Arizona just scored touchdown pass. Jacoby Brissett threw a touchdown pass to, who did that go to? Oh, McBride. Okay,
Who
so
else?
17-14 now. The Cardinals have taken the lead on the road against the current number 1 seed Indianapolis Colts. And I look up, the Rams just scored again.
Yep.
My man, Tyler Higbee, our family friend, Tyler Higbee.
Our guy.
By the way, he needs to wire money into my ex's account.
He owe me some bread too,
Yeah,
and
he
an
actually
order of wings. From
He is a
Cooper
super
City
guy, and
Outback.
he is
But that
beautiful
came
pride.
off of a fumble too. I want to make sure
Right.
we give the fans the context. Zay Flowers, my guy, who I was enamored with when he was at Boston College, and I said, this guy reminds me of Tyreek Hill. He could be that good when he got to the league. And I did. I put it out on the air. There's still time, guys. In his third year.
I was wrong.
But he
not looking
fumbles. Rams
You know
pick
what?
it
We
up,
should call your
punch
dad.
it back
Where's your
in.
dad?
Now it kind of looks
Yeah,
like,
no,
okay,
like-
and here's the fumble right here.
No.
Not
Are you
protecting
really
the
his
football.
father?
3 guys around you, and you're still holding it up around your chest with one hand.
New fireball
Fundamentals,
blazing
people.
apple.
All right, Ravens
A
are in
shot
deep trouble.
that
They're
never
down
misses.
17-3
I'm gonna
right
head
at the
out.
start of this second half. Meanwhile, the Chargers have retaken the lead over the Dolphins, 16-13. What is the fate of your coach in Miami?
I don't think they fire him from everything. Like I told you, I talked to Cameron Wolf a few weeks ago.
So if this game really gets off the rails, he's okay.
No, because Stephen Ross does not want to make a change. He doesn't. He doesn't want to make a change. If he does, it will be because of the people around him putting pressure on him to do so.
I'm
telling you. I'm just telling you what I'm hearing, and I'm not saying that everything. And I use the word source. But I'm connected to the league. I cover the league. I talk to people. I text people. People text me and respond. I've asked, listen, is he getting fired? And the word keeps coming back to me. They don't want to. They want to work this out and see this through.
All right.
That's what I'm hearing.
We're heading now toward fourth quarters. Yeah, that's right. Closing in on the finish of 7 games around the NFL. Keep it here for the latest. This is End Zone Radio.
This is a real good story about Drew, a real United Airlines customer.
After almost 4 years of treatments, I was finally cancer-free. My mom's like, where do you want to go to celebrate? I'm like, let's go somewhere tropical. And then pilot hopped on the intercom and started talking about me, and I was like, what is going on here?
My wife beat cancer too, and I wanted to celebrate his special moment.
That's Bill, a real United pilot.
We brought him drinks and donuts. We all signed a card.
I was smiling ear to ear. Best flight ever for sure.
That's how good leads the way.
Are you facing an unexpected financial emergency? You need WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com could help you get up to $5,000 fast. WeFixMoney.com is free to use, available 24/7, and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. Go to the name you trust, WeFixMoney.com. If you need emergency cash up to $5,000 for bills or anything else, type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
Now, here's a taste of something that you missed from the Doug Gottlieb Show.
What the data people will tell you is there's no such thing as momentum. It always, regresses to the mean. When you feel like momentum, those are human, that the stats, the data doesn't lie. It doesn't take in human emotions. It just says, hey, based upon all the data we have, this is how many times this is successful and this is not successful. And the greater the data set, the more exact the stats are. And I'm going to tell you that last night is the perfect example of I'm respectful towards the data. I'm respectful towards analytics. It plays a huge factor in how you try and build like a basketball program, a basketball team, how you run offense, how you run defense. But at the end of the day, there's still human beings out there. And the perfect example is no matter how young he is, he's played a lot of baseball. He's taken the field. He knows the play. He's ready to go. He gets albeit a broken bat single right back at him. That should be field the ball, throw to first, go to the next inning. And because of the pressure of the moment, he was likely why he bobbled the ball initially. And then the additional pressure and chaos of having the bases loaded and a broken bat laying there and the crowd going crazy and the game being on the line and him I just throw it home, and he freaked out, and it looked like Little League Baseball. This is not me telling you that analytics nerds don't have a huge place in sports. And maybe, Jason, you and I discussed Dave Roberts and the decisions they make and how much of it is him, how much of it is the front office, how much of it is the analytics department that doesn't have feel. Data is important.
To get the rest of what Doug said, podcast it by searching The Doug Gottlieb Show. And as always, you can hear The Doug Gottlieb Show weekdays at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific, right here on Fox Sports Radio. This is The Herd.
You got to be consistent.
With Colin Cowherd.
Mike check. So the Dodgers are now in the NLCS, and you got Freddie Freeman and Ohtani hitting $180, 12 strikeouts. That's what the Dodgers are. We talked about this with the Yankees. Yankees are home run reliant. The Dodgers are reliant on no single player. Ohtani, he has struggled in the postseason. Last year it was Freddie Freeman in the World Series. It was the bottom of the Dodgers lineup last night. It's not looking good. When you play the Dodgers, and this is really true about all sports, they put it's almost like KD, Steph playing Draymond. Remember for about 3 years, like, pick your poison. Who's hot tonight? There were games Draymond took over.
Apple. A shot.
There were games
that
Klay
never
Thompson hit 6 of 8 threes.
Okay, I'm going to head out.
Who do you guard? Who is it tonight? That's what it is with the Dodgers.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. The Herd. It's Colin Cowherd.
Here we go. Weird sometimes works in sports and in life.
The Herd. The Herd.
Yeah.
It's poetry.
Outline your life in pencil, not pen. Yeah. Things change.
It's sports.
College football fans are freaking out. Oh, my God.
Need I say more?
Total class, understated, just does his job.
Yeah. It's The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
The public is always right.
Listen every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Right here on Fox Sports Radio.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS1.
And here's what you need to know.
In college football, ESPN reports that Penn State has fired head football coach James Franklin. Terry Smith, who has been a longtime assistant and been there all 12 years with Franklin, will be the interim coach. In the NFL, the Panthers have taken the lead from the Cowboys.
Shotgun snap. Fake to Dowdle. Young backpedaling. Flush to his left. Throws downfield. Dowdle wide open. 10, 5. Touchdown, Rico Dowdle. Buckle up.
You just heard on the Panthers radio network. They have a 20-17 lead over the Cowboys late in the third quarter. Just like the Cardinals, who have taken the lead from the Colts late in the third. 17-14 is the score there. Still early in the third quarter between the Browns and the Steelers, where Pittsburgh is up 9-3. The Chargers have taken the lead from the Dolphins. 22-13 is the score late in the third. Halfway through the third, the Rams have exploded. They're up on the Ravens in Baltimore 17-3. I'm Amancio Olaños.
This is Fox Sports End Zone Radio. Every stadium, every touchdown, every score, all broken down for you.
We got the pads on there.
This is Fox Sports End Zone Radio, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios. Here's Steve Hartman and VJ Husky.
Another busy Sunday in the NFL End Zone Radio. We're in the Fox Sports Radio studios. 7 games going on right now. We also had a game earlier today. If you missed it, you didn't miss anything. I mean, literally. you missed nothing, as the Broncos barely eked out a 13-11 victory in London against the pathetic, still winless New York Jets. That was an absolutely unwatchable football game. Now, we do have some games going on right now that are of interest. The Rams, as we said, have now taken command of this game against the Ravens. They're trying to muster some kind of drive. Apparently, the Boo Birds are out for John Harbaugh.
Well, I'm not worried.
You know, what have you done for me lately? And so, yeah, interesting times for
Only
the
made
Ravens
you relevant
right now.
like 15 over the last 17 years, but yeah, that's not good enough. And I get it, Steve. I do, but
Well, we talked earlier about you won a Super Bowl, and that was 13 years ago.
No, that's true.
That's a long time ago.
I think what's happening with Harbaugh is the last 2 years. The last 2 years where they've had, or the last 3 years, let's just say that they've had the MVP twice.
Mm-hmm.
They had home field advantage one of those years.
Yes.
And they've been ousted out in the divisional round in the AFC Championship game. And I think that starts to weigh on the fan base. And it's not, I don't think anybody even thinks about the Super Bowl 13 years ago. I just think we're looking at the last 2 years and it's like, okay, man, what's up? You've had talent. We got the MVP. We've brought guys in. We've drafted well. They've always, Newsom's always drafted in that front office. Everybody there has always drafted well over all of these years. And I just think over the last 2 years, we look at this team and then we blink and we're sitting here on October 12th of 2025 today and we go 1-4? But that guy right there is on the sideline with a hoodie on. He's not on the field playing Superman. I think that's got a lot to do with it. And like I said, I wouldn't fire him, but if you fire him, you just got to tell me, okay, so what are we going to do? We're going to fire John Harbaugh and then go get what? The next young wonder kid? How's that working out in the NFL?
I think the issue, too, is, like, you've gone through a bunch of coordinators lately, too. Like, so there's nowhere else to go. I think the fan base is frustrated because, like, you've seen the move over to Munkin and the defensive coordinator, and it just keeps getting worse, it feels.
Al Davis was of the mindset that an NFL head coach has got about a 10-year shelf life. Tops, and that's if everything goes right.
If everything goes good, yeah.
John Madden was there 10 years. Tom Flores was there 9 years, both Hall of Fame coaches. He just
Super
feels
Bowl
like
winners.
the message wears after a while. It's not as effective, and that was his 10, and that's if everything goes right. I mean, you look at Don Shula. Don Shula holds a record that will never be broken because Don Shula went the last 22 years in Miami without winning a Super Bowl. The last 22 years that he was
getting to one.
Chuck Noll, those last 14 years, no Super Bowls.
No Super Bowls.
And so, Hall of Famers, all-time legends. I get all that. But at some point, as a coach, it's just like a player.
What? I was wrong.
What is the difference between a player and a coach, right? A player's got so much shelf life, and then it's
Are you really his father?
Same thing with a coach, and that's their thought. And so when you talk about John Harbaugh, who's been there forever in Baltimore, I mean, you could argue, is he in the Hall of Fame? Well, there's similar coaches. I mean, if Bill Cowher's in the Hall of Fame, I guess John Harbaugh could be in the Hall of Fame. But the Ravens aren't moving forward here. And this idea, of built-in excuses about injuries. Injuries are everywhere. We see literally every week, every team in the NFL suffer injuries. That's where the challenge comes as a coach. Can you coach up a team to overcome injuries? And now the Ravens just fumbled the ball, and the Rams have recovered.
See,
and
that's
it
not
just
Harbaugh's
does.
fault. That's not Harbaugh's fault.
But you're not playing fundamentally good football right now, are you?
No, you're not playing fundamentally good football, but here's Zay with his second. That's not on the coach. That's on him. This is on you, young man, which means he wasn't over the first one. And the coach can only go to a guy and say, hey, man, hey, look, don't worry about that. Brush it off. I need you. We're going to need you. We're going to come back to you, so let that go. As a player, you now have to let that go. But once again, here you're running a play. He doesn't get a handle on the ball. It's a bad snap, but you're also playing with a backup quarterback who has probably only run this play to Zay during this week in practice. I guarantee you, he never ran this play to him in training camp. He never ran this play to him in preseason. Now you're asking him to do it in a game, down double digits, 1-4, star quarterback, crowd chant fire the coach. and you're going to run a play that you haven't run a lot of, and it's something simple as the exchange from one guy to the next that's holding the football. It's as simple as that. And they can't get that done. That's not the coach, guys.
But doesn't that go back to coaching?
Yeah, it does in my book. What is the purpose of a coach?
Why are you running that play if you
exactly?
haven't
I 100% agree with you guys. Why are you running that play?
The buck stops here.
But
if your offense,
he doesn't call the offensive plays. He didn't call that play.
Well, he hired the guy that is calling the offensive plays.
Okay.
I think the unfortunate thing is that you can't fire Zay Flowers, but John Harbaugh's been in Baltimore now, what, like 15
Forever.
years?
I thought it was 17.
Yeah.
I think it's 17. I'm with you guys on that.
Sometimes you just relationships go south and it's sour. 17 years is a long time.
They need a fresh start there. They also need a fresh start in Miami. Wow. Dolphins just gave up another touchdown, and so they trail the Chargers now 23-13. Justin Herbert in this game, 25 of 30, only 195 yards, 2 touchdowns, and no picks. But 2 picks for Tua today. You know, they had the one big touchdown run, and that's pretty much it. 1-5, and yet you insist that he's safe.
I'm not insisting he's safe. I'm just reporting what I have personally, verbally, on phone conversation and through text messages have been told. Now, if he gets fired, I'm sure there'll be the crowd of, oh, VJ's. Listen, I'm only telling you what I was told. Just show me where somebody is saying, yeah, someone in the front office or someone from inside is saying that he's on the hot seat. Everything that I've heard and the people that I trust that I speak to, I say, hey, just tell, is it even a thought process? What I've heard is Stephen Ross wants this to work. He does not want to have to make another coaching change, because if he has to fire him, I guarantee you the same pressure is going to be put on him to fire Greer too, as the GM who's been there over a decade and has made great draft picks. But what I always talk about GMs is not who you draft. What is your player retention? After that rookie contract, how many of them stay? Christian Wilkins walked out the door. Van Ginkel walked out the door. There are guys that have walked away. There's a reason for that, and it wasn't all Mike McDaniel. These guys were brought in before Mike McDaniel was there. So there's something that could be going on. It might just be he's not a good owner. Steve, you ever think of that? Stephen Ross could not be a good owner.
You're trumpeting to the guy that, has been saying this forever. Bad organizations are bad organizations. There's a reason why certain organizations get high draft picks and their players seem to fail time and time again, and then oftentimes will go elsewhere and find success.
Right.
Steelers lead the Browns 16-3. It looks like the Steelers are well on their way to a 4-1 start and really take a stranglehold, at least now, in the AFC North. For the Browns in this game, Dylan Gabriel's numbers are 14 of 21, 98 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. They have no running game. Judkins has 22 yards rushing. So they have no offense, period.
As Gabriel almost just threw a pick.
All right. So the question is, are we going to see Shedeur Sanders today? Would you want to bring in Shedeur Sanders and mop up duty in the fourth quarter, take his first snaps in a game like this? Or do you say, no, we're going to wait? Now, next up for the Browns, we talked about this before the season began about the Browns start. Mm-hmm. Next week, they will host the Miami Dolphins. And by the way, that would be unbelievable to see you, you sitting here, see Shedeur Sanders light up your Dolphins as they walk the Dolphins coach out the door, McDaniel out the door. How will you handle that? How exactly would you handle that to see Shedeur Sanders step in and light up the Dolphins and put the final nail in the coffin?
I always tell people the way I view sports is I'm a sport guy first, then the team, then the players. I don't go for players over teams. I think that's ridiculous. I think it's corny and lame, to be honest with you. That's just my stance as a sports talk guy.
But you're going to make an exception for Shedeur Sanders?
No, absolutely. Okay. I didn't make one for BY last week.
Okay,
I didn't make one for BY last week. I was happy for BY, but I didn't make it for him last week, and I loved him way before I loved Shedeur.
How about this? Let's flip that script. Okay. They start Shedeur Sanders. He throws 3 picks in the first half. Miami runs Cleveland off the field. and Shador goes back to the bench. Are you okay with that?
Dolphins.
All right,
Miami Dolphins.
All right, well, that's good. I'm like, at least
because
you're
that's
honest.
because that's not going to be the end of Shador Sanders.
Well,
this
it
could
could
be
be.
the end of the. If he comes out, if they start him next week, and there's a bunch of. I don't think this is going to happen. Let me answer the first part of your question. No, you don't bring him in today. Because I
agree with that.
I don't hate or dislike Dylan Gabriel. I've never said that. I've never led on to that. Shador's just the guy that I root for and cheer for.
This is Dylan Gabriel's game.
This is Dylan Gabriel's game. You let him take this. You let him eat this. And I think you start Dylan next week. You just started starting him. You don't want to kill the kid's confidence. I text you last week. Week 9, week 10, Shador Sanders will be starting because they're still going to be one and whatever.
Well, on
and at
paper, that would be a really good game to start him in if you're going to start him home against the lowly Miami Dolphins, and that's where they are right now.
Don't you feel there's like kind of a crossing of the Rubicon moment if you put Shador in the game? Like you can't put Shador in the game and then take him out.
No,
right.
It would be
Dylan next week.
Yeah,
Dylan next week.
Right. I'm 100% with you. You do not.
We saw this with the Giants. They tried, you had to take Dart out for a play, and the Blues came down hard on that.
And if you remember in the summertime, guys, when we were doing our pre, I said the Cleveland Browns will start 3 quarterbacks this year. They're going to start Shador at some point because Dylan Gabriel is going to, sooner or later, you're going to have to pull the plug and say, all right, listen, buddy, just have a seat today. Let's just have a seat this week. Season's gone. They're going to lose today, so they'll be 1-5. The Dolphins, man, who battled the 1-5.
Well, look at the way this goes back to why did the Cleveland Browns draft 2 quarterbacks? Because they were not sure about either one of them, and so they want to see what they have. That makes sense. I mean,
sure about
you didn't
Flacco
draft
either.
Shador Sanders not to play.
Right.
Okay, they want to see what they got in him. All right. By the way, during the baseball postseason, Strauss made history as the first brand ever on the helmets. Family owned since 1948, Strauss makes workwear built to perform. Smart pocket design, real comfort, and durability you can trust. From grit to glory, gear up today at Strauss.com. That's STRAUSS.com. By the way, as we get ready for the National League Championship Series, which opens up tomorrow, Dodgers on the road against the Brewers. Brewers, by the way, won all 6 games against the Dodgers during the regular season. I did make a point last night. I was making a prediction on this NLCS. Back in 1988, the Dodgers' miracle year, with Kirk Gibson and everything else. They played the New York Mets in the National League Championship Series. That year, the Mets beat them 11 out of 12 times. 11 out of 12.
Why do you keep
and then
bringing
the
up
Dodgers.
This thing,
well,
then?
I'm just saying, but I know one thing.
You lived through this. You've seen it.
I made that point last night. I picked the Dodgers to win in 7. But my point is, they're not going to win in 7 if Shohei Ohtani doesn't show up at the plate.
Yeah, we talked about that, yeah.
Well, yeah, 0-56 in the series against the Phillies.
I don't know if I agree with that,
and
Steve.
he's striking out all over the place.
I think the Dodgers are so just loaded. Like, you know why? I'm really kind of, I ain't going front, man. I'm kind of
Are they really that loaded? They had a couple of breaks in that Philly series.
I'm kind of liking this team. I'm falling in love with this team. I have tickets to one of these games, so I'll be at one of these NLCS games. I'll be in Chavez Ravine. But I really like this squad because they can get you so many ways, and I love baseball teams like that. Yeah, the unicorn ain't swinging well, but hell, so is everybody else is at timely matters though, and I like teams like that, man.
By the way, the Cardinals have taken the lead over the Colts. Jacoby Brissett, a second touchdown pass, 24-17 Cardinals on the road against the Indianapolis Colts. Minute to go in the third quarter. All right, we're going to have some exciting finishes around the NFL, and we got it all covered for you. This is End Zone Radio.
You know what time it is.
No Huddle Hour.
Ready.
Football is for the weekends. And the reactions are for Monday. Listen to the best Break It Down. 2 pros and a cup of Joe with Jonas Knox and NFL veterans LeVar Arrington and Brady Quinn, Dan Patrick, and Colin Cowherd. The best reactions on a Monday are right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox, and you know how it is. During the holidays, you're always loaded down with packages. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, your body starts to ache, and that doesn't make it easier, but Aleve can help. It has long-lasting body pain relief so you can forget those body pains and make some happy memories instead. With just 1 pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours so you can keep up with the season's magic. Don't let those aches and pains hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Member Week is back at Lowe's with big savings for pros. Now through October 15th, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, building materials, and more. Plus, get free standard shipping. Shop these exclusive member-only savings before they're gone. Not a rewards member? Join for free today. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
The WNBA playoffs are here and the heat is on. Every game, every play, every moment counts. Bet on your favorite teams and stars with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the WNBA. Cheering for an underdog or a powerhouse? DraftKings puts you in the action with player props, live betting, parlays, odds boosts, and more. And for a limited time, all new DraftKings customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if your bet wins. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code HEART. That's code HEART to turn $5 into $200 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort, Kansas. Fees may apply in Illinois. 21 plus age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bet must win to receive reward. Minimum minus 500 odds required. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos.
High quality meat, unbeatable freshness, and a family-style commitment to care. That's the Heartland's difference. Heartland Steak Co. is your go-to source for premium Midwest meats, delivered straight to your door. Whether you're hosting a backyard barbecue, planning weeknight dinners, or giving someone the gift of Midwest flavor, Heartland Steak Co. is perfect for any occasion. Hand-cut and hand-picked from the Heartland, our premium selection includes USDA prime and choice beef, all-natural pork, chicken, and more. Save time and money with easy online ordering and expertly assembled specials. Grill Master packages, freezer-filled bundles, holiday gift boxes, all flash frozen for peak freshness. Go to heartlandsteakco.com, get 2 ribeyes with a purchase of $150 or more. Use code FOOTBALL25. Heartland Steak Co., your one-stop shop for straight-to-your-door Midwest meat. Taste the Heartland difference at heartlandsteakco.com. Again, use code FOOTBALL25 to get 2 ribeyes with a purchase of $150 or more.
2 pros and a cup of Joe.
They're extremely talented.
Putting the more in mornings.
Can you feel the power?
Jonas Knox.
Fired up.
LeVar Arrington.
Hear the roar.
And Brady Quinn.
Some dudes just go about their business.
That's the crew. It's 2 pros and a cup of Joe. Listen every weekday at 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Get more out of your mornings on Fox Sports Radio.
Let's go!
You must have been busy, but The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Calvin Washington. We're breaking this down.
Every day I'm shuffling.
Yeah, the Eagles lost again after this 10-game winning streak. They go ahead and lose back-to-back games. Got blowed out on Thursday Night Football by a couple of rookies, Jackson Dart, Cam Scatterbo, and the New York Football Giants. And a lot of it stems from a really, really bad offense, all right? Lane Johnson, who never talks, saying, yeah, our offense has become too predictable. It's all bad in Philly.
We've been talking about for a handful of weeks now, and Rob, the issues I have are, you know me, identity. And historically, the last couple of years, last nice run.
Super Bowl champ is what their identity is.
Right. And you're only as, Janet Jackson, what have you done for me lately right now? And
No. Nobody's won the Super Bowl yet, so they're still Super Bowl champs.
No, without a doubt. And what they've done for me lately is not look like Super Bowl champs. And that's what's concerning because one of the things is, you know me, what's your identity? Okay, we're hard-nosed, we play defense. Great. Okay, at least we know if the offense is struggling, you can lean on that. Great example, and I've been telling Rob G this a couple times when you were out, Rob, was that at least the Texans can hang their hat on that. C.J. Stroud struggling, but we keep being in games because of our defense.
But you're not winning. What does that mean? So what?
No,
but they weren't winning.
What I'm saying
so
is,
at least we do the same. At least we do the same thing over and over, even if we don't win.
No,
okay, that's
my
great.
point is, you at least can say one of the halves of what you need, defense and offense, we have locked down. They don't have that right now. So with the Eagles, that's what makes it really interesting. Is that
to get the rest of what The Odd Couple said, podcast it by searching Odd Couple. And as always, you can listen to The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington. Weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, right here on Fox Sports Radio. They do sports.
He like football.
They do life. But mostly, they do themselves.
Podcasts and radio, no one's got anything to talk about, but I do.
Steve Cavino.
There's a spring in my step and a nickel in my pocket.
Rich Davis.
Fred Savage. Ben Savage.
And Macho Man Randy Savage.
Your afternoon pick-me-up.
It's not a show, it's a lifestyle.
It's Cavino and Rich. Weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. You listen at all hours of the day.
We're live and local in your eardrums.
Yeah. You even have your favorites.
I've always listened to the show.
Some of you even like to express your love through a tweet.
A tweet from Drew.
Or a call.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
It's a great show. You guys do a good job. Y'all are killing it on Fox Sports Radio.
There are so many reasons why
shooting apples.
We say thank you.
Don't worry, you know what fix this? New Fireball blazing apple. What? I was wrong. It's not looking good. You know what? We should call your dad. Where's your dad? No. Are you really his father? Wow.
You can see him on the Herd. Weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1
New Fireball
and the
blazing
Fox
apple.
Sports app.
A shot that never misses. Okay, I'm gonna head out.
Three receivers to the left. Shotgun snap. Brissett. Straight drop back. Zips it to the right. Caught at the 5 by Dortch. And he heads for the end zone. Touchdown.
That's the Cardinals Radio Network. Cardinals with the 24-17 lead, but Daniel Jones has just thrown a touchdown pass, so that game is now tied 24-24. Cardinals and Colts, 13 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Hartman and Husky here, End Zone Radio. We're in the Fox Sports Radio studios. So all of a sudden, I'm watching games right now, like which games are good. Panthers and the Cowboys has been a back-and-forth game. Bryce Young just threw a touchdown pass to McMillan, the rookie out of Arizona. That first name always bothers me. I can't do that. T-Mac, they like to call him down there in Carolina. But right now, it looks like, did they go for a two-point conversion?
No, they kicked the extra
Oh, they
point.
did. So 27-24 now. Panthers lead the Cowboys with 12 minutes to go. A couple other games, though. Jaguars finally get on the board. Trailing the Seahawks now 20-12.
They are lined up for 2 points.
And they're going for 2 to try to make this. Why?
That's
Why are you
stupid,
doing this?
man.
The lead with the next touchdown, I guess.
No.
What? I don't get it.
13 minutes left in
you're
the
at
football
home?
game.
Just kick the extra point.
You
You're
at
down
least
7.
have 2, maybe 3 possessions on how this game turns out. This is just, once again, but I'm not going to beat a dead horse with the same stick, man.
Not only that, look at this.
2,
the Jacksonville's using up a timeout for a 2-point conversion. Is that Seattle?
That's
okay,
Seattle.
so they weren't ready to go. All right, so here we go. Is this? Oh, they had too many men on the field.
13.
What?
Not 12. 13 men on the field. They better have to stop that.
You get the penalty there, and now it makes extra sense to go for 2. So.
We have another one-score game, guys. The Saints just got a field goal to cut the Patriots' lead at 25-19. By the way, in this game, Drake May is 14 of 18, 207 yards, and 3 touchdowns. The 2-point conversion.
He's stuffed. He didn't get in. He got met right there on the 1-inch yard, and he is short.
Okay.
This is why you take the extra point.
Now you're down 8.
Now you got to go for 2 later in the game. That's why I don't like that. Now you got to go for 2.
Yeah.
13 minutes is an eternity, gentlemen.
All right,
we know that.
All right, so those are the games right now that are very much in play. Dolphins. By the way, I'll tell you a team that's showing a little life right now is the Ravens. So the Rams lead this game 17-3. The Rams go for it with a 4th and 3 inside the 5-yard line instead of taking the field goal, and they get stuffed. Actually, it was a sack.
Notice the quarterback change?
And I see that the Ravens have put Huntley in.
Right.
Why wasn't Huntley in before?
I have no idea over Cooper Rush. I never understood the love of Cooper Rush. I understand he went 3-1 or 4-1, whatever it was.
Well, that's
when Dak was out back in the day, and everybody made a big deal about that. It's like, yeah, there's not tape on him, guys.
Why are the Ravens dropping the ball? They got away with one here. That was a fumble recovered by who's that?
Speaking of the Ravens, remember I had a question for you. I didn't get a chance to ask. I want to throw this. Bo, you always have a kind of a diverse football mind. I like talking to and throwing questions at you. You can jump in on this one too. Ravens go 1-5. Do you just shut Lamar down? 1-5. Do you just, because a hammy we all know.
No, you do not shut down a guy you're paying that kind of money to.
Groin?
No.
Groin? quad.
You're paid
calf,
to play. What are you talking about?
Let me say this. Groin, quad, calf, hamstring. Over the history in sports, they never heal during the season. You have to manage them during the season.
He plays.
You never and if he goes out and tears this thing now,
he
and
plays.
has to have hamstring surgery.
No,
so
he's
you also
playing.
bench Derrick Henry then, right?
If he
to
can
protect
get on
him.
So he's not.
So
no,
you
he's
bench
not
everybody
hurt.
else that's
There's
also
a lot of guys
being
playing
paid.
hurt.
He's not
We're
hurt.
not pampering him. No, you play.
Quarterback's different.
It's not
Quarterback's different.
No.
Quarterback's different.
How many Super Bowls has he won?
0.
Okay.
Quarterback's different.
Yeah, you're out there to play. I'm paying you zillions.
All right. And if he blows his hamstring in week 10, you all will come on air, hyperbolically speaking. And
anybody could get hurt on any play.
Why was he out there at 2-8? You're 2-8. Why was he out
there late in the fourth when the Ravens are up by a lot? What's the difference?
No. He goes. No, you go down with the ship. Yeah.
I would also
not protecting Lamar Jackson.
What I do is if the Ravens lose this game to go to 1-5, I'm trading Derrick Henry. I'm trading Mark Andrews. I'm kind of getting what I can for guys that are not going to be in the long-term plans.
What are you going to get for Derrick Henry?
Well, that's resetting the season. Might as well sit Lamar, too, if you're going to do that.
What I would say is that Lamar's hamstring never got healthy enough for him to play. That's what I would say.
Okay, so not shut him down, but
no, but I would just say that. I would say that his hamstring was never healthy enough for him to
he was never make it week to week.
But I'm definitely blowing it up if they don't win this game. Like the Ravens have run their course. This version of the Ravens is done, and there's no need to do this anymore.
I don't know. You guys you're smoking something here. No way. We play out. I'm paying you for a season. I'm not letting you. I'm not paying you to sit on the bench because the season got away from us. No effing way.
If you don't have a chance. If you're the Ravens and you're 1-5, 1-6, 2-6,
it's a business.
No.
You let Lamar play and he tears his Achilles. You lose him for next year. Is that worth it?
I'm going to give you a little history lesson here. I like to do history lessons here. 1970, the year of the merger, a third-year expansion into the Cincinnati Bengals started the year 1-6, 14-game schedule. They won their last 7 in a row and won the division 8-6.
This team is not going to do that, and you know it.
But look
really?
at the team
Steve, the Ravens are not.
Then fire John Harbaugh because you have a coach that you don't have any faith has an opportunity to turn a season around. By the way, you have a quarterback in there, Huntley, that made the Pro Bowl. Did he not?
Listen, I just said last segment, I agree with you on the stance that maybe the voice is old. Maybe the message is old. I get that. It's been 17 years. But you are talking about you have to mortgage your future. The NFL is a business, and owners make business decisions. Smart dude.
Yeah.
And if we go 1-5,
I'm paying you're playing.
And he's not playing next week. So if they lose, Lamar Jackson's not playing next week. So let's just go ahead and book 1-6. At 1-6 with half the year gone, like Bo said, he's still week to week, but you kind of know.
You know who's going to get the heat on that? Lamar Jackson. He quit on his team.
Can we just talk about the team that they have?
He quit. He could have played in week 12, week 13. He quit.
And that story will go away, Steven.
It won't go because I'll never let it go. Ever.
Real quick. We have to consider into this the team they have to surpass to get to the playoffs. I know they have started very well, but it's hard for me to look at this Ravens right now, who still have 2 head-to-head games against them, and say there's no way that they could feasibly catch the Steelers, who have not played any of the good teams so far on their roster.
Oh, by the way, right now the Ravens are going right down the field.
And they're going to walk at it today at 5-1.
5-1,
right.
But I just don't feel like that's also completely insurmountable, to Steve's point, either.
Okay, let's find out what is trending right now. Just got to calm things down.
A-Chain is trending for Monty's fantasy team. That's who's trending.
Yeah, all of a sudden your Dolphins are looking good.
Flowers also on my fantasy team, dropping balls left and right. So I don't even know. I haven't even looked.
2 fumbles, too.
Yeah, so there we go. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But Teteroa McMillan is also on my fantasy, and he's got 2 touchdown passes today. That's been the funnest game so far. The Cowboys and the Panthers. Cowboys are driving. They're at Carolina's 8-yard line, trying to get in the end zone early still in the fourth quarter, but the Panthers are up right now 27-24. When it comes to those Steelers who are 3-1 against the Browns, they're up 23-6. All of these games are in the fourth quarter, just so everybody is aware, but this one is still early in the fourth. Just like the Cardinals and the Colts, that's back to a tied game at 24 apiece in Indianapolis. The Dolphins are trying to, come back here against the Chargers, but LA right now is still up 26-20, about 8 minutes to go in this one. With about 5 minutes to go, the Rams have a 17-3 lead over the Ravens, but the Ravens are in the red zone, and they're trying to get in the end zone as well. We've got the Patriots over the Saints 25-19, also about 10 minutes to go. And then we got the Seahawks and the Jaguars, where Seattle is up right now 20-12, still about 10 minutes to go. In case you missed the game in London, you didn't miss much. As Steve Hartman said earlier today, Broncos survived 13-11 against the Jets. New York still looking for their first win of the season. In college football, Penn State has fired James Franklin. Oregon State has fired head coach Trent Bray. They have an 0-7 start to this season. And an AP college football poll, Ohio State number 1, Miami comes in at number 2. How about Indiana coming in at number 3?
They deserve
highest ranking in program history. I'm becoming a Hoosiers fan because I don't have a football team.
They're going to be great, but unfortunately in 2 weeks,
for the fall.
in 2 weeks,
say it, Steve. Say it.
UCLA is going to go on the road in Bloomington and pull away the victory against the Hoosiers. Watch that.
And that would be fun. And that's also a fun story. You know what I'm saying? Alabama moved up 2 spots, number 6. USC comes in at number 20 after yesterday's win. And Texas, who fell out last week, back in the top 25. They're in at number 22. But Oklahoma fell 8 spots to number 14 with its first loss to Texas.
Is Michigan out of the top 25?
Yes. So 5 teams dropped out of the poll. Michigan, Illinois, Arizona State, Iowa State, and Florida State.
How does Michigan drop 10 spots to a team that they were on the road and an underdog against?
Because they didn't look good.
They did not.
They got worked.
They actually. I know you guys want to troll right now. I was there. They didn't get worked. We're not going to do this.
It did not look. No. USC looked way better than the Wolverines.
13 points against SC's defense.
I know how many points they scored.
SC was swarming on the field.
I know.
That's my squad. I watched all of it.
Yeah, they were swarming. We also lost our starting running back in the first quarter. Anyway, no excuses. I had a great. It was great.
Had 2 running backs carted off the field.
Seriously.
Yeah, this kid. Yeah, that kid. The kid that came in played well. Man, I had a chance to speak to him last night.
Yeah.
Nice young man.
Okay,
nice young man.
Monty, all good?
All good.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Thank you very much. Once again, we're in the Fox Sports Radio studios with the iHeartRadio app. You can stream us wherever you happen to be. Catch us and all of our Fox Sports Radio shows live 24/7 in the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Just search Fox Sports Radio in the app to stream us live all day, every day. And be sure to select Fox Sports Radio as one of your presets in the iHeartRadio app, so it'll always pop up at the top of your screen. By the way, this is our No Huddle Hour, is it not? Is this not our No Huddle Hour?
You know what time it is. No Huddle Hour.
Yeah.
I played it going to break last.
I was about to say, he played the soundbite. He played the soundbite already.
I just
No Huddle Hour.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Do it again.
What hour is it?
No Huddle Hour.
All I know is this.
Hear that. Let's try this one more time.
No Huddle Hour.
Okay, just a moment ago, I was talking about we had 4 games that are one-score games. We now have 5 games that are one-score games, and the Ravens are still moving. So we'll see what happens here.
Speaking of them, I just
Cowboys just tied it up 27-0.
I just looked at something during the break too. Speaking on just to put a cap on the Lamar and the Ravens situations. Bears at Minnesota, at Minnesota, at Miami, Cleveland. Like, and those aren't tough games, but I think we're learning, and I think all of us already knew all of this is, we just don't know from week to week. But if this is going to be the trend for them, and if Bo is right, and the trade deadline's coming up, I trade Derek Henry. If you start trading guys, then there is no need to put your 2-time MVP franchise guy out there. And like Bo said, I agree. I don't know if Bo, I'll be honest with you, bro. Even if they come out 2 weeks from now and they say, hey, we had a second and third opinion, and we're shutting them down. It's him. It's not Lamar saying, oh, I'm not. No, it's them saying, look, we're not going to put you out there with what's going on out there. You are our franchise guy. This year's loss, this little run right now is over. Let's reset. Let's get that thing 100% clear. You've done your part. So
No,
we're not
Lamar
gonna throw
Jackson
you-
is not going to sit if he is able to play. No way. He's way too competitive to do that.
He doesn't have a choice.
Of course he has
no,
a
he
choice.
Doesn't. No, he doesn't. If he's told,
Well,
no, he does not. If he's told,
they get rid of me.
We're sitting. No, he's not going to do that.
Get rid of me.
I know. I feel.
I mean, we talked about
Steve, but
Joe
it's
Burrow.
not going to happen.
Whoa. We've talked a lot about Joe Burrow wanting out of Cincinnati.
He can't. You can't stay on the field,
Well,
so
that's
you
the
can't
other
ask
thing.
out now.
But like, if the Bengals if Joe Burrow comes back, because it's what 3 months that he's supposed to
They
be out,
said
so like
could
that's
be December.
That's December.
Christmas is
The
whatever.
Bengals are probably going to be terrible by then. Are they going to play him because he is healthy and can play, or are they just going to sit him down?
If I'm them, I go to him and do the same thing. By that time, let's just say 3-11. No,
Yeah,
no.
what's the point?
What's the point? I'm sorry.
No.
It's
My
a lost
point is
year.
this.
It happens all the time.
If
in
I'm
sport.
Lamar
It's a lost year.
Jackson, I'm like, I can't win with this team. We don't have any defense. My running back is getting old. I still have prime years. I want out.
Yeah, he's
You
gonna
want
go to the
Joe Burrow
Rams.
wants out of Cincinnati. If I'm Lamar Jackson, I want out of Baltimore.
That's not the truth, though, because for the last 3 years, they've gone deep in the playoffs. He can win with
He
this
hasn't
team.
gone as deep as Joe Burrow went.
Joe Burrow's done it one time 5 years ago. Can we let that go with Joe Burrow? Or are we just going to let Joe Burrow skate by off the one Super Bowl appearance he had 5 years ago?
Well, that's
just
one more
erase the
Super
fact-
Bowl appearance that Lamar Jackson has.
We'll just make sure we say the same thing about Josh Allen as I said in the preseason.
I mean, what are we talking about here? Lamar Jackson has 0 Super Bowl
And
appearances.
so does Josh Allen, but you guys aren't saying this about Josh Allen.
Steve, I think unfortunately your mindset comes from a time where guys were not making as much money as they
Well,
were
I
now.
understand that. But my point is that if you're Lamar Jackson, do you think this is a healthy organization right now, the Ravens?
I mean, I could totally see Lamar wanting to leave, given the way the season looks like it's going to turn out.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm on the opposite side of that. It's one.
I mean,
it's
if you
one
want me
year,
to sit
guys.
out the year, wow,
I
okay,
think
well,
it's-
maybe
it's-
I'll sit out my career.
They've been a
and
perennial
shot
team
me.
the last 3 or 4. This is 1 year, guys.
I think
don't
this
think
might
that's enough
be.
for
I
him
think
to
this
say.
is the needle that broke the haystack. Coming into the year, everyone was like, the Bills. The Bills finally have to get over the hump, but I think it was the Ravens that
All right,
was a team
guys,
that is
I got to give an update here on the scoreboard, all right? We got a lot of games. Cardinals have a 27-24 lead, 9.5 minutes to go right now. Colts with the ball. Dolphins have the ball now, trailing the Chargers 26-20, 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Saints have the ball, down 6, 25-19 to the Patriots, 8:50 to go in that game. Cowboys, Panthers tied at 27, 8:40 to go. Panthers with the ball. Seahawks hanging on to an 8-point lead over the Jaguars. Seahawks with the ball, 9 minutes to go. The Ravens did not score, so the Rams still have a 17-3 lead, just 3.5 minutes to go. That game is over.
Game over.
Browns too little, too late. They're down to the Steelers 23-6. So those are the 7 games going on right now. But 5 of these games
Good stuff.
are still in play. And by the way, one guy that VJ and I have been desperately trying to hang on to faith-wise is Bryce Young. And Bryce Young today has had a game. 14 of 19, 174 yards, 3 touchdown passes. But this Dowdle guy, who is he?
Rico,
who had over 1,000 yards rushing for the Cowboys last year, completely forgotten. Had a huge game last week. How about this? 158 yards rushing today, 56 yards receiving. That's 214 yards from scrimmage.
Hungry.
Suddenly, the Panthers have a star.
Hungry, man. When you go somewhere, you need a change of scenery. He got an opportunity with Dallas last year, 1,000-yard rusher, and then he's brought into a situation where they say, hey, we want a little more out of you than what Dallas used you for. He's not making a bunch of money, man. He's hungry. It's like the music industry, right? Some of the greatest artists ever, their best album is which album, guys? The first one, man, because that's when they're hungry. That's when they're sleeping on someone's sofa. That's when they're eating oodles and noodles and fried Spam sandwiches for lunch. They're hungry. And some of these NFL pro players are the same way. You get opportunity. He's got healthy, young, fresh legs. Let him use them.
Dak Prescott's having a great game. 22 of 31, 269 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 picks.
As always.
The Cowboys have no running game. But they're keeping themselves in this matchup right now with the Panthers. Again, 27 all, 8.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
Their 1,000-yard running back is on the other sideline right now. That's why they don't have much,
exactly.
much of a running
The guy
game.
that they gave up on,
Javonte
Javonte Williams, is not getting it done as far as the running game is concerned. All right, coming up on the other side, we got these exciting finishes around the NFL. Which games will go down to the wire? Plus, the perfect picks. This is Red's End Zone Radio.
Hey everyone, we're on YouTube.
Hallelujah!
Yay! Just search Fox Sports Radio.
How about that? I like that.
Now, instead of just your ears, we're letting you see us.
Oh my God!
Shout out to the ladies.
There are all sorts of videos from your favorite shows and hosts. Fox Sports Radio on YouTube.
Hey, it's Brady Quinn. Are you tired of waking up at night, even with the tiniest movement? Mattress Firm sleep experts will match you with the Temper Luxe Adapt. It has unique tempered material that absorbs motion for undisturbed rest. It helps minimize disruptions caused by movement from your partner, pets, or even your kiddos. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm and upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic with next-day delivery. They make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. Next-day delivery available on select mattresses and subject to location. See store for details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
I'm going to prove all the doubters.
When Dan Patrick speaks, you better stop and listen. This is the Dan Patrick Show.
The Giants upsetting the Eagles, 3 touchdowns for Cam Scatterbo. And I go back to the draft. Now, if you follow the show, you know that I was high on Jackson Dart. My source said that he had a first round grade on him. I got to see him probably play 3 or 4 full games at Ole Miss, and I liked what I saw. He had mobility, and you're playing for Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin is a offensive-minded head coach. He certainly has a lot of swagger at that position. Transfer in from USC. And then Cam Scatterbo, who we got to see kind of late in his career, and you got to see something that we thought was really special, different, interesting, but I didn't know if he was going to be maybe too slow or too limited to play at this level. I do know if the ball's on the 1 or 2 yard line, I know who's getting it. But with Jalen Carter not in there last night, they ran right up the middle, and Scatterbo had 3 touchdowns. By the way, the last Giant to have 3 touchdowns in a game, Saquon Barkley. That was also in his rookie season. But surprise, surprise. And, you know, you're seeing something, and granted, it's the embryonic stages here with the Giants, but we talked about this. They were going to stay with Russell, and they were going to stay with him for maybe a month, and then you were going to ease into Jackson Dart. Because if you ease into Jackson Dart, now, if you have success, if ownership looks at this and says, maybe we have something here, let's not make a change at the head coaching position or the GM.
If you want to know what Dan Patrick said next, just podcast it by searching The Dan Patrick Show. And as always, you can listen to Dan Patrick live weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific, on Fox Sports Radio.
Right now,
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan Patrick.
When you have to put out statements, we're, 5 games in, and we're putting out statements? That doesn't bode well here. We're blaming his young girlfriend. She gets, like, oh my gosh, how does he let this happen? Exactly. Bill never had messes in New England. He controlled everything, and now it seems like he controls nothing. So the blame is on Bill. Bill has to get this right. And everything that you're hearing is like it's all negative. Now, granted, they do have 2 wins. It's just they've been blown out 3 times. And if you're a recruit or you're the parents of a recruit, you want your kid going to North Carolina? And North Carolina has never had a problem with getting top talent. Never.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan and the Danettes and you.
Weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific. On Fox Sports Radio. This is the Jason Smith Show.
Check this out.
With Mike Harmon.
This has been an absolute disaster.
This is an absolute epic fail by the Eagles. Maybe Jalen Carter is the MVP of the NFL because clearly the games the Eagles have trouble. He's not been playing. He was ruled out right before the game started. And clearly, when you're missing one of the best defensive linemen in the NFL, it's going to hurt you. But wow, the Eagles have just been getting dominated physically and dominated. They've been making plays on them. The Giants making plays on. Even Jalen Hyatt is drawing pass interference calls in the end zone, and Jalen Hyatt's terrible. Like this Giants team, all of a sudden, they look like coming into this game, hey, they're the team that's the Super Bowl champion. They're the team with the excitement and the young quarterback and the young running back. Like everything is coming up Giants. The Eagles look like they're running in mud. Like, how is this happening to them? This is an absolute fail.
You're listening to Jason Smith with Mike Harmon. Weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Did you know that we have original podcasts too? Check out Overpromised with Cavino and Rich.
We'll see you in the overpromised land.
Or Inside the Parker with Rob Parker for you threadheads.
Baseball.
The I Want Your Flex podcast with Dan Beyer and Mike Harmon for fantasy junkies. And What About Everything Up on Game presents offers. Want more Ben Maller? How about the Fifth Hour podcast? We have a podcast for everyone. And it's all on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS1.
Second down and goal from about the 6-yard line. Out of the gun goes Jones. Taylor Malone back to the right side. Jones looks left. Backs to throw. Throws in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Josh Downs. Touchdown. I-N-D-Y. And the Colts are an extra point away from tying the ball game. That's the Colts Radio Network. Well, since then, the Cardinals took the lead on a field goal, but the Colts have the ball back. They're in Arizona territory right now, 27-24. Arizona leading the Colts. 8:40 to go in the fourth end.
There was a touchdown, I think, rushing here.
There was another one. Yeah, no, there's another one. It's Jonathan Taylor. Easy, untouched.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, so he is in. All right, so there you go. So the Colts will have retaken the lead. Is that official? Do we got that?
That is official. We're waiting for the PAT now.
There it is. All right, so the Colts take the lead. Now we're down to 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter in that game. All right, once again, End Zone Radio with you here, Fox Sports Radio studios. So let's catch you up on the scoreboard. So the Colts take the lead. 31. Did they get the extra point? I'm a little behind here with my scoreboard.
They got it. I got you, buddy.
Okay, Chargers still lead the Dolphins 26-20, but the Dolphins are all the way down to the Chargers' 27-yard line. They have a third down right now. We're inside the 2-minute mark.
Third down was been converted. Gave to the big rookie at Oklahoma State. Got the first down. 1st and 10 right now for the Dolphins at the 24.
All right, Saints and the Patriots. And the Saints have the ball. 5 minutes to go. Still trailing the Patriots 25-19. Let's see here. The Browns got a field goal. Why? I'm not sure. They're down 2 touchdowns.
Listen, man.
9.5 minutes to go. They took the field goal there. Panthers and Cowboys tied at 27. Still 6 minutes to go. Jaguars with the ball down 8 against the Seahawks. They would be down 7, but for some reason they detrived for 2 points. Ravens with the ball too little, too late. Inside 2 minutes to go, trailing the Rams by a score of 17-3. Let's get back to this Dolphins game right now. Let's focus here. But first,
here we go. Precise, profitable, picks.
That's for suckers.
Over under a half a flagrant.
Gentlemen, these are your perfect picks.
All right, guys, after a few weeks of going back and forth and splitting, we finally had a 2-0 sweep this week, and it was to Steve. Took the under on Ramondre Stevens' rushing yards. He took the over on Jags' takeaways at 1.5. 2-0, so that leaves the running total, I believe, at 6-2, Steve.
All right, you need to come back here.
So
you can't lose to me. You understand that. Nobody loses to me.
Listen, if I do, it was your Hall of Fame
I
year. It
must
was
have been.
dude,
I do not feel comfortable in this role.
No, you should feel comfortable. I win a lot, dude. So
I
mean,
right,
if someone beats me here on Fox Sports Radio, I would be honored that it would be the Hall of Famer I sit next to. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay,
so we've got an opportunity to see something that hasn't happened since 1962 this year, as Joe Flacco with the Cincinnati Bengals takes on the Green Bay Packers. If he beats the Packers, he will be the first quarterback with two separate teams to beat the same team twice in a year since Jack Kemp in 1962. Second ever to do it. So, gentlemen, Joe Flacco's passing yards, 142.5. This over-under is being based on the yards he put up against the Packers when he beat them with the Browns. He had 142. So 142.5 over-under, Joe Flacco passing yards.
All right, I will go first. Is that okay with you since you're trailing? Or do you want to go first?
You go first.
Okay. I will go over. I think Joe Flacco's going to light him up.
He's got Jamar Chase, man. It's kind of easy for me, too. I'd have to go over. Because, I mean, he's got the guy that can help him do it. If he didn't have that guy, I might go under. But just throw to number one. It's not
all right,
sure.
throw that one out.
We got some extras.
It'll fix that.
Let's go on to Falcons are taking on.
You know what? We should call your dad. Where's your dad?
Who are they taking on again?
Woof. So the Falcons were.
No. Are you really his father?
I'm sorry, Bills Monday night. Bills Monday night.
Yeah. So Bijan Robinson has been a bit of a revelation. This I will up this if you both go low on this just because it's the backup. Bijan Robinson over under 150.5 scrimmage yards. That's about what his average has been. Usually he'll have like a slow game rushing, but then he'll have a good game receiving.
All right, I'll go first on this one. I think it would be so Buffalo to have two subpar back-to-back home games against under 500 teams. And then go on the road against a team where everybody's probably talking, oh, they're gonna get killed because the way they've looked the last 2 weeks. And then the next thing you know, they perform well. They perform well. So I'll go under on this right here.
Go under on that?
I'll go
under.
under.
Oh no, I'll go over on that. Right now we got the Dolphins and the Chargers going on.
Uso!
Give me an update on this game. I don't have it on my screen.
Touchdown pass wide open to Darren Waller. I just said during last commercial break to you, why does he have one catch for 5 yards? You can tell he's starting to round into himself. And my man Oos finds him in the corner of the end zone. 43 seconds left. Extra point coming up here. 26-26 with the extra point to come for the Dolphins, and the Chargers will have one timeout with 46 seconds.
Well, I will say this. If the Chargers lose this game...
You guys going to fire Harbaugh?
I mean, it's a disastrous loss. You were up 13.
We fire both Harbaughs in the same year.
Yeah. I mean, for the Chargers to lose a third straight game where they were up 2 touchdowns against a struggling Miami team and lose the game, that's a bad look.
I don't care right now.
That's a bad look. All right, we need one more here.
Yeah, we got about a minute left. We're going to Sunday Night
we should
Football.
call your dad. Where's your dad?
I've got 2 different quarterback ones. Let's try this one. Jared Goff.
No. Are
his
you really
passer
his
ratings
father?
have been phenomenal this year, already starting to enter some MVP consideration. Jared Goff, 120.5 passer rating over under. If you don't like that, this I have a passer
against the Chiefs?
Against the Chiefs, yes.
Okay, I'm going to head out. 120, that's a big number.
I know, but he's been pretty much
I'll go over.
He's only dropped
I've been consistent on this. The Chiefs' defense is in decline. Goff lights them up.
Do you have an extra one after this?
Yes, I have.
Because I'm kind of with him on it. The Chiefs' defense just isn't the same, man.
Totally understood. I understand.
I can't just pick him just to go against him. Yeah.
All right, then I'm going to go Patrick Mahomes, who was the rushing leader for the Chiefs the last game against the Jaguars. DraftKings has his rushing at 25.5 yards. I will bump this up if I need to get action from you guys.
Yeah, bump it up.
Like 30,
I want to hear what you have to say.
On what? On the 25.5?
Right.
Under.
Over.
Good. There we go. Because the Lions shut down some rushing quarterbacks. Who knows? That's
all right. We got
picks.
the exciting finishes coming up of 7 games around the National Football League. Keep it here. This is End Zone Radio.
If you need up to $5,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com is the name you can trust. It's free to use, available 24/7, and you're never required to accept any loan offer. Some lenders offer same-day funding. If you need up to $5,000, type WeFixMoney.com directly into your browser. WeFixMoney.com has been helping customers for 15 years and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. So if you need cash for credit card bills, car repairs, child care, or anything else, go to WeFixMoney.com. Make sure you type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. Go to the company you trust. WeFixMoney.com. Just fill in the information and get an answer in minutes at WeFixMoney.com. So if you need cash for up to $5,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
Fireball blazing apple. You know what? We should call your dad. Where's your dad?
No.
Are you really his father?
New
Fireball blazing apple.
Go to
Shoot it straight.
FoxSports.com for details.
Boom. Trust your eyes.
FS1. Check it out. The Herd. When Colin Cowherd drops the info, The Herd, you need to listen.
Right here.
Last night was about the New York Giants. They have found their franchise quarterback. It's going to be bumpy. You're going to have weeks like last week, and you're going to have last night. If they can keep him healthy, confident, athletic, slippery, big boy NFL throws, that is an NFL franchise quarterback. Feet, arm, confidence. Once you get that right, Giant fans, such like when you found Eli, gets much easier to build the roster. I mean, the Giants last night are missing their number 1 receiver and their number 2 receiver, and they scored 34 points. I know you all loved OBJ, and you love Malik Neighbors. Come on, brah. That's icing. The cake is Cam Scatterboo and Jackson Dart because of the way they play. They're tough, they're young, they're physical. In the Northeast, because of the weather, Tyreek Hill is not winning you titles. Your left tackle is, your star back. January football is not decided by the fastest guys. Jackson Dart's tough. Cam Scatterboo's tougher. If you can keep Andrew Thomas, the left tackle, healthy, you got your 3 guys. That's going to be your future. So the New York Giants have not had an offensive identity in a decade. In a decade. And they decided a couple weeks ago, let's start the rookies. Let's let Jackson and Cam Scatterboo, it's their offense. Since then, the Giants lead the NFL in first downs, believe it or not. So it's not just the win last night. It's not just the production. It's how they're doing it.
If you're eager to find out what Colin said next, just podcast it by searching The Herd. And as always, you can listen live to Colin Cowherd weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. This is The Herd.
You got to be consistent.
With Colin Cowherd.
Mic check. So the Dodgers are now in the NLCS, and you got Freddie Freeman and Ohtani hitting $180, 12 strikeouts. That's what the Dodgers are. We talked about this with the Yankees. Yankees are home run reliant. The Dodgers are reliant on no single player. Ohtani, he has struggled in the postseason. I mean, last year it was Freddie Freeman in the World Series. It was the bottom of the Dodgers lineup last night. So when you play the Dodgers, and this is really true about all sports, they put it's almost like KD, Steph, Clay, and Draymond. Remember for about 3 years, like, pick your poison. Who's hot tonight? There were games Draymond took over. There were games Klay Thompson hit 6 of 8 threes. Who do you guard? Who is it tonight? That's what it is with the Dodgers.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
Here we go.
Ben Maller,
Look out.
the late night wordsmith.
We speak fluent emoji.
Ben Maller, holding the sports world accountable.
They went out there like a toy poodle with fleas, is how they played in that game.
And when he's right, you'll know about it.
And you know what? I was absolutely right.
It's the Ben Maller Show.
So I've got NASCAR, IHOP, and opera.
Listen on the overnight, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app. And here Here's what you need to know.
Week 6 of the NFL continues, and we've got some close games. The Cowboys and the Panthers are tied at 27 apiece with less than 2 minutes to go. Carolina has the ball at Dallas's 24-yard line. With 1 minute to go, the Cardinals are trailing to the Colts 31-27. Cardinals have the ball, and they're in the red zone at Indiana's 9-yard line. The Dolphins may be losing to the Chargers. We're down to the final 5 seconds. The Chargers just hit a 33-yard field goal to go up 29-27. Miami has 5 seconds to do something with it. Down to the final 2 minutes. Patriots over the Saints right now, 25-19, but the Patriots have the ball around midfield. And with 2 minutes to go, it's the Seahawks over the Jaguars, 20-12. Seattle also has the ball. The Rams defeated the Ravens already, 17-3. Steelers over the Browns, 23-9. 4 minutes left. I'm Monty Bolaños.
This is Fox Sports End Zone Radio. Every stadium, every touchdown, every score, all broken down for you.
We got the pads on now.
This is Fox Sports End Zone Radio, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios. Here's Steve Hartman and VJ Husky.
All right, let's catch you up right now here. Final hour for us here on End Zone Radio. We're in the Fox Sports Radio studios. We'll get to a game that got away from VJ's team to focus in on what's going on right now in Indianapolis. So the Colts lead the Cardinals 31-27. Cardinals have a 4th and 7 right now, and this is it for the Cardinals. It's been unbelievable. Jacoby Brissett, 264 yards passing and a couple of touchdowns, but this is the last gasp for the Cardinals right now, trying to rebound after last week's disastrous loss, and he's looking into the end zone, and it is incomplete, no flags. And McBride is screaming, where's the penalty? There is no penalty. The ball was badly overthrown. So it looks like the Indianapolis Colts will survive and move their record to 5-1 on the season, the current number 1 seed. Let's watch a replay here, VJ, because McBride was the intended receiver.
And he's grabbed and touched right there.
Grabbing.
All over him. That's a flag. I'm sorry. That's a flag, and he knows it. And see, when the defender throws his hands up like that, he knows he's had him. Now, this is a problem I have with a call like this. For certain players and certain quarterbacks and teams, they get that flag every single time. But the Cardinals, for some reason, on the same play, the side judge, he's standing right there. He's looking at the play. He's watching them grab the receiver for 5 yards. And then when McBride tries to break out of his cut, he's openly held, guys.
Okay,
like,
so let me ask a bigger question. And by the way, Bill Belichick favored this for years and years and years. Why can't you review a penalty? You're limited. There's, you may have 1 or 2 opportunities to review a penalty now, but that's the whole thing. Remember what they did with this pass interference? That wasn't a penalty. Yeah. There was nothing called. So you're going to challenge a non-penalty?
I think that what they should
How do you define this?
The NFL should. I got the perfect answer for you. The NFL.
And by the way, the NFL comes out and said, "Well, penalty should have been called in that play." It happens every week.
Right. There should be a system implemented where New York is watching the game, and they should be able to buzz down and say, "Hey, guys, you missed that one. We're implementing our power as we're watching the Carolina Panthers line up for a game-winning field goal."
Here it is. 3 seconds to go. The kick is up, and the kick is good. The Panthers have defeated the Dallas Cowboys.
The Panthers are
527. The Panthers are to 3-3. The Cowboys top to 2-3-1. Dowdle finished with 161 yards rushing, and Bryce Young 3 touchdown passes on the day. Comes away a winner. So the Panthers are very much in the chase in the NFC South right now. Look out for the Panthers.
One of my teams I thought would have a turnaround year. What I have them at 9-8? I think I have them at like 9-8. I'm looking all right there with that one. Not so well with some of these other teams.
All right. So let's get back to your team, the Dolphins. So what happened in this game was the Dolphins took the lead 27-26. And Justin Herbert avoided not 1 but 2 sacks.
Back-to-back plays.
The first one he got out of. The second one, though, was the killer, as he was able to wriggle away from the Dolphins, who apparently can't tackle anybody, And then they got the ball out to McConkey, who made one interior step move, get right past the Dolphin defender, and it was off to the races. They ran down the clock, last-second field goal. Chargers, huge win on the road, 29-27, as the Dolphins fall to 1-5.
I think there will be a coach fired by tomorrow morning, guys, but I don't think it's going to be a head coach. Anthony Weaver has to be fired. This defense is atrocious. This defense finished 7th in the NFL overall last year, and that's why people thought that they would be a lot better than they are. Once again, the Dolphins score almost 30. Tua in the office put up almost 30, and they lose. This is starting to reminiscent of the Dan Marino days where Dan Marino used to have to win 35-32 Sunday after Sunday because the defense couldn't stop anybody. This defense can't stop a nosebleed. And the move that McConkey put on that guy is so elementary. I see sophomore high school receivers make that move and make a guy overrun. But if you go back and watch the defender, he's standing straight up. He's not down. He's not under control. And he overruns. And you can't do that knowing that you're the last line of defense. This guy's off to the races. Kudos to the Chargers. Kudos to Justin Herbert. Well, I love Justin Herbert. Big, strong guy. I've had a chance to meet him, talk to him several times. I remember the first time I ever saw him. He's a big, people don't realize how big, his arms, he's a big, strong guy. So Jalen Phillips had him wrapped up twice, and Bradley Chubb to play before that, and he did what he does. But another bad loss for the Dolphins, but kudos to the Chargers and getting on back on the winning track for Harbaugh and for Herbert.
All right, another final just in. The Seahawks have beaten the Jaguars on the road. Seahawks, by the way, are 3-0 on the road this year, 20-12. Sam Darnold, 16-27, 295 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. So another big game for Sam Darnold. Trevor Lawrence was fine, just not as good. 27-42, 258, 2 touchdowns. Again, no picks. Neither team showed much of a running game, but Jacksonville falls to 4-2, and now the Seahawks are sitting at 4-2. So I would say at least, I say this week to week. I would not say it over the course of a season. At least in the moment, the Seahawks seem for real. I mean, 3-0 on the road.
No, 3-0 on the road is legit because you have to win on the road in the National Football League. Why is Trevor Lawrence throwing 42 passes, though?
They're not running the ball well.
I don't think, okay, so then something's got to change there. Yeah, I know they're not running the ball well. You have to run the ball enough. Running the ball well and running the ball enough is a different story. Even in sports, especially in coaching, we have a thing. I don't care if they're stopping it. When it comes to the running game, you still have to run the football in some shape, fashion, or form. Asking Trevor Lawrence to drop back 42 times a Sunday, I will never think will be a recipe for them to be super successful. I think it's got to be more of a balance there. And 42 passes for 12 points. Now, they blew this by going for 2, which we pointed out. And going for 2 made them actually had to play what I call catch-up football from that point. 12 carries from Travis Etienne Jr., that's just not enough. That's just not enough. Just 19 rush attempts as opposed to 42 passes. And the game was in balance, and the game was a one-possession game, right, Steve, for 3.5 quarters. So you can't say, well, VJ, they were down a bunch, and they didn't have to throw. They chose not to. That's more of a coaching schematic problem, in my humble opinion.
All right, the Steelers about to make it a final now as they lead the Browns 23-9. Actually, 3 minutes to go. Browns with the ball, so I guess nothing's impossible at this point. Seems unlikely, but let's put this in perspective. Remember, the Steelers had a bye last week, so they win, they go to 4-1. The Ravens are 1-5 after their loss today to the Rams. 4-1 Steelers with Aaron Rodgers. 1-5 Ravens, 3 quarterbacks in now.
Are you saying the division's over?
Well, again, the Browns with a loss are now 1-5. So the Browns are 1-5.
Copy.
The Ravens are 1-5.
Copy.
Steelers are 4-1, and the Bengals, who are 2-3, are on the road today against Green Bay with Joe Flacco at quarterback. So, yeah, I would say if I were to really, be forced to get, wager on which team do you think is going to win the AFC North, I think I'm going to wager on Aaron Rodgers, Mike Tomlin, and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Well, the way it's looking right now, I would have to agree with you. And it's kind of just one of those years that just fell to them. I tell you this, and I'm telling you guys right now, so it won't be, me just making it up down the line. The Steelers win the division going away. I'm telling you, this is one of the most lucky division winners you ever would have seen, because you can't tell me you think they're losing Burrow until Christmas and Lamar Jackson possibly could be a shutdown candidate before the season started. No one can tell me they predicted that. That was not on your bingo card. But, the things really weirdly happen.
It's the magic of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Also, flip over really quick to the NFC East to talk about Dallas Cowboys' loss against the Carolina Panthers. Kudos to the Carolina Panthers. But now when you go look at this NFC East, you have all these other teams losing that are still behind Philly. So for the sky to be falling as we started off the show with the Philadelphia Eagles, who's going to catch them?
I don't know. The Commanders look pretty good in their blowout victory last week against the Chargers.
And we'll see if
on the road.
And we'll see if that can continue. But they're still behind the Eagles. Even with a blowout win on the road last week,
but if
they're
win,
still behind them.
Well, they would be even with them if they can, beat the Bears.
Yeah, well,
at home.
Well, yeah, we saw what happened last year. They needed a Hail Mary to do that.
Well,
like the Bears the Bears should have won that game, so they didn't blow them away. But I'm just pointing these small little things out.
You can't. The Eagles can't stand on anything right now. They got blown out by the Giants on the road with a rookie quarterback and a rookie running back.
Can we say the same about Buffalo, who got embarrassed at home by the Patriots?
Because the Patriots you hear me defending the Bills?
Beat the Saints today?
I'm not defending the Bills.
Okay, I'm just saying defending. I'm just asking, can we say the same thing about them?
I mean, the Bills, an interesting game for the Bills. I mean, there's 2 Monday night games. We got the Bears at the Commanders, got the Bills at the Falcons. There's a Falcons team that, now with Carolina all of a sudden in the mix.
30-0 doesn't look so bad now, huh? Right? It's Carolina, the Buccaneers.
No.
Yeah, the
and
Falcons.
So, the Falcons, if they can beat Buffalo, they're 4.5-point dogs, but if they can somehow beat Buffalo at home, and again, anyone that wagers out there knows that home dogs on Monday Night Football, although not a guarantee, are usually a pretty good bet.
Yeah, it's a great bet.
If you get a home dog on Monday Night Football. So, no, I mean, this is where we're at right now. Okay, so the early games are in the books. Now we got the games going on right now. So we got the Titans at the Raiders. Did a little preview earlier with Jonathan Velma on this one. Let's see if the Raiders can get things right today. I mean, wow, Geno Smith, 9 interceptions. He has been awful.
You can mail that.
And Chip Kelly, why? Why would you hire him as your offensive coordinator? Raiders are a mess. Then we got the Bengals at the Packers. We got the 49ers at the Bucks. Those games are kicking off. All right, we'll be right back and continue on here on a very busy, once again, Sunday. Oh, by the way, did you notice during the baseball postseason that Strauss made history as the first brand ever on helmets? Family owned since 1948, Strauss makes workwear built to perform, smart pocket design, real comfort, and durability you can trust. From grit to glory, gear up today at Strauss.com. That's STRAUSS.com. By the way, we have the potential of history being made in these league championship series. If the Seattle Mariners and the Milwaukee Brewers move on to the World Series, essentially it's Seattle versus Seattle. Right. Because the Milwaukee Brewers were the Seattle Pilots, their very first season in 1969, moved to Milwaukee after that 1 year in Seattle. So you would have a potential of Seattle versus Seattle, sort of, technically. And again, the Seattle Mariners are the only one of the 30 Major League franchises that has never played in a World Series.
So, but would it be, has the Brewers ever won one?
They've never won one.
Okay, so it would be the battle of the never won once.
Never won once, yes.
The battle of the never. So whoever, we would be guaranteed to be seeing history.
Correct.
If those two get there, but that's not going to happen.
By the way, note on the Brewers, last time they got to the League Championship Series was in 2018, where they lost to the Dodgers.
The
Doyers.
So there you go.
The Doyers, right there. All right, we continue on here. Keep it here for all the latest NFL news. This is End Zone Radio.
NFL Sundays live here.
Martin puts it down. Fitzgerald swings the leg. The kick is good. And the Panthers win it. Ryan Fitzgerald, the game-winning field goal. Sweet Caroline indeed.
It's your NFL Sunday. We're Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox with some big news. The best 5G network wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on RootMetrics Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Thinking about buying a new car? You might want to pump the brakes. With prices climbing across the board, that new car smell is coming with a bigger price tag than ever. It's no wonder more people are choosing to keep the cars they already own, and Maaco is here to help make those cars feel brand new again. Whether your vehicle's rocking a faded finish, carrying around a few dents from daily life, or your bumper's seen better days, we've got you covered. Maaco specializes in high-quality, affordable paint jobs and light collision repairs that bring your car back to life. Without the sticker shock, you'll be surprised how far a fresh coat of paint and a little bodywork can go. It's fast, affordable, and makes your car look great without blowing your budget. Don't wait. Book your free estimate online or visit your nearest Maaco today. Appointments fill up fast, and your car deserves a fresh start because now, more than ever, it just makes sense to invest in what you already have. Uh-oh, better get Maaco.
You ready?
Yay! Dan Patrick, always saying the right things.
Here's my thought process with this. If I had abs, just think about it.
And always asking the right